Council. And I'd like to open proceedings by inviting Father Tony Curtis, the Dean of St Paul's Cathedral, just across the road from us here, to open the meeting with a prayer.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou councillors, tēnā koutou katoa. Yes, I am the Dean of St Paul's, for those of you who don't know me, which is just next door, and also the priest at Huita Rangiora Church at Puketaraki Marae. I'd like us to begin this morning, if we can, just by keeping in our hearts the people of Syria. And it is a time of celebration for many of them, but also a time of great uncertainty. It is going to be a time of anxiety for a lot of people, both within and around that country. And it is a reminder to us of what it looks like when communities are in trouble and when things break down. So as we hold them in our prayers, in our thoughts, in our hearts today, also let us consider and look around this room and recognise our whānau when we come to the discussions we're going to have later on. Ko te karaiti te pauheringa waka, whakapaingia te ata te tātou kaihanga, whakapaingia te ata te tātou kai taurima, whakapaingia te atua te tātou kaionga ki te ao whānui. Christ is our mooring post. Praise God who has created us. Praise God who has adopted us. Praise God who has sent us out into the wide world. Some words from Matthew chapter 7. In everything, do to others as you would have them do to you, for this is the law and the prophets. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. Everyone who hears these words of mine and acts on them will be like a wise one who built their house on rock. The rain fell, the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house. But it did not fall, because it had been founded on rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not act on them will be like the foolish one who built their house on sand. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell, and great was its fall. Let us pray. God our Matua, as we consider this day the commitments which we have made one to another, the plans through which we will seek to serve the people of this city, and the future which we will hand on to those who follow us. Help us always to act towards others as we would wish for ourselves. Help us to build our city not through exploitation, but through partnership. Not asking what we might take from others, but what we might give to all. Give us courage to dream of a better future for our peoples, wisdom to be good stewards of the resources we share, hope for what we can achieve, and strength to see our plans to completion, so that in the face of gathering storms, both literal and metaphorical, we may build on a strong foundation, a house for all, which will stand the test of time. Ki te ingoa te mātua, te tāma te wairua tapu. Amine. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui. We'll now move to public forum. And the first of our public forum speakers is Mr. Phil Day. And I'd remind everyone at the public forum that they have 5 minutes to speak, which will be shown on the timer on the screen behind me. And then we can take up to 5 minutes of questions. And please push the button on your microphone each time you speak, because if a councillor asks you a question, they will push their button, which will kill all of the other microphones in the room. So when you're ready to speak, you push the button and your microphone will become enabled. Mr. Day.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to the Mayor and councillors. I'm going to explain, and I do apologise to some of the emails I have sent over the last few days, and then hope to explain why the frustration does come in on this matter. Jim O'Malley and Sandy and a few others have worn my scorn a few times. The background is on Bar Street upgrade. This has been going on for me personally 4 years. I own, and some of you will know this, quite a few properties in Lower Stewart Street and mainly in Bar Street. Over that 4 years, I have personally had to probably put in over 100 hours of free time, and I'm sure any DC staff would acknowledge the help that's gone in there, and maybe not a lot of things wouldn't have happened, and also saves costs. On the other hand of this, I've had to deal with tenants who have suffered greatly. Up to 70% of their income was lost during the construction periods, the downsides. And as landlords, we've borne the cost here. I've asked to get $1 out of ratepayer and the council, and I can see the point that you don't want to, and that's another agenda I want to bring up later in the year. So the frustrations come when we get dealt to over certain issues. And the main one I just want to talk about here is once the no financial help to the tenants, thousands of dollars wasted on consultations. Now, getting back to consultation, this is what brings us to this report that's going to happen on the street. Yes, I have been consulted by Glenn Hazeldine on what would you like, and I just basically said, well, we need more street lighting. But the main one we've been pushing for and is to get some sort of help with the wheelie bin situation. Ever since the council got rid of black bags, every business basically has to have now a wheelie bin. And it's been a great thing for cleaning up the city, but what we've ended up in Bar Street, and most of you have probably walked past, is 10 to 12 wheelie bins. My suggestion was that we pay for a car park that is going to be created when you finish the project, and we come up with some sort of plan. We then get back to the agenda that's popped up. Obviously, I say gay crossing, but I suppose we should use the correct term, and also the street design that was done. All through these 4 years, I've heard that the cost cutting, we can't do this, we can't do that, we're under a strict budget, borrowed costs. I get an email on Sunday night, have you seen what the proposal is to do a rainbow crossing and this design down the street? I said, no, never even seen it, never been consulted. I spent all day yesterday asking my tenants, have you ever been consulted on this? No. Have the other landlords ever been consulted on this? No. What we tend to get, and over my history of this, is we get private or staff, paid staff, pushing their own agendas. And I'm sure there's lots of examples of this. Our Whitney Cycleway was one, Knox Row was the other, and there's many more. So what's the outcome, right? I'm not in favour of the rainbow crossing, that's a personal thing. It's the ongoing costs of this. You suddenly open up a can of worms to minority groups. Why can't the deerstalkers have a crossing? So the outcome we want here is more consultation on the owners of the properties who might have the gay writing outside their door, for example. The wokeism on this.
Point of order. Point of order. Disrespect.
Look, I didn't perceive a disrespect, and I'm not going to uphold the point of order. I mean, the speaker has an opinion, and so it's reasonable to express that opinion. I didn't hear any disrespectful language. Councillor, carry on.
Sorry, point of order. 25.2, misrepresentation, and this one is clearer. The speaker stated that this was a staff agenda. That is incorrect. This was a motion of council to incorporate a rainbow representation in the city.
Well,
If it's not a staff agenda.
I don't think it's reasonable to expect public forum speakers to have the correct terminology for addressing something that is in the public agenda of this meeting. So it's in the agenda. I'm not going to uphold that point of order. Now, if you just, there's no point in raising points of order for the purpose of interjection. We have another from Councillor Weatherall. Sorry, Councillor Weatherall, you had your hand up.
Just a question.
A question coming, yes. And Councillor Van.
My point of order, 25.2, disrespect, accusing the Mayor of saying that you haven't been listening, highly disrespectful. I'd like you to rule on it, please.
Yes, I uphold that point of order. Oh, fair enough too, yes. The Deputy Mayor needs to
I
rule on
uphold the
that.
point of order.
So, there we go. Now, you know, what we don't need is a whole lot of points of order for the purpose of interruption. So, sorry, the third point of order has been ruled upon and will require some action.
Would the councillor apologise? I'll withdraw. That's fine, withdrawing, thank you.
Mr. Day, can you continue, please?
I'm sure most councillors and anyone who's had to sit in hearings has seen reports written by consultants. I've never seen one that's ever opposed the person who's paying. And I think you've got to take a wee bit of grain of salt on some of these designs that are going in, because the people getting paid write it. And yes, they, in my experience, of course they get what you want to hear. The only outcome I want here is a wee bit more consultation on the design of it, and to give a wee bit more background of what has actually been going on down there. And I'd just like to thank the time. Thank you.
Okay, we do have some questions. Firstly, Councillor Witherall, and then Councillor Mayhem, and then Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you,
Councillor
Phil.
Gary.
Very good morning to you. You mentioned about public consultation in regards to the gay crossing. Do you consider that it should be put out for public consultation, the option of having a gay crossing?
Sorry, can we, point of order, it is not a gay crossing. The correct terminology is a rainbow crossing. To use the term gay crossing is offensive, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
Just refer.
look, I think, you know, we can easily get bogged down here again, but I think it'd be a good idea to call it a rainbow crossing, seeing as it does encompass colours of the rainbow, and just for the sake of, you know, being able to get through this. Anyway, so, while I won't uphold the point of order, I'll ask the Speaker to refer to it as a rainbow crossing.
Yes, I'll refer to whatever they want to hear. It should go out to public consultation. Of course it should be. Public. It's going to be costing ratepayers money. I'm not sure who's going to maintain it over the years. Is it necessary? Probably not. Just because someone else in the country wants it, or they've put it, or have other councils have put it in. We've seen the controversy that has happened over this. We're in a danger sometimes of falling into minorities pushing their own barrows.
And considering the crossings are to be placed in Stewart Street and in George Street, do you consider they should be part of the Bath Street makeover project at all?
The one in George Street's probably far too big, and as I understand, probably won't happen due to upgrade of that street. The one on top of Bath Street, it's unnecessary, in my view.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Morena, Mr. Day. I just wondered, are you aware that, did you read the whole report? Do you know that something needs to be put to the council before any re-engagement with stakeholders? So my understanding is this is just a concept design, and now the public engagement and consultation will happen.
Yes, I did read the report, and I understand that is, and that's part of this. Why I've come here to also to explain the background of what I've been involved in down there over the years, and try and explain what is actually happening. Yes, I understand it probably will go out to public consultation.
Councillor Vandervis.
Mr. Day, would it surprise you to hear that on the 6th of December I sent a questioning email to staff which read, how much will these new rainbow crossings in Bath Street cost? And what has been the cost of changing the Dunedin entrance signs to rainbow colours? Who decided to change the Dunedin entry signs to rainbow colours, and under what authority? Would it surprise you to hear that I still haven't had a reply?
No, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Yes, it's a question that has to be answered. Well, look, I'm not for or against it. I think it's got to have a pretty good, hardly discussion. What I'm trying to push here is that small minorities seem to have a lot of say. And I spent over 100 hours down on that Bar Street with no pay. Thank you.
Just before we go to Councillor Gary, I've heard the colours for the Dunedin sign are Lego colours to support the museum's exhibition of Lego, which is running currently. However, Councillor Gary.
Morena, Mr. Day, and thank you for acknowledging the impact of your earlier emails. I just was a little confused because in one section of your presentation you said that I thought I heard you say that consultation was a waste of money, that money had been wasted on consultation, and then in another part you said you wanted more consultation. Could you clarify that, please?
I'm not sure I'm saying the consultation was a waste of money. I have been consulted by Glenn, and not once was the rainbow or the design of the streets ever mentioned. All that was mentioned was lighting and pavers. So when this comes out of the blue, it is pretty upsetting for someone like myself who's put a lot of effort and free time into this job. I mean, anyone could ask the staff, this wouldn't have happened.
So and secondly, do you accept that you mentioned that I think I wrote it down, someone else in the country wants the rainbow crossing? That was something you said. Do you accept that actually it's been clarified that council has asked for this?
Oh yes, I have read reports that the other councils have put this, just like they've done other things. You know, you can't. Any council does a lot of things. Nelson put electric buses in. You know, whatever you want to do. I'm just saying, just be very careful and to get a lot of research done on what does happen here. Just because other councils have done doesn't mean to say we've got to do it.
Right, thank you. And that's all we have time for. Thank you, Mr. Day. Thank you for your submission. Now, councillors, I would just remind councillors that I think it's preferable to ask one concise question per person as we go around, because we had two people ask two questions, and then there was there's one more question waiting in the wings, which we had no time for. However, moving on, we now have Mr. Brent Caldwell and Mr. Laurie Forbes. To speak on a different topic. Very good. You have 5 minutes. That's on the screen behind me.
There we go. Cool. Okay, tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora. My name is Brent Caldwell, and I'm a spokesman for the Dunedin Theatre Network. And for those of you who may not remember the genesis or where the Dunedin Theatre Network comes from, it is the Playhouse, the Athenaeum and the Mayfair Theatres. And over the last 2.5 years, we've been putting together a report or a series of reports to talk about the future of our buildings. The latest report, which is being tabled with you today, or this week, I think you've had it via PDF, but the hard copies will be handed to you, will provide complete costed concept designs for these buildings as performing art venues. So our kaupapa is Kotahi Tātou. We're committed to working together constructively to find the best answer for the city. We're not saying we are the answer, but we are saying we're an important piece of the puzzle in the decision that you as councillors have to make on the future of Dunedin's performing arts ecosystem. So as I say, what I present today is just one piece of the puzzle in contributing to your decision. So from the very outset, the kaupapa of the Dunedin Theatre Network was to provide totally accessible, totally affordable, totally available venues for the widest range of professional and community performing arts users. Now that's an important thing to remember. We're talking both professional and community performing arts users. You may remember that the Dunedin Theatre Network did a stage 1 report, which was just the concept of the discussion, and they then followed that with a second report, which featured in a lot more detail what was being proposed and spoke to almost 40 different stakeholders across the city about their thoughts and views. And there was a lot of consensus in that, but we also included all ranges of opinion to ensure there was a really clear picture. This latest report that you have in front of you is the missing piece of the puzzle for us so far, which is the costed designs. I'll just take you through a wee bit of that. So the Playhouse would retain its character auditorium, be upgraded to 120 seats and provide accessibility while retaining its heritage features. Stage and the backstage would be replaced with a new building, similar footprint, but an improved configuration. And trust me, I've acted out the back there this year in wintertime. We'd be grateful if we could get that across the line. The Athenaeum is proposing a transformational design of 2,000 square metres across 3 different floors, a multi-use centre for creative arts, 2 performance spaces, a 600-person standing live performance venue, and a smaller 120-person flexible black box theatre, including a recording studio and hospitality spaces. The Mayfair would be reconfigured at the front and the back house areas. It would provide more accessible and more user-friendly access for audiences and performers. And a big part of that would be the new scenery dock and workshop, which involves hoists and other access to the stage area. To put it bluntly, this is a use it or lose it situation. If I was to speak on behalf of the Playhouse, the Children's Theatre, yes, its bricks and mortars are in need of repair, but how long we can ask people who volunteer to take on the responsibility of the health and safety for that building is putting it under a time constraint. And we're thinking potentially 5 to 8 years before someone says, no, look, I cannot take responsibility for this. Similar with the Mayfair Theatre Trust and Zealand saying, well, if we can't do something with that, there's certainly other commercial uses that we can have. And again, I have to hammer home this point that what we're talking about here is not about saying it's just choosing one particular group. We're advocating that children, touring, amateur community and professionals can all coexist in this ecosystem. The bricks and mortar see all of us as equally deserving, and no group is more equal than others. And when I think of what you see at the Mayfair, at the Playhouse Theatre disappearing, the Children's Theatre, what will fill the void? The Mayfair Theatre, the same. If that goes, what will fill the void? Same with the Fringe. If I think of all the events, I was an intern at the Fringe this year and I saw so many events at those 3 theatres. What happens when they disappear? Thing to know is that for every dollar spent on live performance, $3.20 comes back to the community, and that's from a Massey University study just recently released, and that doesn't take into account the impact on satisfaction and well-being of citizens. So, in conclusion, ka whati te tai, ka pau te toria. When the tide ebbs, the oyster catcher strikes. In other words, we can't sit by while opportunities are waiting. We need to strike while the iron's hot. So the Dunedin Theatre Network would ask you to seize the day and seize the future for Otipoti, today, tomorrow and beyond. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Very good. We have questions. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. Thanks, Brent. Added up those numbers and they seem to come close to 30 million when they all add up. And I guess my other, and so relative to the amount of money that we've allocated, that's quite a lot more. And then my real question though is, other theatre groups are coming and they're advancing their plans and they're moving forward and saying that this is the best thing out for everybody. And it feels to me like we're now being asked to be the arbiter in a situation that really, are we in that position? Do we have to choose?
That's a really interesting question, because I don't really think that our three theatres and the other stakeholders can make the decision for the council. What we can do is put the best information in front of you to make that decision. We have supported widely, and we've got almost unanimous support for venues such as the Playhouse. And as I've said, and I tried to make the point quite clear, that yes, there are different groups, and we're committed to working together to find the right way forward. If I could answer the question about the numbers, yes, they do add up to over 30 million, but we're not asking for 30 million. What we're asking for is cornerstone funding, which will allow us to go and do some work on your behalf to raise funds from charitable organisations. If we go to them without DCC support, we haven't got a chance, and those three venues will be gone from the ecosystem and the Dunedin landscape. If we get your support, we're in a good position to go and say we have the backing of our city council, and we've got a better chance of getting funding.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Just wondering, in the Mayfair Theatre, what accessibility is there for actors who have a disability to get on that stage in that new development?
Well, you'll note from the report that we sent you that there is access through a hoist, through the locking, through the upgraded docking bay. As a performer who's performed at the Mayfair, I understand the current restrictions of that. The steps are not particularly welcoming. My understanding is that through the docking bay there is accessible entrance for all parties to be able to do that.
Thank
You
you.
don't have to go through several rooms to get there.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And two very quick questions leading on from Councillor O'Malley. So, and I don't envy you having this job trying to please everyone. And thank you for a great report. In terms of the Athenaeum, it seems to tick the box in terms of live music venue. I'm just still wondering where professional theatre sits in this, as in terms of the conversations we've had with them and how this resolves issues they may have.
In terms of professional theatre, I don't think our report is talking about solving the professional theatre debate. We're just providing our piece of the puzzle on the buildings that actually exist, on buildings that are actually owned. We have been having meetings and continue to have meetings with those other stakeholders so that we can all put together in front of you the opportunities for you to make the best decision for the city. I can't speak for those other stakeholders, but all I can assure you is that there is a consensus among all the arts community to find a way forward and to do that together.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, we'll come back to your second questions after Councillor Gary's question.
Kia ora, and thank you for the report, having been here for the whole journey. Delighted to see it. My question is around the Massey University research, which I mentioned around this table the day afterwards. What difference does that make in terms of giving validity to the things you've presented to us?
Well, I think, not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. But the arts is one of those things where you can't just sort of say, well, here's a graph that shows you what you can do. But the Massey University thing has come out because we have a government who says the arts curriculum isn't important. And as a former school principal, I find that abhorrent. Because what's the first thing we do when we need to come together as a community? We gather around the arts. I can't imagine the President of the United States coming to the bottom of the Air Force One steps to be welcomed by a load of children reading at desks. The first thing they see is performance, they see the arts, and they see it as a way of melding and bringing people together. The fact that there is an economic benefit, that's a 300% return on every dollar you spend. I'm no businessman, but I think that sounds pretty good.
Thank you. And that's all we have time for. Thank you very much, Mr. Caldwell and Mr. Forbes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And next, I'd like to move the council extends the public forum beyond 30 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. And now welcome Ms. Chanel Gardner to the desk. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm a late addition to your public forum. My name is Chanel Gardner and I'm here this morning on behalf of the Otago Foundation. We're a charitable trust that is concerned with funding and facilitating projects which enhance the environment, community, the arts and sustainable economic development in Otago. So thank you for the opportunity to present an idea that aligns with and enhances your sustainability framework. So that's why I'm here this morning. We weren't planning on jumping in front of you this side of Christmas, but as I heard you were talking about the SDGs, the opportunity was kind of too good. So becoming New Zealand's first UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, this will provide a high-profile, cohesive, sorry, I've got notes so I don't go over time, unifying framework to guide ways in which our population views, values, uses and manages our natural environment. It will also help attract new resources to support these efforts, turning ambitious goals into practical community-driven actions. The Council's steps to implementing the SDGs in Dunedin is to be commended. It's exciting. And the report I saw in your papers does well in presenting what the SDGs are already doing in Otago. And this is where the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve comes in. It offers councillors the opportunity to consider it as a practical delivery system for achieving the SDGs, whether through a regenerative lens or simply as they stand. A Biosphere Reserve is not just an environmental tool, it's a globally proven way to integrate sustainable practices into how we live and work while protecting what makes Otago unique. It provides a clear structure. It has the core areas, which are legally closed and protected areas. So for us, that would be, for example, our incoming marine reserves. So notionally, pending mana whenua direction, we would consider, say, from Moraki down to Tairi Mouth, and perhaps insofar as Middlemarch. So it is 3,800 square kilometres. It's a chunky area, but in order to showcase every bit of us, we suggested that reach. So we have areas of nature reserves like Orokonui Eco Sanctuary, but our marine reserves would be our core areas. Then we have buffer zones which support education, tourism, innovation and research, and transition zones which empower communities to work sustainably while addressing local challenges. So that's where the SDGs really, really can come into work in your delivery. So this is all through a Te Ao Māori lens. It is ground up, participatory, culturally respecting, and there are currently 750 biosphere reserves globally in 126 countries. So we would be New Zealand's first UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. This is not a new concept, obviously. Some of you may know Neville Pete on the peninsula. He had attempted this previously, but we have had a very strong Department of Conservation, Ministry of Environment. Biosphere, in a way, allows us to act in a companion way that bypasses political changeover and government priorities. We have the opportunity to lead the way, demonstrating how Te Ao Māori ecosystem-based management approaches can work and how the principles can be tailored to our unique environment and our communities. Our early discussions with stakeholders have been overwhelmingly positive. Mana Whenua, University of Otago, community groups, youth, ORC and some parts of the DCC all see great possibility with getting this designation from UNESCO. From what I believe, we already have all the elements of a biosphere reserve, which will magnify and amplify the work that is being done here and what you intend to do further. So for all of you, the UNESCO Biosphere Model is a practical and adaptable way to make the SDGs achievable, offering a simplified delivery framework that empowers communities to thrive while safeguarding the future. I'm just running out on time, so I invite the Council to recognise a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve framework as a potential support for the delivery of your SDG goals, and to get behind the campaign but engage with the Otago Foundation further to explore how this model could align with Otago's needs. And we're available for the next range of conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. We have several questions. Councillor Gary.
I'll ask and answer around Neville Pete's initiative.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Mayor. Thank you, Chanel. Just a wee bit, obviously the Otago Foundation as the charitable trust is leading the nomination process. Can you just unpick just very briefly who sits behind that foundation?
So we've got a ragtag group of people, as a lot of community groups often are. So there is myself, there are 2 accountants from Deloitte, and then we have currently some advisory people sitting below us, which are a mix of sort of professional people. If this is, so we have Harbour Fish, that's our family business, and I have commercial fishing representative roles. This is a separate personal hat, as many of you have different hats also. So commercial fishing is a part of this. As you will notice, I said our marine reserves will be our core areas. We support marine protection, we support environmental protection. A lot of what happens on land affects what happens in our oceans. So with that hat on, a biosphere reserve is a fabulous delivery mechanism for more strategic, high-level, global logistical support from UNESCO.
Thank you. Councillor Barker. Can you count? Councillor Barker.
Sorry. I have 2 questions, but I'm just, it's challenging to just ask one. But I will ask about the engagement that what engagement have you had with the local rūnaka?
So we've sat down with Mōraki and Puketaraki, their leaders. Obviously we haven't filtered through everybody. I'm yet to pin down Edward because he is one of the busiest men on the planet. So all of this work that's been done to date in any early consultation is just that. It's living documents, it's open conversations, because obviously a biosphere is ground up, so it's not just council, it is the people, and the Te Ao Māori worldview is, as I see, the soil that holds the roots of a biosphere.
Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
You've said that you're looking with your community group to a companion way that is bypassing governance processes. We are a governance body. Are you suggesting that we be bypassed?
That was probably the wrong word. It was the wrong word. It's a companion piece that sits alongside. So all the rules and regulations and requirements continue, all the funding streams remain. Biosphere as a concept and a vision allows more agile decision making, such as with your SDGs, the report that you've received today is suggesting a regenerative lens. In other organisations that might be a step too far and uncomfortable for some communities in this economic climate. The SDGs are a lot to deliver. They're the right thing to deliver, but it's a lot. If you then take it with a regenerative lens, that adds another layer of explanation to your communities. And I see if you actually have a biosphere, if you're behind a campaign that gets our whole area nominated as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, that actually means that you can package your regenerative SDGs, if that's what you choose to go with, in a way that can be easily communicable to your communities. I do have more documentation which sets out how biospheres work with councils, for councils.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'll have to get clever with my questioning. Just a very simple question. I asked many. What actually do you want from us after this presentation today? What's the next step?
So our marketing materials and website, etc., will be ready for proper campaign launch in the new year. It would be really valuable to sit down with either you individually or time willing as a group to present the more thorough concept, or to work with your policy people who are doing the SDGs. Today is about the notional support of proceeding with a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve designation campaign. Yeah, thank you for your time today.
Okay, and thank you for your time. Next we have Mr. Andrew Henderson.
Good morning, Mayor, and good morning, councillors. I'm Andrew Henderson, and I'm the Executive Officer of Dunedin Budget Advisory Service. Most people refer to us as DBAS. I wanted to get in front of you today because I was made aware that early in the new year is when you set your draft budgets for the new year. So hence my reason for speaking today. I hope you've had a chance to read the report that I sent through earlier. DBAS does not have the literal tens of thousands of dollars required to commission impact reports. So I hope the report that I sent gives you a sense of the important work that my organisation does. As we're all aware, the Council is navigating a complex financial landscape, and it's important to note that these challenges are also paralleled by the social services serving the community in Dunedin. These services are the lifeline for many of our most vulnerable residents. Central government is not serving our city well. The hospital. Central government has cut funding to organisations in our city that support our youth, our young families, people with addictions, our mentally unwell, and those who are struggling financially. Central government bases its funding models on population, and this is treating Dunedin terribly. Today I'm here to advocate for increased budget allocation for social services in Dunedin as you prepare the upcoming draft budgets in the 9-year plan. Central government funding cuts have left a substantial gap in support for youth, families, individuals struggling with addictions, and those facing financial hardship. I'm happy to give my time to Council to help with this work. The demand for these services has surged, especially in the wake of the pandemic and the ongoing cost of living crisis. Investing in social services isn't just a moral imperative, it's a strategic decision. We know that such investments lead to improved public health outcomes, reduced crime, and ultimately a more prosperous community. Importantly, the increased budget allocation would align directly with Council's strategic framework, particularly the social wellbeing strategy. By supporting our most vulnerable, we're building a stronger, more resilient Dunedin for everybody. Let's keep Dunedin one of the world's great small cities. I urge you to consider this request as you prepare your draft budgets and for the new 9-year plan. Thank you for your time and consideration. You're all welcome to come and visit me at the budget service. I hope that you have a restful Christmas break, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Andrew. You started out your presentation with the government withdrawal from many social services. And of course, you'd be aware of the fact the government's withdrawn from many parts of government in general, including supporting the City Council in its activities as it is right now. And the reason I'm asking that question is because would you agree that we were in a position where we have to, it's a difficult balancing position because rates are a very blunt tool of taxation compared to other taxation systems, and we've got households that are already under extreme duress that are facing big rates rises because of our capital works programs and other such things. How do you see us balancing being able to get the income we need to support your activities from a decent number of households now that are already under significant economic strain, largely because of the outcome of central government policies potentially?
Good question. I'm probably not the best person to answer those types of questions, but I'm not really asking for new money. I'm asking for, I guess, budgets to be reconsidered. I'm aware that things are tight for everybody, including council, and I'm not asking council to find more money.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. My question was also about fiscal balancing acts, but I'll ask another one. In the papers you sent us, and thanks for those, I think you mentioned that you'd taken circa £250,000 funding hit. Can you just tell me what % of your operational budget that cut is?
So previous to the cut, our operation budget was about $320,000, and we had $230,000 cut by government. That left several staff moving on, and we had to downsize our office footprint. So currently we're operating on about $160,000 a year, but that's at a very reduced capacity, which isn't really meeting the needs of our community.
Forgotten I don't have a chance for a follow-up question.
Very good. Councillor Hillan.
Thank you. Didn't the government in their election promise say that they were going to give more money to community groups to support the hospital staff and the medical profession that were already overloaded? Wasn't that one of their election campaigns?
I can't recall that, sorry. It would have been nice though.
Right. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. And the follow-up question would be related to my previous question. What capacity do you have as an organisation to lobby the powers that be in central government? Because I presume you're not alone in doing that. So is that happening? And
we've been working hard. So basically, we found out earlier this year what the situation was going to be come June this year, when everything was cut. We have been lobbying hard, and basically it is falling on deaf ears.
Councillor Mayhew.
Morena, Mr. Henderson. Thanks for coming along. I was just going over the statistics that you provided, and I was surprised to see that predominantly it's New Zealand, European Pākehā people that you're supporting. Those who are renting and female without any dependents is the higher statistic. Is that because it's senior people that receive a lot of budgeting advice from you?
No, I wouldn't say that. The reasons for those statistics are hard to explain. Predominantly, you're right about women. That the reasons we think for that are that women are predominantly looking after families and are perhaps more interested in trying to improve their situation rather than men. Can you remind me of the other statistic?
Well, I guess I was wondering why the Māori statistic was so low versus European. Is it because your reach doesn't extend to
That is a great question, and it is something that we've tried to turn around. Basically, what our statistics reflect are the rough population of Dunedin. So we do have a good reach that way, but we are aware that Maori and Pacifica are often more likely to be in need of services like ours. And yes, we do struggle to meet those needs. We have tried to work more closely with Maori and Pacifica groups within the city, and what we find is it is quite hard to get into those groups.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And now we have Mr. John Burnip.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm here on behalf of the residents of Kuri Bush, which is a small township between Brighton and Tynemouth. My wife and I have lived down there now for 52 years, and we have noticed that, well, we know that the traffic on that road has increased 110% or more. The road at the moment is 100 kilometres an hour. Every residence within that that piece of road. Every residence in that piece of road has blind exits and entrances. Some you have to look both ways. Well, you must anyway, but there's always an area where there is a blind spot. Now, with the speed of the traffic going up and down that road, it's become very, very dangerous. There are also a lot of camper vans that are coming up and down the road, and particularly now with the holiday season coming on. Just this morning I counted 5 self-contained camper vans parked in 2 or 3 parking areas along the coast. I was asked to put a submission in to the Dunedin City Council via the local community board, which was done. The residents of Kuri Bush all got together and we wrote this submission together. It is signed by all the residents of Kuri Bush, but since then residents further along the roads have all asked to sign the petition or the submission. Because everyone knows that this road is dangerous. We have seen the council map of the speed reductions that's going to happen, and the Brighton-Tynemouth Road has been designated 80 kilometres an hour. Now, we all see that would be a great advantage to all of us and to the safety of the people that are travelling on that road. So I'm really here today to ask the council if they could move on this. We know there are stakeholders that use it. There are farmers who are up and down the road with their heavy machinery. The logging trucks are using the road. Now they are a stakeholder. They're all professional drivers. They drive to the limit of the speed, which I believe is 90 kilometres an hour. I don't think that dropping it to 80 kilometres an hour would affect them at all, other than 6 or 7 minutes extra travel time. So I'm really here to ask the council if we can get on with this and get this speed reduction put in place, because it has been designated as an 80 kilometre an hour road. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have questions. Firstly, Councillor O'Malley.
I want to thank you very much, actually, for your presentation. Are you aware of the fact that it would be 80 kilometres now if it was not for the Minister of Transport? I mean, actually, to be honest, do you know that it is our intention to reduce that to 80 kilometres an hour, but we are not allowed to at the moment? No, it's absolutely an instruction. We're not allowed to. From the Minister of Transport.
So you
be more than happy to. Be more than happy to give you the. Would you like? I guess what would you like to actually see the actual reason that we can't do it, because it's beyond our control. We're not allowed to do it. So I'll be happy to give it to you.
Is it not a fact that that this Kuri Bush Road is under the auspices of the Dunedin City Council? So surely you can do that.
It's 100% the fact, but the speed limit rules are under the auspices of the Ministry of Transport, and when you submit a rule change in, they have to agree to it, and this Minister will not allow any speed limits to go down.
I think that if you contact this Minister, he will agree to that. You know,
do you want to us apply to the Minister for that speed limit reduction?
Yes, I certainly do, and honestly, the sooner the better. There hasn't been a death on the road now for probably about 3 years, but it's going to happen because, as I said, every single entrance and entry for the residents of Kuri Bush, they're all blind, and you know, come on, it's an easy solution, surely.
I completely agree. Do you realise we were going to do it, and now we're not allowed to do it? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think Mr. Burnham has heard the answer, and we know what his response is, that he'd like us to do it. We have several other questions. Councillor Gary.
We're not able to debate with you, but I share your frustration. I wonder if you've considered, in the meantime, logging any near misses. I have some experience with this kind of thing, and often the statistics for the accidents are one thing, but the near misses are quite another, and often not noted. So if residents are able to log that and keep a log of that, have you considered doing that?
No, I haven't considered doing that, but it's something worth doing. I personally have had some near misses. Last year I was actually hit by a car. So, you know, you have to be exceedingly careful all the time.
I would suggest you keep a note of them.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to us today, and as other councillors have pointed out, our hands are tied, but I wondered if I could suggest to you Waihola Township has made its own signage around attempting to slow down the traffic. While I wouldn't condone any illegal activity, maybe some private properties would have a scope to create some signs to insist that people slow down.
I would take that on board, and that could happen before Christmas.
Yep. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā kōrua. Thank you both so much for your advocacy and fighting for your neighbourhood. You said you wrote to the Minister. Did the Minister reply, and what did he say?
Yes, the Minister replied, and he said that he had replied and written to the DCC. Oh, in support of what I was doing.
When was that? Was that during this term of government?
Yes, it was.
Really?
In the probably.
Okay. We'll have a look into that. But thank you.
Yeah.
That's great. Are there any further questions? Councillor Gilbert, yes?
Would you be able to furnish us with the email reply you got from the Minister, please? Because it seems possibly contradictory.
Yes, I could. No trouble at all, Councillor Gilbert.
Great. Very good. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you,
That's
Councillors.
great. Thank you. And next we have Mr Paul Coffey. And Ms Rachel Elder. And I'll just ask that you align the microphone and reasonably closely and bring it close to you. Now, do you have a microphone as well? Oh, yes, there we go. So, Paul, you're going to speak?
Yeah, thank you very much for
yes.
hearing us today. We're basically here...
Sorry, just turn it on. The speaker needs to turn their microphone on, yes.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much for hearing us today. We're basically here to give you an update on what has happened since we signed an MOU with you some 6 months or so ago. So we are a trust of 7 committed and skilled people. We've been around since 2020. We've basically presented to everything that is live, optional, is moving or not moving in both councils. We've also pestered staff on a regular basis from both councils as well, and some politicians. We've got 5 trails on in our strategic plan, of which 2 we've started, and we're going to start to talk about them now.
So you would have seen in the paper yesterday this exciting map, and indeed we're really well and truly on our way. The making of the trail has already started, and we're looking to go from Waitati over to Port Chalmers and meet up with the Harbour Cycleway. There's been considerable volunteer hours, worth about over 300,000, which is incredible, and so we're really excited about this project, and like I say, it's already started. They're digging the ground.
And last week we had a very big win with the Otago Regional Council, where they voted that when we have built the tracks on their stop banks, which they're allowing to happen, they will own and maintain. Perfect for us. That's really good for us. Again, we're past the planning stage in this. We're looking at developing the resource consents to go ahead with this, and are seeking a design to get across the clip-on to the State Highway Bridge across the Tairi.
So, for a number of years now, we've been submitting to the Otago Southland Regional Land Transport Plan about the wider strategic vision, because if we joined up all these trails, it would be the longest trail network in the Southern Hemisphere, and Otago has 7 great rides. We have a huge opportunity as Dunedin to be the hub of those great rides, and so this year they accepted it in the active transport part of the Otago Southland Regional Land Transport Plan. And the Otago Trails are now signing up to the bigger vision. We've got a number of signatures already on the line, and we're just waiting for meetings to have them all across the line for a whole Otago Trails vision, with the sign up of all the trails. So Queenstown and the Otago Central Rail Trail have signed up, we've signed up, so we're looking at a strategic vision that's comprehensive.
The why, those statistics are a little bit tiny to read, but they come from Active New Zealand survey done in 2022 showing that of the top 10 activities, our shared user trails, we have got 4 of the actual top 10 activities we would be assisting to help. And the tourism figures come from a Christine Angus report, again done in 2022, looking at the effects of the great rides and why people are coming to New Zealand to use them.
Interesting to note that one of the two top things for young people is they want to try tramping, and second of all, they want to try cycling and mountain biking. So our young people are wanting to do this in droves.
We're now happy to answer any questions.
Very good. We have questions. Firstly, Councillor Vandevers.
Good to hear that the ORC are allowing you to use their stop banks for something really quite useful. When they have said that they will allow you to run your trails over their stop banks, have the ORC specified a standard of construction and surfacing for these trails that they...
No, we're yet to negotiate that fully. So the standard we would work to, our minimum would be what the great rides require, because we want to be at that level. If they require something else, we would negotiate over that.
So, the other interesting thing is Hastings has one of the biggest networks of cycle trails on stop banks, over 100k, and so they are looking to them for advice.
So we'll come back to your second question after 2 more. So, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Paul and Rachel, and congrats on the coastal community work there. Just this is a semantic point and a question. Is there any reason why you referred, and particularly you, Rachel, to these as cycleways and not shared paths? Because you called it the Port Chalmers Cycleway. It's a shared path, and it's Te Ara Moana, and it's the ocean path. And I think it's important that to recognise that the shared paths are primarily used by non-bikers. And I say that from somebody who uses them every day. So a more inclusive approach would be welcome.
I think the term we're going to start using is shared user pathways. Yeah, SUPs. So that's...
Awesome.
Okay. Councillor Fiso.
Nā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā kōrua, and congratulations for all the mahi thus far, and kia kaha for the rest of the journey. I just noted that you said that it will, when it's all completed, it'll be the longest in the Southern Hemisphere. Currently, which one is the longest?
There's actually one in Australia that's really long on the west coast, but it actually has some road bits on it, so this would be the longest completely off-road. Yeah, they've got some road bits on it, which makes it really safe.
Very good. Councillor Vandevers.
So it's part of my question on the standard of construction. I'm very pleased to see stop banks being used because they are relatively safe, except in cases where you might require fencing. Is there a fencing standard included in the standard of construction for stop banks, especially where they may be steep and someone could run straight off into a river, for instance?
Our discussion so far, it appears that the Otago Regional Council don't want fencing on the stop banks, so that may put an additional cost to them for grazing. Areas that have been grazed they may need to mow. I don't think fencing is not compatible if the flood banks are topped. It can actually affect their stability. So at this stage we're not contemplating on fencing along the stop banks, but again, it's all negotiable. We will do what we require.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Hello. Great news. Sounds really good. I'm just wondering, so if you get the go-ahead for all of this, would the area, just tell me what the area would expand? So it will be from Oamaru right through to central Otago, including Dunedin, would it? Or would it be wider than that?
So currently what's happening now is that, and I've done it myself, I've ridden from Cromwell to Waihola. At Waihola we ran into, I think it was half a dozen people. They were getting on a vehicle going back to Queenstown. we're missing out. So we want to link that through from Waihola out right into Moskill. So completing the tunnels trail is very important as well. What the tourist operators are telling us is also as they get to Hyde now, people on their electric bikes, they pick them up at Hyde and they take them back to Alex or back to Queenstown. So Middlemarch is missing out. We need to do that link from Middlemarch through to somewhere in, in the Dunedin. It could be Outram, it could be some other way, we don't know. And so then you've got people coming into Oamaru. Why aren't they coming down the coast to join in? So that's that complete circuit is what we want to fill up. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yeah. And that coastal route is actually quite beautiful.
Yes, very good. Well, that's all we have time for, so thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. And next we have Suzanne Menzies-Culling.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou, te me mo te kaunihera o Te Puti. My name is Suzanne Menzies-Culling. I run a training organisation called Tauiwi Solutions, which supports Pākehā and other Tauiwi to understand Te Tiriti o Waitangi and to learn about our forgotten New Zealand histories. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this forum today in support of the DCC's submission opposing the principles of the Treaty Bill. This divisive and controversial bill seeks to enshrine into law a new set of principles which have no relationship to either Te Tiriti o Waitangi or the Treaty of Waitangi. And the treaty was signed by 95% of those who did sign, and also Hobson signed this text. The Treaty of Waitangi is considered an international convention and is about relationships as well as about being a contract. Now, we all know that any contract must be signed by both parties and any amendment must be agreed to by both parties. However, the aim of this bill is to override any possible relationship with Māori and to exclude hapu from this conversation. It seeks to strip the communal rights of hapu in favour of an ideology of individual rights. The Treaty of Waitangi is a very simple document. The first article of the treaty gave Victoria the right to appoint a governor to come here to govern her people, both to protect and restrain them. This first article gave our ancestors the right to come here and live amongst Māori. This is the essence of the first article. The second article guarantees the ancestral rights of hapu. This guarantee reassured Māori that their world would not be adversely impacted by British people and other newcomers. This is actually the real Hobson's pledge. The third article guaranteed to hapu that they would not end up as slaves, but would be treated the same as the British. The fourth article, agreed to by Hobson, was that there would be a freedom of religion as well as for Māori spirituality. Many of those who signed had travelled overseas in the 80 years between Cook's arrival and Hobson's, and had witnessed a huge inequality of 19th century Britain. They knew they had things to share and to teach the English, as well as things that they could learn from them. However, our people, for the most part the poor, the forsaken, the people who were surplus to Britain, came here believing they had nothing to learn. These settler peoples assumed Britain had sovereignty. They were a different breed from those who had sent Hobson over to treat with the New Zealanders. Since 1840, Māori have experienced wars, diseases and other discrimination, but worst of all and most dangerous for them has been the New Zealand Parliament, which has passed hundreds of laws, taking Māori land, outlawing their laws and practices and restricting their education, employment, as well as stripping away their ancestral rights, making them paupers in their own land. The existing principles of the treaty that have been defined by the court since the late 1980s are a compromise which tries to reconcile Te Treaty and the treaty, two contradictory and unreconcilable documents. However, this was the first time in law that there was a statement that there was an obligation of the Crown to treat its partner in good faith. This new bill seeks to consolidate a settler supremacist interpretation of Te Treaty and our constitutional arrangements, so that instead of this interpretation being de facto, it will become de jure. This bill pretends to be about equality because we are being told that Pākehā and others are not mentioned in the treaty or Te Treaty. And why should they be? Hapu members were estimated to be about 100,000, and British and other people resident in the islands, only about 500 at the time that Hobson arrived here in 1840. The 2002 Local Government Act gave some suggestions as to how local government could build a relationship with Māori in their area. This bill is not interested in relationship building, which is honourable and open. This bill is not what it seems. It is not about equality. It will merely cement in the inequality and racism that is the hallmark of all colonial societies. It will completely reinterpret the hopes contained in the treaty. It is a Trojan horse for the furthering of Roger Douglas's unfinished agenda to ensure that our public assets, our common wealth, can be transferred to the rich from the poor. Follow the money. When you do that, you see who the funders and the money men are behind this bill and the people promoting it. They know, as I do, the only protection we citizens have against corporate takeover and billionaire extraction and exploitation is the Treaty of Waitangi. So Indigenous rights protect us all. While they see Te Treaty as a barrier, I see it as our protection. Since 1984, we have seen what this agenda leads to. Child poverty, huge unemployment, broken infrastructure, rotting hospitals and our homelessness, which we've never seen in my lifetime. This bill is a mechanism that its promoters need so that hapu and iwi can no longer invoke their treaty rights to frustrate these ambitions. But these treaty rights are our protection from a dystopian future in Aotearoa. So protection afforded to us by the Treaty of Waitangi means it is essential that our City Council opposes this bill. The bill promotes promoters' use of equality, which ignores inequity, is despicable when we know our history. Opposing this bill by the DCC is a sign of ethical leadership and of hope for a more equal and just relationship between the parties to Te Treaty of Waitangi. Not only is it the right thing to do, it contributes to restoring our honour as a people.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Vandevers.
Thank you for that. You've said this morning that the Treaty of Waitangi is considered an international convention. Who considers it as an international convention? And when you say follow the money, which money are you referring to?
The first question, it's an international convention because it was signed by the British Crown and by the hapu, who were considered sovereign after the signing of He Waka Pūtanga o Te Rangatiratanga o New Tirini in 1835. So because of the international relationship between the British and hapu of Aotearoa, it is an international convention. The second question about the money is you have to look at who are the people behind the promoters of this bill and what is their agenda. And the agenda that I see is that it's a neoliberal one. It's about making sure that any assets that could not be, I suppose, taken or sold during the 80s when Labour was in full force selling most of our Crown assets. Now remember, our Crown assets were actually put aside by our ancestors after the Depression to make sure that us, their mokopuna, never had the hopelessness that they had suffered during the Great Depression. So those state assets were sold, the railways, the forestries, the post office, all these things. Now, there were certain things that couldn't be sold because Māori had claims in front of the tribunal, and they also had their treaty rights to say that these things were protected in the treaty. So you just have to look at who the funders are. I don't know them individually, but I know that the ACT Party who's promoting this bill has very important millionaires. I think one of them is Gary Hart, or whatever his name is, Graham Hart. So that's what people have been exploring, who's behind these things, and that's what I understand, that they are the kind of people who will benefit from the sale of the remaining assets, including land, including water, everything that can be sold will be taken.
Thank you. Actually, I see no further questions. So thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
Thank you. Next we have Ms. Jen Olsen.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Excuse me. Ko Jen Olsen, tōku ingoa. I'm here as well to support the DCC's draft submission on the Treaty Principles Bill. I might just put my glasses on. So, yeah, thanks for the opportunity, and thank you to the council staff who have put together what I think is a great summary of the reasons why council should oppose this bill. I fully support the draft submission, and I urge council to accept it in full. I applaud the work done by council over many years to embed Te Tiriti into decision making. Dunedin City Council have developed a very constructive relationship with Kaitahu, and I believe council are right to submit in opposition to this bill. I fully agree with everything that the previous speaker has said, and I share the concern that this bill would impact negatively on Māori, and further than that, I believe this bill would impact negatively on the whole of society in Aotearoa, and in fact is already doing so. The DCC submission makes great points about the internal contradictions of this bill, its neglect of established treaty principles, the unfair nature of a referendum, and the failure to consult with Māori. I note that Principle 3 of the bill goes against the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Now, I'm originally from the UK, as you can probably tell, and I'm a citizen of New Zealand thanks to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I'm from Bristol, which is the constituency of the late great socialist Labour MP Tony Benn, who you may or may not have heard of, and also the subversive graffiti artist Banksy, who you probably have. And I'm really happy to live in the city of Dunedin. We have a proud history of support for progressive social and labour movements. We care about the rights of all members of our community, and many of us have turned out to support Toitu Te Tiriti, the movement, Freedom for Palestine, School Strike for Climate, Save Our Hospital, and many other campaigns. And we don't stand by and let others lose their rights. Te Tiriti is rightly regarded as the founding document of Aotearoa, and it is a living document with a long and varied history. It remains totally relevant as the way to protect Māori rights and to continue to redress the wrongs of the past. I'm very disappointed that this government have tried to reverse some of the progress we've made in honouring Te Tiriti and has allowed such a divisive and unhelpful piece of legislation as the Treaty Principles Bill to even get as far as the Select Committee process. I think we should stand against the Treaty Principles Bill on principle, because we have principles. Is it fair to Māori to rewrite Te Tiriti without consulting them as co-signatories? Is it fair to publicly misinterpret a document that protects people's fundamental rights? Is it fair to talk about equality as if it is a reality when we know that Māori experience structural disadvantage in our society, a social system that is becoming more and more heavily weighted towards those who are wealthy? Is it fair to talk about a referendum when we know that Māori are a minority whose rights need protection? Is it fair to question 40 years of legal precedent and attempts to undermine the process that has been working to address historical breaches of Te Tiriti? And finally, is it fair on every citizen of Aotearoa to remove the protection that iwi consultation has provided to our environment and our vital natural resources so that they can be plundered for private profit? I say no to all these questions, and I'm not alone. The Waitangi Tribunal, 42 King's Council lawyers, historians, academics and political figures from both sides of the House are opposed to this bill for these reasons and many others. The ACT Party have put forward this vexatious bill in an attempt to further their agenda of privatisation and accumulation of wealth by a minority, and I hope that the people of Aotearoa are better than to agree with it. I'm sure they will be. I applaud the DCC for taking a principled stand to protect our treaty relationship, preserve the work that has been done so far, and look to a future where we continue to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Thank you very much.
Well timed. Very good. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
I do have a question, and thank you very much for your submission. And by the way, I used to own a Tony Benn T-shirt back in the day. You talked a couple of times about the potential unfair nature of a referendum, and you alluded to it towards your closing part of your speech there. Can you just expand on that and just make it clear how potentially unfair having a majority decide for a minority is? You need to pressure a button again.
Sorry. Yeah, well, exactly that. I mean, the fear, of course, is that this vexatious bill will stimulate a lot of misinformation. And when we have a situation of a majority of people, obviously a majority of New Zealanders are Pākehā, a minority are Māori. And what we're trying to do, and what the treaty is it would work to do, is to address that imbalance of power, that long-standing imbalance of power where Pākehā have come in and actually taken rights and land from Māori. So, yeah, the tyranny of democracy is the tyranny of the majority over a minority who can just be assumed. I mean, just because there is a majority doesn't mean to say that the majority is right. And there's been many times when minorities have lost their rights due to that very process. So, I mean, the whole thing about putting a referendum to the public, when, I'm really sorry to say it, but there's a large number of people who are quite ill-informed about Te Tiriti and its meaning. This is not a democratic process. This is actually a structural legal process that needs to be taken by people who are well informed and who understand the implications, not by members of the public who may well be misinformed.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, thanks Jen. I think the UK has gone through quite an arc between Tony Benn and Keir Starmer now, right? And speaking of social and political change, many people are saying this reminds them of the iwi Kiwi days of the past. Would you comment on that? And also, do you think that you brought up that the sentiment, it stirs up this negative sentiment that can be sitting in the community. Do you think it's as strong as it was in the past, or is it starting to wane?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the people I know, of course, are not a representative sample, probably. But I think that there's been quite a few years where we've worked really well to incorporate more of the Māori world into our view of New Zealand, and to educate people on Te Tiriti. But I still worry that there are quite a few people who not only are ill-informed, but whose interests, who are looking to their own self-interests rather than the interests of Māori or even the majority of New Zealanders. And so we get into more political sort of discussion that's probably, it's probably not quite the place for it. But, I think that my view is that this government are actually looking after a minority of people, a minority of wealthy people. And that's where these interests lie, and that they do stir up misinformation. It's already happening. And that is a dangerous thing, and it's an unfortunate thing when previous governments have worked so hard to improve relationships in this country.
We have a very brief question from Councillor Vandevers.
Would you expect a referendum on the Treaty Principles Bill to reject or to be supportive, given that you think large numbers of people are misinformed and that democracy is a tyranny?
Sorry. if it did come to a referendum, and which actually seems unlikely when the coalition partners have agreed that they would not support this bill past the second reading, I would certainly hope that people would be well informed enough to reject this bill. But I think that in the meantime, it would stir up a lot of divisive argument that is really unhelpful in terms of looking to the future. It's a very backward-looking thing, and yeah, I think the ACT Party should be ashamed of themselves to have actually started this discussion at this point in time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That's all we have time for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. And next, we have Ms. Bridie Loney.
Kia ora, Mayor and councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in support of your petition, of your submission opposing the Treaty Principles Bill. And I am one. I also they were two incredibly useful and helpful contributions to that debate. I have some things to add to it, and I think a lot of what I'm about to say will reinforce what has already been said. The vision of this country is structured on a partnership between its Indigenous people and its colonisers, in which reference to te tiriti enables greater understanding between the two, evident in the growing cultural expression of the relationship, which we see evident when we have our kaitahu artists represented internationally, for example, and also understandings of Indigenous science recognised internationally through the relationships, research relationships established in our universities. 50 years after the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal, we had become a maturing nation engaging with the legacies of colonisation, demonstrated by statistics of inequality, insecurity and social deprivation that have been generations in the making. Developing understandings of the impacts of the land theft and legalised appropriation of the resources of mana whenua had led to different settlements and recognitions of customary rights. Many of us have found in the values of mana whenua, for example those of manakitaka and the notion of caring for papatuanuku, the land, principles that we can learn from and need to adopt as we move into climate change and its societal and environmental instabilities. However, in direct opposition to this closer understanding between Māori and Pākehā, this bill, cynically designed without consultation with the existing legal bodies that it pertains to, thereby breaches the framework around te tiriti, and in so doing demonstrates its rejection of the rebuilding and healing that has been achieved since the Waitangi Tribunal was established by the Treaty of Waitangi Act in 1975. The bill's focus on equality before the law is misleading. A foundational premise of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples states that the recognition of the rights of Indigenous peoples in this declaration will enhance harmonious and cooperative relations between the state and Indigenous peoples. And, in another premise, treaties, agreements and other constructive agreements and the relationships they represent are a basis for a strengthened partnership between Indigenous peoples and states. Te tiriti is central in addressing the legacies of colonisation. It and its more specific predecessor, Te Whakaputanga, the 1835 Declaration of Independence, have enabled a political, spiritual and societal growth in the nation by ensuring that the inequities generated by the ongoing impacts of colonisation are both recognised and dealt with in an ongoing fashion. Ongoing because these legacies remain and transform over time, and work must be done again and again by the very people who are deprived of their rights in the first place. The role of the law in such cases is stated in Articles 11 and 18 of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. States shall provide redress through effective mechanisms, which may include restitution, developed in conjunction with Indigenous peoples, with respect to their cultural, intellectual, religious and spiritual property, taken without their free, prior and informed consent, or in violation of their laws, traditions and customs. And Article 18, Indigenous peoples have the right to participate in decision-making in matters which would affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, as well as to maintain and develop their own Indigenous decision-making institutions. This bill is designed to obliterate the legal and cultural identity of tangata whenua, with the pretense that the law is colour-blind. Where difference in colour exists, so does racism, and laws must work to counter this. But while the historical legacy of colonisation is usually racist, Te Tiriti is a treaty based on the recognition of the rights of Indigenous people, and these must continue to be upheld by the ongoing use of the historical treaty that established this country's identity and allows the legal system to compensate for the wrongs of colonisation.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you for that. You've said that the treaty principle bill, equality before the law, is misleading. Is this because of legacy issues or because of some current legal situation? I mean, what is misleading about equality before the law? Sorry, if you could do your microphone.
You have to restart the microphone.
Equality and equity are different, and the law is a fairly blunt instrument and has to be used with recourse to other principles in order to ensure that inequities can be redressed. So the law, the idea behind this principle, behind this bill, or the rhetoric behind this bill, is that there is no difference amongst people, and therefore we do not have to work within the law to redress inequities which are, for example, in health or education or any other kind of system, where different things must be applied to different groups of people. Difference remains, and the law, or this particular bill, pretends that that difference does not exist and does not have to be mitigated by redress to such institutions as Te Tiriti.
Thank you. Councillor Melly, I'll come back.
Thanks, Bridie, for your presentation. I'm actually going to touch on a little bit this way. There's been a substantial amount of case law generated in the last 40 years around Te Tiriti, and this bill looks like it's effectively going to wipe it all out. Would you agree on that statement?
That's a lovely statement. Thank you very much. I totally agree. That is what this bill is.
Oh, you got it.
Sorry. Yes, this bill is designed as if historical law will no longer have any purchase.
Okay. Councillor Vandervis.
Do you recognise that our legal system is one built on precedent, and that the law actually invariably includes previous laws, and that equality before the law is a fundamental of a democratic society?
I think the fact that the laws are based on precedent is the problem for this bill. This bill seeks to get rid of those precedents. One in particular, the historical legacy of laws that have been used Te Tiriti. It wishes no longer, it wishes to put a line between what has already been achieved and what might in future be achieved. Therefore, I think what it seeks to put a line through the historical trajectory that is changing and transforming as our understanding of Te Tiriti transforms, as the legacy of colonisation continues to have impacts that we do not yet know. So,
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koe, Dr Bridie. Can you just, thank you so much for your contribution to this debate. Can you just elaborate on your, if you don't mind, on your personal and familial connections to Aotearoa and to Ōtepoti and to the treaty?
I'm the granddaughter of the Mayor of Whanganui in the 1960s, and one of my Irish whānau are their potato famine emigres, and I am intent to embark on that really anxious search to discover exactly how my whānau impacted in particularly in their landing when they landed in Taranaki. So you can imagine that's a little scary. My father was born in Cambridge in England, and his family are Methodist missionaries and doctors and lawyers and architects, all the people who make the comfortable more comfortable in a very middle-class way. My mother, on the other hand, while my grandfather was mayor, he worked as a saw doctor during the Depression and made a boat illegally out of offcuts in using the Whanganui Freezing Works tools and fished at Kaiiwi for food in customary. Okay, so there's a little bit of my background.
Thank you. And thank you, that's all we have time for.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms Loney. And now we have Pera Crow.
Is this already on?
It's on, yeah, if the light's there, it's on. And if someone else speaks, you'll need to restart your microphone too.
Okay. Before we start, can I just request that the timer be enlarged, if that's possible?
I don't believe it's possible, but probably this one's easier to see.
Well, I'll just start. Okay.
I'll let you know.
Kia ora.
I've got one in front of me.
Ngai a Ngāti Porou. Oh, kia ora. Nei tēnei uri no te whānau a roa tau pare e tuku mihi atu ana ki a koutou tēnā rā koutou. O tērā, ko Pera Crow tōko ingoa. I present before members of the council not only representing my fourth great-grandfather Pare tēne te Mokopou Rongo, who signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi, but also as an individual, as with everyone else of my generation, who will be left with the decisions made by the people who may not be present in our future. Speaking of my future, I would say it's not very bright. Lower average income, lower chance of housing, lower life expectancy, higher chance of incarceration, higher risk of poverty, higher health risks, and this is not even scratching the surface of the systematic discrimination we face. Yet I am told that we Māori are the privileged ones. When you've been conditioned to see your privileges as your basic rights, the fight towards equality for minorities feel like oppression. The idea of distributing power and resources is seen as an infringement on the rights of the oppressor and not as a necessary path to equality. When my fourth great-grandfather signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi, he and the around 540 other chiefs across the motu did not sign away their people's rights. Instead, they signed an agreement solidifying te rangatiratanga and allowing a partnership that gave tangata tiriti the right to settle in Aotearoa. It's the reason you are allowed in this country, and it is the reason for my existence as a white Māori. However, Te Mokopou Rongo has been disrespected from day one of signing Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Land stolen, family stolen, language stolen, sovereignty stolen. Te Tiriti o Waitangi has arguably never been properly upheld, yet we now have to waste time discussing keeping it rather than embracing Te Tiriti and actually following it. The bill doesn't promote equality nor multiculturalism. It promotes European dominance through the erasure of Māori sovereignty in legislations. It's modern-day colonialism, neo-colonialism, written with progressive language as a facade to its maculous anti-Māori intent. Its blatant attempt to rewrite history and is an insult to hundreds of rangatira who used power of their positions to protect the whenua and their people. It should be noted that there are 3 versions of Te Tiriti: the Māori version, the English version, and the Māori version translated into the English version. Only 4.28% of New Zealanders speak Te Reo Māori efficiently, which means only 4.28% of New Zealanders have the ability to understand Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I will be accepting questions. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Are there any questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your fulsome presentation. Thank you. And next and lastly, we have Umi Asaka. Yes, if you just pull the microphone nice and close, that would be good.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Ko wai o, he uri aho no hapani, ko yu horaua hiretake oku matua, ko Umi Asaka toku ikoa, he tangata Te Tiriti aho. And beside me is my friend Akari, and we are both from Japan, and we consider Te Tiriti o Waitangi as our founding immigration document. It is the Te Tiriti who gives us the right to be here on this whenua. And once late Dr. Moana Jackson said, the treaty to me has never been about treaty rights. It always has been about the righteousness that comes from people accepting their obligation to each other. And I see my obligation as Tangata Te Tiriti on this whenua is to uphold the principle of Te Tiriti of Waitangi as intended from the beginning. And I had the privilege to visit Te Nohaka Tuki Ogo, which is a St. Clair wetland, which has been returned to the people of Kaitahu through the Treaty of Claims. And the land is beautiful, and I've never felt as much of a belonging to the land as when I did work on the whenua this year. And the treaty gives us the place and obligation and knowledge of what we need to be doing in this land. And as an immigrant, having that is a huge privilege to understand where I stand on this whenua. And also, I really would like to endorse the submission that DCC is writing to oppose the treaty principle bill, and thanks the mayor and the councillor members who wrote the submission. And especially the point 22 on the submission talks about the principle 3 within the proposed treaty bill that talks about equality. And many of people who went before me has already talked about how the notion of equality doesn't actually create equality for everyone. And I was thinking the most simple way I could talk about why equality for everyone doesn't actually talk about equality is when people say, please everyone stand up. I cannot stand up. So everyone doesn't always include everyone. And the treaty gives expression to the difference we all have, and recognizing the difference we have actually creates the equality. And I am a disability researcher, and I know from research that Tangata Māori me whānau hawa, the Māori disabled people are one of the most disadvantaged people in this world or in this country. And unless we protect and promote the rights of Tangata Māori and Whanau Hawa, we cannot actually honor what the treaty is achieving and what this bill is proposing to do, which is about equality of everyone. So this bill doesn't achieve what the bill is trying to do, but sticking to what the treaty is already standing for will achieve that equality. So thank you so much for your time, and I would like to hand over to Akari for a little bit.
Kia ora, I'm Akari Agishita. I moved here last December, so I live here just less than 1 year in Otepoti. But last February 6, I joined a protest here, and I was so surprised to see so many people, from baby to queer, elderly people. And I can't imagine to see such a big number of people to join that in Japan. And it shows me we can build better society if people try to, and people can bring back the culture, language, song. Even it was stolen, and it was pretty powerful. And I hope this will continue in this country, Aotearoa. And my sister asked to come next February, and I recommend her to come Waitangi Day so she can join next year. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. We have a question, Councillor Walker.
Umi, thank you as ever, and as a fellow immigrant, thanks for articulating so well many of the thoughts that reside within me, and I will use the words founding immigration document forevermore. That is not a question, but I wanted to thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
It's good to see you again, Umi. Good to see you both here today. Thank you for coming. Minister Seymour will say that this bill is for you and others like you as a non-Māori. Do you believe this bill is for you?
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation and answering the question. So that is our last speaker for public forum. Therefore, I move that we break for 12 minutes till 11:05. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. Right, welcome back, councillors. Shall resume. Okay, councillors, moving on. We'll move to item 3 on our agenda, apologies. There are no apologies, and we're almost all here. Yep.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor
I have an apology for a brief departure tomorrow at about 9:20, and then I'll return in about an hour. So, apologies for that absence.
Well, there's no. Typically, we don't take apologies at the start of the various stages through the meeting. So, registering it early is appreciated. Thank you. And Councillor Walker, did you have?
Yeah, similarly, if we don't get through in 2 days, I'll be an apology for Thursday.
Right, and Councillor Lucas, Deputy Mayor.
And I'll be an apology from 1:30 on Thursday.
On Thursday,
and I will be an apology, potential early departure tomorrow, and depending on how we go, I'll need to be out at about 11 o'clock on Thursday.
All right. Okay, all noted. And but wait, there's more. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I'll be early departure tomorrow afternoon, and also early departure on Thursday at 2:30. We've had another meeting.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Same as Councillor Lefiso, early tomorrow and 2:30 Thursday.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Will we have a quorum?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. Okay, look, enough already. And
just say random apologies.
yeah, look, there's a pile of apologies. Anyway, I move to accept those apologies. All seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Carried. Confirmation of agenda. I move that Council confirms the agenda with the following alterations. Item 11 be taken first on Wednesday. First thing on Wednesday, that's namely tomorrow. That item 21 be taken before item 15, and item 21 and 22 be taken before 15. That item 23, 24, and be taken, 23 and 24 be taken before 16. And that item 25 be taken before item 20, and that the meeting will move into non-public at 1 p.m. on Wednesday 11 to enable DCHL members to attend the meeting to speak to C4, which is the DCHL update report. I have a seconder for that. That's Councillor Waddy, or a comment.
Yes, can we have that email to us, please?
Yes. This is the first time I've seen it as well, so I'm sure that will be circulated in a minute. Are you happy to go with that? Yes. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Number 5, declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside if they have a conflict. Are there any changes or updates? I see none, therefore I move that we note the elected members' interest register as attached and confirm the proposed management plan for elected members and ELT. Do we have a second for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any comment? All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 6, confirmation of minutes from the Council meeting 25 November. I have a mover for that, which is Deputy Mayor Lucas, because I was not here, and a seconder.
Just a small amendment on page 30, a correction in the dog hearing bylaw. C, adopts amended control bylaw. I think that's a typo, attachment A. It's just got the end of the word, not the whole word there.
The chimman without the at.
And I've got a and I've got a correction, please, on page 36, item number 18. Resolution we decided to, we take out decided whether it's to appoint Councillor Gilbert.
So, do we have a note of that? Yeah. Ms Adamson, so got those two amendments? Okay, so therefore, Deputy Member moves that council, well, so we know we've got a seconder and we've got the two amendments. Very good. So I'll put the motion that all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Reports. Actions from resolutions of council meetings. Are there any opening comments, Ms Graham?
No, I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Item 7, actions from resolutions of council meetings. Are there any questions? I see no questions. Therefore, I'll put the motion, I'll move that council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings as attached. Seconder for that is Deputy Mayor Lucas. And I have no comments to make. Does anyone? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, very briefly. I just want to put it on record that relatively disappointed by the letter from the Honourable Penny Simmons, which basically I read as saying thank you and we're going to do absolutely nothing, but that's just my feelings. Thank you.
Good. Are there any other comments? I see none. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So we have noted those. Item number 8, the Forward Work Programme for Council, October 24. As of October 24, are there any opening comments, Ms Graham?
No, I'm happy to take questions, Mr Mayor.
Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is just around where might we expect a 9-year planned forward work programme? The last one was in October.
Sorry, and staff simply had no ability to do one, so you'll actually get a 9-year plan. Agenda will be the next thing you see in your January papers.
Okay. Question, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, this is for Councillor O'Malley actually, and Councillor O'Malley, feel free to tell me to butt out if you feel it's necessary, but I was wondering, would it have been wise just to give a very brief update on the LAP process, but you don't have to.
I think at this point we're just seeking clarity about how to proceed actually. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, in which case I'll move that Council note the updated forward work programme as shown in attachment A, seconded by Councillor Houlihan. So, does anyone have any comments? I see none, therefore I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 9. Community outcomes for the 9-year plan. We have Ms Moran and Mrs Bodecker to the table. Thank you. And do you have opening comments or should we go straight to questions?
Happy to take questions.
Very good. Questions on community outcomes, page 57 in your agenda. Question, Councillor Vandevers.
If we look at attachment A on page 61, and we've had this before, but I'd like to bring it up now. It talks about a compact city with a vibrant CBD and thriving suburban, all the nice things. But my understanding of a compact city has changed, and to the point where I'm wondering whether or not zoning is really the tool that we use to achieve this compact city. Is it the case that the compact city that you're talking about is zoning as you'd see from a helicopter or a satellite, or is there a more political UN type association with the compact city concept?
Thank you, Councillor. I don't think I can answer that question. These were adopted by Council back in 2020, I believe. I don't know what the thinking was around compact cities at that time.
given that we're now accepting them as community outcomes, is there anyone that can give us a more nuanced idea of what a compact city actually means for us now?
All I would say, and I'm looking to maybe on Mr. Ward's unfortunately not here, but we have the future development strategy which articulates the shape of the city. At the same time, you've got the infrastructure strategy, you have the 2GP, all of which speak to what a compact city looks like, and that is we intensify urban development in areas rather than having ribbon development. I'm paraphrasing.
So your understanding is that it is fundamentally kind of like a geographical overview rather than concepts of, carbon footprints and all this sort of thing.
It's my understanding, but I stand to be corrected by anyone who was doing the RMA work, but that is my understanding.
Very good. Are there any further questions? I see none. So, therefore, I'll move that Council approves the community outcomes for the purpose of developing the 9-year plan and consulting with the community. Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas. So, whilst and speaking to this, I'll just say, well, these are some reasonable community outcomes and desirable community outcomes that we have here. They have been in use by us for a good length of time, and I think the key thing is that we do have some actual objectives for us to focus on as we consider the various elements of the city that we live in and work for. So. And the possibility exists to be able to change it, but these will do for now in terms of getting on with the current long-term plan, just as indeed they worked for the previous long-term plan. Has anyone got any other comments? Councillor Vandervis.
I agree that they're reasonable and desirable in general, but I'm a bit concerned that the compact city has changed in its focus for a long time, and I think probably it should change a bit more. The compact city, in terms of our planning rules, has really relied very much on zoning particular areas of land, as you'd see from a helicopter. And although a compact city may look very nice from space, what I think we should really be focusing on in terms of developing Dunedin is effects-based decisions on where and what you can develop. And I'm thinking particularly of a lot of properties that would really benefit from having, for instance, residential housing development in rural or semi-rural areas where currently it's not allowed because of very strict zoning, which has had the effect of increasing property values within the residential zone markedly and making housing much less affordable in Dunedin. I think that what we should be looking at is a more effects-based principle for developing our compact city, so that we can develop in areas where the effects on the ground, which is how most people experience them, is what's really fundamentally taken into account, rather than the overarching helicopter view, which is the focus of most of current zoning.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
And I guess my feeling would be those points would be very valid if we were talking about the district plan versus the 9-year plan, because we're not able to change the district plan in the 9-year plan. And the other aspects, and so I'm not wanting to get a debate on what a compact city is, except that it has a lot of advantages too, including your 3 water spills and other such things that come with the appropriate level of intensification. But to be honest, it's not really particularly the core part of this item.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel so moved. To me, the Compact City is such an important part of a community outcome, given that it's what I hear repeatedly from people who have moved here from other larger cities, because we can access the beach, we can access the CBD, we can access so many different things. You can be out in the rural area, you can be in central Otago really quickly. You have the variety of landscapes, you have access to wildlife, to activities, be it mountain biking or surfing, in a relatively small area. And those are the things, those are the aspects of the city that attract people to come and live here. And isn't that an excellent community outcome? Because we want to grow our city, and those livability factors are so important. So that's what I take from a compact city. It's a very desirable community outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief, but I wasn't going to speak either. But I feel I need to just talk to the value of compact cities. And ironically, I used to live in a compact city, which has a great connection with this city, and that city is Edinburgh. One of its great selling points was the fact it was a compact city, and even back in the 80s, early 80s to late 80s, when I lived there, it was sold as a compact city in which one encourages, promotes and finances the use of public transport, walking and cycling. Go figure, right? All those weird ideas from the 80s that are now so de rigueur. So we shouldn't fear compact cities. They're just a way of efficiently using our land, so high density, which encourages those things that fit into so many of the well-being goals and desires we have for this city. It's actually a fantastic selling point, and we shouldn't shy away from it.
Right, so with my right of reply, I'll just, in contrast to all of the various speakers, I'll refer to the outcomes, the community outcomes as stated on page 61 of a compact city, which is a vibrant CBD, which is something we all seem to espouse and are working towards, and thriving suburban and rural centres, which is similarly something that we all wish to have, and by and large we do. And so I think, given that's the community outcomes listed, I think they are worthwhile and laudable things, and so we're working on them. So thank you very much. Having said that, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now, item 10, the significant forecasting assumptions. Just have to. So, we have Ms Allen, Mr Davey and Mr McAuliffe to the desk. Do we have any opening comments?
No, happy to take questions.
Questions. Do we have any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I've got two questions, if I may. I was wondering, Mr Davey, if you could just explain, I think it's a new doing a stepped approach to our interest rate forecasting by chunking it in two parts, and so just your thinking behind that. I mean, I see the table and all that, but it would be good just to hear the rationale behind that. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. The rationale behind it is really based on the New Zealand yield curve, and we put that yield curve into a model and put all our debt that we've got in it and forecast debt in it, and that arrives at those interest rates over each year. And those interest rates will be subject to change, but what it indicates is that interest rates are falling in the near term and rising in the latter part of the forecast period, so it makes sense to put two different interest rates on the 9-year plan period in line with that.
And if
Yes.
I may ask another question?
Yes.
Which is on page 68, and it's on the external capacity and capability, and it's the reason for uncertainty, and it talks about the other large-scale national or local projects, e.g. Christchurch or Dunedin Hospital rebuild. And I know at the time of the last LTP was done, there was a lot of construction work in Christchurch, including the Christchurch Hospital, and I know there is still a lot of construction work going on in Christchurch at the moment, but is that still an impact in our forecasting assumptions for the next 9 years, what the construction industry that's happening in Christchurch, apart from just the Dunedin Hospital?
Yes, I mean, we still feel that those factors could have a significant impact. The stadium there and other works could actually impact depending on what projects we undertake in the next 10 years and how that's phased.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? I see none. Thank you. Although I'll have a question just about the VAR rate, item 6, the VAR rate of 51%. Do we not have some other different VAR rates for certain projects? But you've only mentioned this one.
Mr McAuliffe might be able to answer why the one rate is there, but predominantly for renewals, it's the 51%, but some of their programs it can be up to 90% or even 100%.
Yes.
So it does vary, but 51's the one we budget on for renewals, etc.
Okay, that's the difference. Cool, for renewals. Thank you. So, thank you very much. And so, that being the case, I'll move that Council approves, for the purpose of developing the 9-year plan, these significant forecasting assumptions. Do I have a second for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas. And so, in speaking to that, we need to have some assumptions, and amazing, there's, as you can see from the papers, there's quite a significant amount of work that has gone in behind the scenes to, with the report from Burrell, to develop those cost adjusters and to see exactly where the numbers that we use do come from. And I'd have to say I was quite surprised to see that the interest rates are expected to rise slightly as we get through the 9-year plan. I personally was expecting them to drop off. But it is also interesting to see in these this Bill report how tough the recent years have been, and how difficult it has been with cost increases through 2022 and 23 in particular, improving a little bit here in 24, but they're going to have a long and lingering effect on the economy and on the finances of council. However, we do need to have these forecasting assumptions in order to be able to feed into our 9-year plan. Councillor Vandevers.
I agree. I think the forecasting assumptions are very helpful, and the breaking up of the 9-year plan into 4 and 5 years in terms of interest rate anticipation, I think makes sense. I personally think that anything beyond 5 years is really crystal ball gazing anyway. It's the near term, and I'm pleased that we are getting a slight bit of relief from what was a 5% now to essentially a 4% interest rate in terms of assumptions. But that is still an extraordinary amount of money when you consider the interest cost on the extraordinary amount of debt that we have. Looking at the particular issue that I was wondering about on page 69, forecast return on investments. And whenever you're looking at an investment, you need to look at it in terms also of what the debt is costing you. And it is currently going to be 4% for the next 5 years, and 5% thereafter is what's our best information is. If you've got a return on an investment that's giving you less than what it's costing you in interest costs, then you're not getting a return at all. And the old adage that an asset is something that puts money in your pocket, and if it doesn't, then it's a liability, I think applies to especially our council companies that are fundamentally commercial in their makeup. Looking at page 69, it says the return from council-owned companies is not inflation adjusted, whereas the return from the Waipori Fund is. I'm wondering whether it probably should be, and also I'm wondering whether the level of uncertainty over the return from council-owned companies should not just be medium but should be high. The uncertainty over getting any commercial return from, and I'm speaking of the fundamentally commercial companies, that's Aurora, Delta and City Forests, getting a commercial return from them has been fraught in the past. And my real worry is that it's going to continue to be fraught if we simply assume that they are not going to give us anything like a commercial return, that they're going to continue to be significantly adding to an already, in my view, unsustainable debt, and that the council-owned company's return is not inflation adjusted. I would have thought that the level of uncertainty in that particular box should be high rather than medium, and that what we really should be looking at in terms of assumptions is that we should assume that we should be getting a commercial return from our fundamentally commercial companies. I recognise that we have a lot of companies that are not fundamentally commercial, Dunedin Rail, Stadium, etc., and that there is some public good in those. But even those, I think, we need to run over with a commercial ruler to see actually how much they are costing us, how much of a liability they are, and whether or not we really are getting community use from them, even if we're not getting a return. We haven't spoken much about the stadium in recent years. We've seen stadium use not increasing and being at a very low level compared to a lot of other stadiums around the world for a long time. If you look at the public investment that we have in that, then I think we need to either increase the use of the stadium or find a way of reducing it as a liability in asset terms. So happy to vote for these assumptions. I think these assumptions are basically good, but I would like to see a better focus on the council-owned companies and getting some return from them. Because if we assume that we're not going to get a return, we are going to be saddling ratepayers with extra high rates rises as a result ongoing. Cheers.
Are there any other speakers? In which case, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I would just like to record my thanks to the staff, other speakers have, and for me, the inclusion of the Burrell report was an awesome education. I'm as Councillor Vandervis has referred to me as being a spendthrift, and you know I'm for 300% rate rises, which I am not.
Point of order. I have not referred to Councillor as a spendthrift wanting 300% increases on rates. I have quoted her as actually saying that she was happy to have a 300% increase in rates if that would support the most underprivileged in our society.
Okay, so
misrepresentation 25.2.
Okay, withdraw. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you to the staff for the Burrell report, because it was fascinating for me to look at the years since, well, I looked at 2008 in terms of the global financial crisis, and I learned a lot about the so-called basket of consumables for local government, so which sort of helps me understand, like, individual ratepayers may come to us and talk to us about what council can and can't do in terms of restrained spending, but it was very educational for me and good to actually look at the basket of consumables for local government agencies and bodies, and also I really appreciated the macroeconomic forecasts on page 61 of their report, and was, while other colleagues may be focused on debt, I'm noting that there is projection for 2025 and 2026 increases in unemployment, and that's going to impact on whānau here.
Okay, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. when we look at the forecasting assumptions, it is always one where you actually, what is the crystal ball really going to tell us? Because I remember long-term plans where we would never have anticipated COVID and other obvious factors that came in. We were supposed to have a hospital that had 600 or 700 people being built right now from when we looked at the last long-term plan. The key thing that I look at with all the way through this and when we start going into the 9-year plan is it's actually about getting co-investment from government and actually government stepping up, and that's going to be a key issue all the way through, because as you look through in this report, it's all about infrastructure. It's all about building a stronger city, and I think that's what we have to work towards, but I think this is how we actually fund that and how we improve that financial basis for all our residents and for the city as a whole.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just want to say I thank staff for this report. I think it's excellent because it's, now wait a minute, and now I've said that, am I on the right report? Well, this is the one where we're looking at the assumptions, isn't it? Is that the right? Is that the one we're still on? Yeah. Yep, that's good. Thank goodness for that. Is that it's really doing like almost a SWOT: strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and also best case, worst case scenarios. And that in any business plan makes absolute 100% sense. And it's brilliant to see this. For example, as Councillor Vandiver said before, the variation in interest rates is something that we're taking into consideration here, which is great. The every item, it's gone through and looked at strength, like what could happen, what is the risk, is it low, is it medium? I think it's excellent, really good. And it's obviously quite a lot of work has been put into this too. So I just wanted to say thank you for this, because I think it gives us a really good insight into what has gone behind the decisions that are being made.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll just make a couple of comments. I think, yes, indeed, it's a very good report. It's a very concise summary, which is good to see, but also the depth of detail showing the derivation of the numbers and all of the data behind that, I think is very helpful, so that we can all have a look and, see where these numbers have come from. They haven't been plucked out of thin air. They've been produced from a whole lot of background work that has gone on, and that's good to see all that accompanying a very nice, concise report. And I think it's important to remember that we are still in a COVID recovery phase. So the world over the last 5 years has been quite a different place than what it was for during the 15 or 20 years prior to that. So. And has been a worldwide economic turndown and a huge logistical disruption throughout the world, which has added a lot of cost. And we can see 2020 in particular, but 23, 24, very high costs running through our economy, which has meant difficulty all across the economy, but also with council finances. And I believe that the DCHL directors are working hard to lift the production of the companies and to increase the dividends. They certainly are well aware that council would like optimum dividends from those companies to help with balancing our books and offsetting rates. But there's quite a bit of effort involved in that, and they are putting in the effort to that. So I commend them for that, and we'll hear more about that tomorrow. And of course, council did look at a significant debt reduction in the total debt of council and council controlled companies, but the community very clearly signalled they did not want that. So naturally, that didn't happen. Well, not naturally, but as a result, that didn't happen. Anyway, we have these forecasting assumptions for our 9-year plan. I'll now put the motion that we approve them for the purposes of our 9-year plan. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now, we are moving to item 12. I need to... Yes, item 12, which is the come back. Oh, yes. Yes, so it is. But I've got to item 12, page 163, which is the revenue and financing policy for the 9-year plan. So we have Ms. Bodecker and Ms. Allen to the table. Are there any opening comments, or should we go straight to questions?
Straight to question would be great.
Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I emailed some questions through yesterday, so I hope you've got those. Just on page 170, I have on note 6 about GLAM, and then pre-COVID we had some policies around that, which was, because I noted they've all been amalgamated, which was the public art gallery was 84% rates, 16% other, Toitu 93% rates, Chinese garden 73% rates, and I wonder, given that Toitu is probably the biggest budget, is the change adequate enough? I think it's coming in at 85.15, so does it reflect the mix of rates versus the visitor activity and sales income? Or was it just based on what's the closest to the Dunedin Public Art Gallery? Because I know they've been amalgamated, but I just want to understand the thinking behind it.
Thank you, Councillor. We have checked these with the draft budgets that we're proposing for 25-26, and when we bring the budgets to you in January, we'll have a compliance schedule there that shows you that how the activities go against these policies. Does that answer your question?
So will that give us basically the numbers to do a bit of an add up and see that? Because I think we had aspirations, certainly with the Chinese garden at 73% rates and 27% other income, to actually wash its face a little bit.
We can give you the breakdown of those numbers if that's what you're asking for, so we can provide those with the budgets.
And still on page 70, note 8, read the alcohol licensing, and I just said that I was concerned about the quantum of charges, because it was just my understanding around alcohol licensing and should it pay for itself and the issues that arrive, because I was trying to see the link between the city safety officers and the bus hub safety activities, which I didn't understand if they were correctly related to alcohol licensing and whether there was another department where this and the cost could sit, because I'm just trying to understand it. So we have alcohol licensing, we charge the fees to the people who are getting their alcohol licences, and then I'm assuming that the money comes back to cover the costs. So are these new activities part of the alcohol licensing costs?
Thank you, Councillor. It is the same team but two different activities. The amount of revenue that we get from alcohol licensing, those fees are set by statute though, so the balance does come from rates. And then we have those other activities that are the city safety, they are ratepayer funded activities.
So just checking that the city safety officers and the bus hub, which is a kind of different thing, just trying to understand, is that a new activity that's going in under the alcohol licensing team?
Yes, we've always had it there.
My next question is just around on page 171, note 9, about the RMA fees, and I think it's good that we're looking at some of those time-consuming pre-consultation. We did have some discussion at some stage about whether applications for demolition of historic buildings should be charged for, because we had comment back that it was a little bit ridiculous that our advisors spent their time free helping people apply for consents to demolish buildings, and I just wonder if somewhere there is an application or an idea to charge for those. I'm not quite sure if it's coming through here or if it's coming up in the Heritage Action Plan report.
When we bring our budget reports and fees and charges in January, we want to put a proposal up that we incorporate that sort of advice given into the fees.
Page 171, note 13, about city marketing, and when the RTO was outside the council, the contribution for partners was 50% matching funding. So I'm just wondering if if city marketing, that's I guess the RTO proportion of city marketing, if they are looking to get matching funding from, or say, the industry, and I asked the question, I know that Enterprise don't only keep records of in-kind contributions, which is free tickets to this and that, or is this basically about what cash is supporting what activities?
Yes, correct. This is what cash.
Just one more. Just my question about waste minimisation, and I said the paragraph says waste strategy is 100% funded by general rates, but the table says other revenue, which I thought was waste levy, so I thought the waste strategy was 100% funded by the waste levy. Would that be correct?
The strategy is funded 100% by the waste levy. The note 18 is waste support services, which is new, and it is costs like internal charges that relate to all waste management activities.
Oh, so that's not waste minimisation, which is directly related. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Following on from Councillor Barker's first question about GLAM, and this question is also the same to do with the operational property and the grouping of that, I guess the question is by amalgamating all those activities together, is the amount from rates the same or less, I guess, which is really the question where Councillor Barker was, by changing the revenue policy. Are we expecting rates to contribute more to GLAM and more to those property areas that are put together?
The rate contribution will be the same.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
The community housing on page 166, 10% rates revenue, 90% other, proposed in this policy. If we go to page 68, it says that the portfolio revaluation was undertaken in 2021, resulted in an increase in depreciation that could not be funded by rental income. This meant that the current revenue policy for the activity had not been complied with for the past 3 years. Given that we have not complied with a policy for the past 3 years, is that a situation which is going to be allowed to continue under the draft 2025 to 34 policy? Where we have a 10% rates revenue, but it's not been complied with in the past. Yeah, are we going to accept that it not being complied with in the future as well?
It was a council decision about the setting of community housing rents. There will be a paper at the January meeting where council can consider the level of rental it wishes to charge for its community housing and whether it wishes to comply or otherwise with this policy.
Okay, so we're basically agreeing with the policy now, but recognising that they may change very quickly. In fact, may have already changed. In terms of the 10% rates revenue, how much are we currently actually subsidising community housing by? Is it within the 10% or is it more than?
It is more than the 10%.
Can you put a figure on that?
I would have to look that up for you.
Okay. If you could email that, I'd very much appreciate it. Going on to Maori partnerships, which it's proposed are going to be 100% rates revenue funded. It says on page 171 under 46, this activity is to ensure that we, quote, uphold our obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I have asked this question previously. The council does not have any obligations under Te Tiriti of Waitangi. It is only the Crown that is bound by obligations under Te Tiriti of Waitangi. This has been established. I've asked the question previously. It turns out that our obligations are only under the Local Government Act 2002. Why is it that we are still getting this untrue statement, which is kind of fundamental to a lot of funding now, that we uphold our obligations to the Treaty of Waitangi when we as a council do not have legal obligations?
I'll answer that one. The council has adopted Te Taki Hararu, which outlines its commitment to Māori and to Te Tiriti, and so this funding gives effect to the council's commitment to Te Taki Hararu and to the treaty.
Te Taki Hararu is another more recently adopted document, but it is not the Te Tiriti of Waitangi, and we do not have obligations under Te Tiriti of Waitangi. So why is it that we have this untrue statement again in our papers?
We actually do have some legal obligations, and I can think of Section 8 under the RMA specifically gives reference to the treaty. So our obligations are more than just, this is a point of order, their obligations are more than just to the LGA. There are other legislation that also gives obligations to the treaty or Te Tiriti. There are.
So, once again, I'll uphold the point of order in that the council does have obligations under the treaty. And, well, so microphone, sorry.
Why is he arguing with the point of order?
Yeah, so...
And the point was that the councillor said only under the LGA.
Sorry, we won't argue the point of order. I just think that, the point that I was hearing is that we do have obligations under the treaty. I don't think we have...
No, to the treaty.
Well, so... And Te Taki Hararu is all... Well, it's about the general relationship, but it still refers back to our obligations under the treaty, and there are legislative requirements for us to comply with, or acknowledge the treaty and work in compliance with it. So it gets to be, it's a valid point of order. We're moving on. Do you have any further questions, Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Thank you. I know moral obligation comes into it. Ms. Bodecker, can you speak to, again, 41, and I'm asking a question around the proposal that charges be introduced for pre-application meetings. When we look at that possibility, will we also look at the educative nature of the pre-application meetings? Because they, as I understand it, they provide a more streamlined application process in that people are better informed when they come to apply. Sometimes they don't apply. So will we take that into account when we look at that?
Yes, the initial meetings would not, it is proposed they would not be charged for. It's where we get the large applications and we spend many hours.
Okay, I did read that. I was a little confused, but I understand. And how does that fit with the sort of red carpet treatment for the big applications? Our previous thoughts around a smooth passage for large applications.
If I can, Councillor, I'll answer that. There's no formal red carpet as such. The pre-application meetings can be applied for by anybody who want to discuss, I guess, in detail their project and get an understanding of where the officers will be thinking in terms of what ultimately will demonstrate compliance. So does that answer your question?
Kind of. I just want reassurance that the value of those pre-application meetings will be taken into account when we look at charging for them, which may, for some of the smaller applicants, mom and pops applicants may be off-putting.
Yeah, certainly. I think these ones here are more of the bigger developments that we're talking about that do take up hours of time and involve multiple parties. It's certainly not aimed at the small one-off residential commercial development.
Good. Deputy Mayor Lucas?
Two more questions, if I may. On page 179, in the table at the top, the summary of funding options, do we really get fees and charges to fund capital expenditure? And the debt for operating expenditure, is that because we have an unbalanced budget? So when we finally get to a balanced budget stage, then we wouldn't have debt as one of our funding options?
Thank you, Councillor. It was there also when we had issues in COVID times. where we had a deficit in our budget, so it just provides that flexibility.
And do we get fees and charges for any capital work? I couldn't think of any when I reflected on it.
From time to time, if there is something like a dog exercise area, then those types of capital projects would be funded by the fees. So rarely.
So it's basically just as a catch-all in case. Okay. And then my other question in particular was about it's a relatively significant suggestion to move the aquatic services ratio from 55-45 to 65-35. And I know we haven't met the funding ratio for quite considerable time. And I see the table there on page 169 with some proposed fees charges, and that to meet the current funding would have to have a 36% increase. So is the suggestion to change the ratio more to fit for where it is at the moment? Is that what the suggestion is?
Yes, it is. It is more in line with what we're thinking is an acceptable fee increase for the year, but then if you choose at the January meeting, when you look at fees and charges, to change the proposed fee increase, that could then result in an amendment to this policy.
Okay, that was, you've answered. I was trying to work out how it worked with was it the chicken and egg with the fees or the policy? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Under note 7, number 37 on page 170, there's a comment made, support service costs that directly contribute to other activities within council are internally charged to those activities. Are there any activities externally, I guess, that take up a lot of time, particularly of GSO or governance support externally, that take up a lot of time?
Yes, our official information requests take up a considerable amount of time.
And do we currently charge for those, and if not, is there facilities so to do?
Currently we have a charging policy. The first hour of work is free, and then we're able to charge after that. To date, we have used that policy infrequently, but it is currently under review.
One final question, not to sort of thrash the horse, as it were. In terms of, I'm just trying to get an understanding of what sort of workload, time load, etc., is taken up specifically just for this one task, roughly. Significant or not so?
It's significant. The trend with leguimas is they are becoming increasingly complex. And so while the numbers in and of themselves are not increasing year on year, the level of complexity of the leguima requests is. So per request they take far more time.
I lied. I do have one more question. So is there, flogging the horse, is the decision then to, you said there is a policy, so the decision to engage that policy, is that something that is made around this table or around the ELT table?
It's made by the Principal Administrative Officer under the Act. I'm currently the Principal Administrative Officer, and that delegation sits with Sharon and the Manager Governance, I think, when it comes to applying it.
Right. Councillor Vandervis.
Sorry, just one last question. I might not have read the detail properly, but I'm just wondering on page 167 under corporate support services, the 10% of other revenue that's mentioned there that's not in the current draft, where did that 10% come from?
This is currently or previously.
Can I come back to you on that one? I need to follow up. Thank you.
So we don't know, there might have been chargeable units from corporate support. So anyway, we don't know where that came from. Because this looks like an increase in cost to council. Yeah.
Yes, no, it's things like limb recovery, so some of that recovery does end up in our corporate activities, election revenue. We recover some costs from the regional council for our database so that they can rate. There are some examples.
Right. Will that be ceased by going to zero? Surely we're not going to start giving that away.
No, we'll correct that for January.
All right. Great. Very good. Are there any further questions? Very good. So that being the case, I'll move that Council approves the revenue and financing policy and notes the level of compliance with the revenue and financing policy will be presented to the 28th January 2025 Council meeting, including a couple of particular report of note around community housing and some decisions about some of the percentages may be made then. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And speaking to this, I think there's a whole heap of work going on here, and by and large, there is a fair and reasonable split between rates revenue and other revenue, and I think it's good to see that split so that we can see the various areas that we do look to find other revenue in order to offset rates. And I think the more we can manage to do that, with fees and charges and other revenue, the better, and in order to get to a balanced budget. So, would anyone else like to comment? Councillor Barker.
Just quickly, I do support this. It's quite hard work totting up or balancing the benefits between how we fund stuff and whether it's public or private good. I think the changes seem sensible, and I guess I did have a few questions, but it's good to question things when changes happen. So I actually went back to the 2018 pre-COVID finance and revenue policy, just to have a wee check-up of how things work. And I asked about the GLAM, because we're amalgamating three activities, just to understand the balance of the rates income versus the sales and income, about what we're getting from visitors and entry fees, etc. And it's good that we are going to see the numbers in January, just so we can kind of understand that a little bit more. Also, I guess to understand the alcohol licensing as well, as if we're adding other activities in for that revenue, I guess you have to balance, is that activity contributing to the necessity to have city safety officers, or is there sort of another mechanism for funding that? I was really pleased to see about the RMA fees as well, because addressing the situation where our advisors are giving free advice on how to demolish heritage buildings rather than free advice on how to save them seems quite contrary, given what council wishes to do. So I'll look forward to that report coming in January as well. I also asked about city marketing, because when the RTO was brought into council, it was supposed to have, its target for funding was 50% from partnerships and outside sources. So I'm actually interested in how that might work, as well as how is, shall we say, the industry, the people who want to promote the city, contributing other than via rates for possibly private benefit. But perhaps when we do the review, that might come up. So I certainly look forward to the reports coming in January, because I think we've got one on if we're going to charge for GLAM, what we're going to do about the heritage work as well, and a stream of other reports. So that will be useful to come back to this policy as well.
Very good. Councillor Vandevers.
I can vote for this revenue and finance policy and thank the staff very much for its clarity and the fact that things are highlighted here that often we haven't really seen so clearly in the past. I can vote for it because it's a wide-ranging policy, but there are certain things in it which really do worry me. One of them is the ongoing assumption that our housing, which we have an enormous public investment in, is still not able to keep its head above water. The fact that we aren't paying interest on the extraordinary value of over 900 housing units, but still don't end up being able to pay for the maintenance of them, is something which I think is a serious hole in our bucket which needs to be fixed. And I'm concerned that a policy which invites us to subsidise this by 10%, and then it's a policy which we don't stick to, retrograde steps which are not going to bode well for future support of social housing. But my main real concern regarding revenue and financing policy is the fact that we have, as a city, as a people, $1.83 billion invested in our council companies. And this investment is not giving us, and hasn't given us for a very long time, a return that can help with revenue, which is what it should be doing, which is what it was set up for, and which it continues to do, not at anything like the level that it should. If you look at a commercial return just on the major commercial companies, and never mind all the other stuff that's been dumped in our council-controlled organisations, like the stadium and rail and all the rest of it, if you just look at those companies alone, we should be getting, in my view, a very basic minimum return of something like $45 million a year. Now, we've pushed hard and we're going to get 11 this year. It's the first time that we're getting a dividend other than the interest on the advance that we've been getting for a long time now. In terms of revenue, we need this revenue from companies for us to be able to provide for the people of Dunedin the levels of service that they need without raising the rates and raising the debt so extremely. Without this revenue, I think the expectation that it's only a medium sort of risk in terms of ongoing returns from the companies. If we don't get really significant returns from the companies, we are in a situation which I think, especially since we've decided not to sell Aurora, we are in a situation where we're going to be increasingly bound by unsustainable debt and rates rises that people, especially on fixed income, simply can't afford. So either we get the revenue in or we sell. And since we've decided not to sell, we really need to push hard now to get the revenue in from our $1.83 billion investment in our council companies.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This policy clearly outlines community outcomes, and to quote Mr Vandervis, to provide for the people of Dunedin to meet the levels of service that they need. Many of the rationales provided state that the activities listed are for the public good. I specifically want to focus on our housing policy, a supportive city with a caring community for a great quality of life. This activity is a public good with no scope for user charges and therefore will be funded by the capital value based on the general rate. Our council has made a commitment to undertake this activity for the long term. The whole community will benefit from the delivery of the Ōtepoti Dunedin Housing Plan. I want to state right now that I will not vote for any form of increase whatsoever when it comes to our community housing. This is so important that we uplift, care for and look after providing housing for predominantly senior people in our community. This is something that I feel very strongly about, and I thank the staff for this fulsome revenue and financing policy, and again I draw a line around any increases to housing, community housing policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 13. the early engagement feedback, page 198 of your agendas. Ms. Wakaira and Ms. Wesley Smith will have some opening comments to the report, or perhaps just go straight to questions.
Kia ora. Sorry, just get my right report up. I just want to note that there is a formatting issue with paragraph 16 that should have been deleted. And I also just want to note we'd received some questions around comments in lines numbers 6 and 7, 31, 32 and 109 and 110 about possibly being duplicated. So lines 6 and 7 were completed by 2 separate individuals, and it's possible that the others may also be separate individuals, but also possibly that they may have been duplicated. We don't count templated submissions as one submission, we do count them individually.
Okay. So, questions? Questions? Councillor Vandevers.
Our ODT reporter has raised the issue of number 27 on paragraph 27 on page 201, that most respondents asked the council to do more. In terms of looking at the graph information, especially the 4 central graphs, how do you justify the smaller amounts of green than you see other than yellow, orange and red as justifying do more? And as an additional, well, a related question, if you ask people if they want better roads or better water or whatever, isn't it also always the case that they're liable to say yes? It's how you frame the question.
I'll answer the first part first. And so the comparison, or I guess to explain it, is kind of how each of the answers are separated into categories. So they're not categorised as do more and then the rest. They're categorised as do a lot less, do a bit less as one, and then do about the same as another, and then do a bit more and do a lot more as a third, if that makes sense. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the second part to your question?
Oh, just on the first part, the do a bit more and do a lot more aren't the majority in most of those graphs. Would you agree?
I would say that they are more, yes.
If you put a centimetre ruler over the green bits and compare it to the rest,
Councillor, if I might, your question was around the ODT coverage of that. Staff don't control what the ODT write or how they interpret it.
Actually, no, my question was over a question raised by the ODT reporter in which he questions the interpretation of the graph, and I just happened to agree with him, and I was hoping to get your view on that. But you have answered, and happy to get your answer to the second question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the second question?
Forgotten, sorry. I'll come back to you when I get it again.
Yes. I mean, I think when you look at the graphs in terms of a bit more and a lot more, if you add the 2 green sections together, you just have to add the numbers to get a percentage. So, for instance, environment and sustainability, you've got 76.
Sorry, my second question was, in framing the questions, if you ask people, do they want better roads or better water, isn't it true that they're almost invariably going to say yes?
We don't know that.
You don't think that that's... Is it staff's appropriate to interpret? Mr Chair, may I ask a question of you? Is it appropriate to ask staff to interpret that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, yeah, to be fair, I don't think it's an appropriate question because, you know, you're asking for a speculation or a conjecture which is not contained in the report. So for someone to make a judgment about what's out there in the wild, you know, in the hinterland or in people's minds,
I apologise. I didn't mean to push for an opinion. What I was hoping to get at was that my question really is, how did you frame the question over, do people want more better roads or better water? How was that actually framed?
We can send you the survey questions that were on the online survey, which you all received and were able to, complete if you wanted to, or send them out to other people. But we can resend them so that you can see what the questions were. I mean, the other thing is is exactly the same survey that we used last year as part of the 10-year plan early engagement. We provided quite a lot of workshops to councillors about that early engagement last year. I think we might have had like 2 or 3 to step you through both the survey, the online wall, and all of the other early engagement activities that we were going to undertake as part of the 10-year plan. We didn't do that again this year because we'd already done it and we were basically repeating again. You also asked us just to do the online the online engagement only, and one of the things that face-to-face engagement and community other kinds of community engagement gives you is just a little bit more nuance to blunt tool of a survey, but that's what we've got at the moment.
Yeah, so can I ask a question? That's reflected in point 26, where there was 138 received through the survey compared to the 2023 early engagement of 859, which was more person to person.
Well, I think the other ways of engaging with the community on top of a survey allows other conversations to happen to say, and we're thinking about this, and please go and complete the survey. But we didn't have any of that other kind of engagement. We just had the online survey.
Well, and the result was a cost saving.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
I think everyone's sort of answered my question, but firstly, I just want to say thank you for reminding us. It was us that made the decision to go to the online engagement. And would it be fair statistically to make us all aware that surveying 138 people out of a city of 133,000, we could sit here all day and try and analyse that, but it's statistically not really representative.
Correct.
Okay, Councillor Barker.
Just have a question about number 29, which is the chart, and just to aid people's understanding, that's just got the numbers of responses, not the percentages of responses, hasn't it? If people want to do the percentages, they'd need to add everything up.
Add the total.
It would stick it over 138 and do the thing on the calculator.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor.
Councillor Gary.
Asked and answered.
All right. Any further questions? I see none. Thank you. All right. So that being the case, I'll move that council note the feedback received through the community, from the community through early engagement in this 10-year plan and 9-year plan, and note the feedback received from the community through early engagement. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And so, in speaking to this, of course, I'll repeat the point that, it's a pretty small number of people. And open questions received a total of 406 comments, which are contained in here. And, just a small snapshot of people who filled it in online. However, it does give us an indication of, what those people are thinking. And, we can take that into account as we consider what we're trying to achieve with this 9-year plan. Who are my speakers? Councillor Barker.
This was, I guess, as expected when we decided to do more limited engagement. I did note that on the 30th of October there were 31 responses on the tunnel trail. So there is a challenge. It's great that they're so passionate, but there also is a challenge about that it gets reported that there was all of this cycle trail or keen interest in cycle, which perhaps the statistical validation, I guess. I just want to remind everyone of the other survey that we have called the Residents' Opinion Survey, and I think that's actually quite useful for guiding us. I guess it's unfortunate that when we get the quarterly surveys back, usually to spec, we're not getting the comments back, because when we go to the top 4 improvements that we'd like to see this year from our community, and these are, the ROS is a sequential mixed model methodology, aka random samples, which makes it an interesting, valid study. So the key things were fix or focus on roading issues, e.g. parking, roading infrastructure, traffic flow. Rates are too high, we want value for money rates, reduced rates. 3, more consultation on projects, listen to the public, consultants, more transparency, e.g. projects that will increase our rates. And number 4, be more environmentally friendly, focus on climate change recycling. That's improvements that they would like to see this year. And the top 2 priorities that people put were infrastructure, maintain infrastructure, fix the roads, footpaths, roading, more environmentally friendly, deal with climate change, beach erosion, recycling. 3, finish existing projects which have been started, faster to finish projects, and number 4 was better traffic flow. So I think it's quite useful for us to go back to the Residents' Opinion Survey and understand that as I guess a good example of some random surveys to get that back from our community. I think it's good to have gone out and done the pre-consultation. I think we need to look at how we do it and what we're asking, or whether we do pre-consultation, or whether it's easier for people to actually look at the plan that we have and put that out for consultation, because they have something firm to consult on.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've never been a great advocate for early engagement, although this is useful. I thank the staff most sincerely for their mahi in this. You did what you were asked to do. However, I sense in the community a real burnout around consultation, and I'll just give you the example for context of the Peninsula Connection. People from the community who are supportive of that project have come to council for many years repeatedly, and did so during the last 2 annual plans, and will come again for the 9-year plan. So while there is a comment in here around it, it's not there's not a big onslaught of feedback, because people have already done that and will do it again for the 9-year plan. So I think it skewers it a little bit. That's no comment on our staff's effort at all. That's around community. And also I voted for the wider stakeholder interactions for this if we were going to do it, because doing it online does exclude a number of people, I have to say. People are just not engaged online. So thank you to the staff, valuable insights, and I was fascinated that we didn't have more responsive. We want you to do more, not less. That I found interesting, even though it's a small sample. So well worthwhile, as it turns out, but there are some problems with it.
Right. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to the staff for going through this. I mean, we've got busy times. I voted for this online, more simple process just because of the burden staff are under, and have no fear, we're going to have plenty of feedback in come next year when we go into the 9-year plan process. Slightly perplexed that the ODT picked this story up based on 138 people, because I'm sure, like the rest of you, I could easily have found 70 people, 70 friends to submit saying we want to turn George Street into a street made of jelly, and suddenly that would have been the front page story in the ODT, having us clamouring with pitchforks to get a jelly street. So there we go.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think just looking at figure 29 and then considering Councillor Barker's commentary on the ROS, I actually think they're relatively consistent data sets. If you consider the fact that do you want to do more or less is really how much rates do you want to invest into it. And if you think do less is a resistance to spending in rates and do more is do more. Well, if you look at the brown and the red and you compare it to the 2 shades of green, pretty much across the board, and I wouldn't even be so surprised that libraries, arts and culture were the ones that came under the hardest level of scrutiny. And if you get back to do your knitting, there's actually very few people saying do less. So I think this is quite consistent with the ROS. I think that's all you're going to get out of a pre-engagement is a looking for consistency across is the message consistent, helps you with the engagement process. And it's come back pretty much as I feel the city sits at, to be honest.
You, Councillor Hurland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say, just following on from what Councillor Gary said, actually, I agree with what she was saying around the consultation. While we're trying to be, engaging and get more sort of engagement with the people, I think some groups particularly, and I'm thinking now at the moment around the theatre, have had so much engagement. I think they've had it to their back teeth. And I say that because I've approached people and said, oh, do you want to come and be part of a discussion group when we go over in our advisory group and talk about it? And they just looked at me and said, we've talked about it, we've engaged, and we've engaged. What more can we say? So I think perhaps maybe in some ways we've overdone it. And I think part of that is the time it's taken for some of these things to happen. So thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I also concur with Councillor Gary. I think we've overcooked the goose a little bit here. You only need to look at, now I'm by no means a mathematician or survey expert, but I'm fairly confident in saying the average margin of error is somewhere around 2 to 4%, I think, somewhere around there. 138 respondents is, unless I've got my decimals in the wrong place, approximately a 0.1% return. So I think we may possibly have overcooked the goose on this one, but thank you for going through the process.
Okay. Any further speakers? I think we're done. Okay. So just before I put it, I'll just note the number one thing that people are looking for is infrastructure. The people want more infrastructure. That's all. So, having noted that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. That's 13. And given the rate of progress, we can manage one more before lunch. 14, the Sustainability Framework Update Report. Nothing if not ambitious. Oh, right. Right. Okay. So, having said that, there's a resolution to be added into the agenda that might benefit from some discussion. And given that it's 12:30, it might be better to have lunch prior. In other words, so you can stand down and have some lunch instead. So about that. So I move that we adjourn for lunch, say 3/4 of an hour. And seconded Councillor O'Malley. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So come back at 1:15, please. 1:15. Yes. Yeah, no, fair enough.
Because the vote on it last time was 10-5, so it probably needs benefit from a discussion.
14 minutes past 1, councillors. So Councillor Wiley's not returning. Yes, he's on Zoom. He's not returning in person. And I think the rest of us are all about to sit down. Fix it. Yeah, no, 14 minutes past, so we're just almost ready to resume. With this sustainability framework. You said something just there. Welcome, Ms. Moran and Ms. Wesley Smith. For the deja vu, we can get on with item 14, the Sustainability Framework Update Report. And I think you did have some comments to begin. I felt that you were about to...
No comments for this one, we'll just take questions.
All right, straight to questions. Who has questions? Anyone? No questions? Surely. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Barker.
On page 238, there are some in the table. Oh no, wait. I just saw DCC in italics. I'm sorry, they're italics. Sorry, I have answered my own question. No, I don't have any questions.
Asked and answered. Councillor Walker.
Sorry, I'm just putting my hand up so we don't move on, because I do have, probably like Sophie, I'm looking for my notes. Yeah, in terms of, in terms of the regenerative principles stuff, and sorry, I'm going for my notes here, forgive me, this question's terrible. I think in the papers it suggests this is somehow embracing a new concept. I mean, my question is, as far as I'm concerned, regenerative principles have been around for a very, very long time. So is the suggestion in the papers correct that this isn't new?
To answer the question, I think it's more in terms of application of best practice. So it's, while it has been around for a long time, I couldn't say with absolute certainty that we have used it at Dunedin City Council before, hence the suggestion that it is newer.
Right. So, Councillor Barker, were you formulating a question?
Indicating that I will move something when the time comes.
Okay. Councillor Vandervis, question?
The it's not a graph, the pictogram, whatever it is, on page 236, showing regenerative development and then an opposing degenerative development. This whole visual, where did it come from? What's its origins? Is it imported?
So it's just in the caption underneath the figure mentions it's adapted from the Regenerative Design Framework by Weil and Sanford et al.
Right. So is this framework something that you have essentially adopted en masse, or is it just this particular part of it that you've adopted in this report?
No to the en masse. In formulating the report and pulling this work together, staff did engage with University of Otago. There are some others that they have mentioned within the report, and discovered that there were similar approaches to sustainability using a regenerative approach. And so on further discussions, thought that this might be an appropriate way for Dunedin City Council to adopt because of the other frameworks, similar frameworks or similar approaches to frameworks by other quite significant stakeholders in the city.
And adding to that, councillor, nothing has been adopted. So that's the point of this paper, is to present something for council to consider and adopt or otherwise.
Thank you for that. Yes, I misused the word adopted. I should have used taken on board for this report. In terms of sustainability, I think I get what this graph is about. However, if we go to option 2 on page 240, not approving of this sustainability framework, it gives, and I'm glad to see that it's noted, that there's no debt funding required for this option. Given that this sustainability framework is going to require debt funding, is this not also financially unsustainable? Given that we're talking about sustainability here. Sustainability seems to me to be very much around fossil fuels and saving the planet. But in terms of finances, the debt that we have currently, in my view, is already unsustainable. Does this proposal to add to that debt make us less sustainable financially?
Get that one. So, councillor, what you're referring to is the options assessment that is part of the 9-year plan reports, and so we add in there things that councillors need to see when you're making 9-year plan decisions. So, is there debt associated with the decision you are taking? Rates, zero carbon, and so that's what that is. And so, any work on the sustainability framework itself is OPEX, not debt funded. So that's the reference.
The idea that operational is not debt funded hasn't been the case for a series of unbalanced budgets that we've already had. And to me, I just wonder why it is that we are making claims that this is not going to increase debt when almost everything we do, even though it may come from rates and not from debt directly, impacts on our overall debt.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking that some of that is not factual. I wonder if we could get some clarification from around OPEX and debt funding. It just doesn't seem to be lining up with the facts. So I'm concerned about...
Well, I don't... Yeah. Look, what we'll do is just get a comment on it, right? Because, and there's probably shades of nuance in here. So between Caroline and the Chief, we'll get that comment.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think it is important that Carolyn correctly states the position for the last year or two around debt and OPEX.
Can I please have a decision on the point of order?
Well, I was waiting to hear what the authoritative opinion on the situation is, to see whether it actually, how closely it aligns with what you were saying or not. So,
and standing orders do allow the Mayor to take advice, and in this case the Chief Financial Officer is going to provide advice that will then allow him to rule on the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The deficits are depreciation that we're not funding, as opposed to operational expenditure that we're not funding. So it's the depreciation that is underfunded, and that means that the capital expenditure program has required more debt. So we haven't been borrowing for operational expenditure.
For clarity, what you're saying is there is no debt used to do OPEX?
Correct.
Yeah, look, I think it's a shade of difference, because in the operational budget, we are running at a deficit, but that is to fund, we're not funding all of the depreciation. So that's right. Look, and I think, it's I'll uphold the point of order that we are, but it's there's a nuance in there. But I'll uphold the point of order, just keep it simple, and we have that clarification. So, do you have further questions.
Yeah. In the case of previous unbalanced budgets, why were the budgets deemed to be unbalanced?
I can answer that, but because we weren't fully funding depreciation. And I think in COVID times, there was also a slight challenge with some revenue, but COVID times were different. Is that right, Carolyn?
You're correct. In COVID times, there was an exception.
All right. Are there any further questions? I have none. So at this time, it might be helpful to have, thank you very much, ladies, and it might be helpful to have the resolution. Right. Okay, so, which also...
I just need to fix my grammar.
Yep, I'll just wait till it's finished being put up. Right. So there is the resolution, which is slightly different to what we have in our papers. So now let's take questions on that. Councillor Gary.
I just wanted to ask when we thought we'd be able to fit in the workshop, given the timing that's been put into the report. What's practical in terms of that?
If I may, we would look to, depending on if council moves and adopts these, we would contact a facilitator pre-Christmas and then look to book a time in February, ideally in the first couple of weeks of February. But I acknowledge now that the end of February will be a tight time frame to get a properly formulated report to council and a facilitator workshop, but we'll work towards that because January won't be a time that's available.
Questions? Do you have a question, Councillor? Yes.
We've already had a workshop on the sustainability goals. Why do we need another one?
I'm happy to speak to that as well. But as written there, if you adopt the SDGs, then this workshop would be to take the council's strategic framework and see how the SDGs then align and report back with some goals and targets for council to consider. That's my interpretation of what's been asked for.
Question, Councillor O'Malley?
It's a question to the mover, really. Are you putting in the dates in February and stuff in order to put a specific date and progress activity?
I think the date was in there to try and progress the activity in line with the strategic refresh. So, I mean, I'm relaxed as to the dates, and I guess I would ask the Chief Executive, are we handcuffing ourselves by putting February in there? Because I'm relaxed about the date.
What I would say is that if council moves in this direction, we'll look to reach out to a facilitator and then advise if we need to change the date based on that.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, so I presume you want to move this? And seconded Councillor Gilbert. So it's role reversal here.
In moving this, I guess I'm trying to correct an oversight from September where we agreed to look at a framework around the Sustainable Development Goals, and we debated those at that time, but we actually didn't adopt the SDGs as part of the framework, and I've been advised that that is actually a necessary part of the process. And yes, we did have a workshop last year for us to get some understanding of this, the SDGs. However, looking at some of the other work that other councils have done, for example, the Central Otago District Council has a sustainability strategy, and they've adopted 11 of the 17 goals that align with their strategy. So I think that's part of the process that we need to get through. And I also believe the council wants a simple framework. We've said in our speeches in September that what we liked about the SDG framework, that it was simple, that some of our partners in the city had already adopted it. We also spent 4 years on the strategic refresh, including that sustainability framework, the city portrait, and that was quite a lengthy process, and I don't believe that we want to delay this anymore. I think we want to get it lined up with our strategic refresh and our strategic intent. And I totally support a regenerative approach. I come from the tourism industry where we're all about regeneration. However, the SDGs are quoted as the planet's to-do list, and we need, as the Mayor would say, positive action. The planet can't wait. So I would like us to get on with this work. The councillors themselves, we all need to provide clear direction to the staff, and I don't think that we've done that. I think that having the opportunity of having a workshop with the experts and then aligning them with our strategic incomes will be helpful to guide staff and have everything lined up, hopefully, for when we adopt our long-term plan.
Great. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's too much chat about and not enough doing. I won't be supporting this. We've already had a workshop on it, which probably costs money. I don't know what that costed, but this will no doubt probably cost money and take our time. So I'm not supporting it. And also, as someone who has a sustainability paper at master's level, my personal opinion is that circular economy and donut economics is far more sustainable than this. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
I can't vote for this either, and it's mainly because I think it's actually really it's lazy on the one hand, and then it's kind of incredibly arrogant on the other hand to have our development goals as being part of the planet to-do list. We are local government, and as a local government territorial authority, I believe that it's wrong for us to be outsourcing our Dunedin City development goals to a United Nations set of goals that do not address our local potential or goals. How is it that we can abrogate our mandate to set our own goals and to make sure that those goals reflect the wishes of Dunedin people and the potentials that Dunedin has to achieve those goals? How can we set all that aside and simply adopt a United Nations set of goals? If saving the planet or carrying out the planet to-do list is the work of the United Nations, well then good. It may even be the work of central government, but it is not our work. We are a local authority. We are not elected to save the planet. We are elected to look at Dunedin City's potentials and Dunedin City's goals. And here we are, potentially voting to adopt a set of imported goals from a structure that knows nothing about Dunedin at all. I can't get near to voting for this, especially when it looks very likely, in fact it's in the papers, it's going to add to our debt and the costs involved, as Councillor Houlihan has pointed out.
Councillor O'Malley.
I guess I live on the only one planet, and I really haven't got another one to go to. So planetary goals are also personal goals in many respects, and I don't think that aligning our cities to what are goals that are aligned to other institutions and governments around the world in a consistent manner doesn't seem to be that crazy an idea. And part B of this actually puts that very point into focus, which is to say that you've got the SDG goals and how do they align to our own strategy, so that in fact it actually is answering that question. And in part C, I'll go back to a story I was once told. It was a retired minister, and I'm not even sure what government they were in, asked if you could do anything over again, said, I would always ask for staff to come back to me on a certain time and date. Because if you leave it open-ended, it has potential to be open-ended. And if you look at this resolutions compared to the ones that are in the papers, I think the one in the paper does note forward movement. But it doesn't say when, where, or how fast. Where I do think putting a date in indicates you want to be at a certain place at a certain time. so that we can then basically say that we need it by this time. So I'm happy to vote for all three of these parts.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I sort of agree with first and second speakers, but in a weird way. First of all, with Councillor Houlihan, I don't disagree actually that there's not much doing, and I think we're not alone in doing that. There's many governments and local governments throughout the world who are responsible for that. And when I read this report, it was yet again full of all those fluffy words we do so well, the words propose, embrace, consider. I've got a long list of words. It sounds great, looks wonderful, charts are great, and yet again here we are debating above and beyond what I liked in the past, the work we were doing around city portrait, and that's where I agree with Councillor Vandervers. We are local government, and the whole point of city portrait for me was to take that city view of how we can best incorporate, embrace, and action ourselves the things that will make a difference in the overall pot of things that add to the whole. 2015 is when the SDGs came in, and 2000 and what we're talking nearly 10 years now. That's a long time in the history of research and data around what is happening to this planet. And like it or not, I see the SDGs as an old, cumbersome way. They were valuable in their day. They have some value, but I don't think they're suitable for a small, nimble city like ours and a small, nimble council with us that can act locally in a malleable way and quickly. So I've voted previously in support of City Portrait and against adopting these, and I sadly will not support these either. But that's sad because obviously, like all of us, I firmly do believe in us actioning quickly those things that we can control and do most effectively from a city point of view. And I don't think embracing the SDGs does that for us.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I don't see this as abrogating anything. In fact, this is us actually taking responsibility and using a guideline and a framework that has been widely adopted, including recently by cities larger and indeed some smaller. I can't speak to their nimbleness around the world. We are not elected to save the planet, quite correct, as has been said earlier, but I would have said we are elected to save our part of the planet. And to paraphrase the United Nations, who, when discussing the SDGs at a city level, say that the authorities should focus on what is relevant to their influence, and that is what this is suggesting. The workshop that was held earlier, as has been talked about, was to inform councillors of what the SDGs are about. The workshop, however, that is requested in B is actually to inform us and to engage us on how they would be implemented and which of them within our relevant to our influence. From my perspective, we have spent 4 years doing seemingly nothing but talk about what I consider to be a confusing and impenetrable city portrait. And I'm also struck by, if we do not support this, I believe we're left in a situation where we do not have a sustainable plan for sustainability. We will be left in the void, basically. So I'm not surprised that on some of the comments that have come forward, but hopefully people can see the greater good in this, and the fact that yes, these are the United Nations SDGs, but we are to adopt our sustainable development goals using the SDGs as the guide.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I voted against the previous motion in terms of going down the pathway of the sustainable development goals, not because of Councillor Vandervis's reasons, but more that I'm against waste most of the time, especially the waste of human potential and work. And while governors may express frustration in terms of the work that has been put in by staff on the city portrait and donut economics, I would just appeal that the beauty of the city portrait for me as an Indigenous Pacific woman is that the model that we would have evolved and gone forward with actually involves and acknowledges the perspectives from mana whenua, from Indigenous peoples. And I know that Indigenous peoples and tangata whenua, especially those from Tūhoe, they instantly took this donut economics, and it reflected their worldview. They turned it upside down in terms of reflecting the limitations. I don't understand what is so hard to understand about it. So I just am sad for the missed opportunity that we could have had a unique city portrait and just acknowledge the building of relationships that staff did in terms of building relationships with cities in Canada, which were also looking at the mana whenua Indigenous people's input. So as for the UN, well, you know, they've done a great job of telling Israel what to do.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but feel moved to do so. I voted against the original motion to change from city portrait to the SDGs. And I just want to make a comment. The considerable work that staff put into this was not nothing. I think it's not accurate to describe it as that. I think actually around the table there's more agreement around the outcomes we're looking for than not, to be honest, because I do think we want, most of us want the same outcomes for our city, and we want to have something that's appropriate and unique for our city. But I felt moved to speak also because of Councillor Vandervis's comments around saving the planet. And I got the impression from what he said that he felt that it was not our job to do that, that we were local government. Well, can I just make the comment, as someone of many people in this city who have experienced the effects of climate change, this is very personal for me right now, in the last weather event, along with all the other people in the city that did, and are much worse off than I, this is really personal, and I want us to save the planet because, there's a lot of damage being done while we don't address that. So we do have a part to play, and I disagree with the councillor on that. So that's my view. Coming back to the motion, though, I will be voting against it.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this because it's a progressive, forward-looking, systematic way. We're not simply going to adopt the SDGs, but we're adapting them for our city. And as Part B of the motion says, we're going to prioritise and align with the Council strategy to meet the SDG goals and targets. Developing the sustainability framework provides the DCC with an opportunity to demonstrate our commitment to the Treaty of Waitangi. We'll be promoting social, economic, environment and cultural well-beings in the present and in the future. So incorporating principles of Te Takiharu with well-being as its essence. And this is all captured in the summary of considerations to this item. So yes, I'm happy to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Councillor Mayhem has pretty much said what I was going to say, so I won't repeat a lot of that, but I'll absolutely be supporting this. And I despaired when I read the report and it was suggested that it would take another 6 months for anything further to come to council with the proposed resolution. And I echo in some ways Councillor Houlihan, is that it's time to let's get our framework in place. And if we vote against this, we do not have a sustainability framework. And so I'm keen to have that February date there and for this to be incorporated in our LTP, and I think it's important that we move on this. Thank you.
Right. Look, I've got a couple of things to say about this, and that I think there's a saying that I imagine everyone around the table or in the room has heard: think globally, act locally. And, this is a United Nations sustainability framework that would had a lot of effort put into it to come up with a framework that is applicable to every country in the globe. And right now we need to have something simple and relatable that we can work with, because at the moment we don't have anything. And it's not necessary to be working on every one of those sustainability goals. However, it's useful to subscribe to the lot, because some of them don't apply much to us, because we're kind of there, or practically there, in terms of where they sit, but we're a long way off on many of them. So this gives us a highly relatable, practical and achievable framework that we can establish in a short period of time and align our goals as a city to that. But not only that, it does give us the opportunity to network with other cities, and a great many cities throughout the world have adopted these sustainability goals. And in particular, there's many cities throughout New Zealand and Australia. So it gives us the opportunity, instead of wasting money, spending all this time developing our own, to capitalise on the work that they have done, to look at their successes and failures, and learn from their experience in terms of how best to improve the city. And I think the fact that they're understandable and relatable to the general population, as opposed to being about chemical formula and symbolic things, is a significant difference. That means when anyone looks at what each goal means, they can understand it very readily. And our mission then is to prioritise the goals that are of most relevance to us and get busy on actually doing stuff. So I think it's all about doing rather than hui. It's all about what action can we take as soon as possible, rather than talking about it and discussing about it and theorising about it for months to come. Instead, it's relatively straightforward to put them into practical usage in time for our 9-year plan. So I most certainly will be supporting the motion. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it really brief, because actually Councillor Mayhem made some great comments around that. But more importantly, I think when I look at the Sustainable Development Goals, I think it's going to give the council, the current and future councils, a better ability to create indicators to track progress towards our Sustainable Development Goals, and reporting appropriately back through council and to the public. I think that's something we really lacked previously, and I think it's important we actually track where we are and where we're going for the community, and the impact that actually council's decisions have. And I think that's an important factor of this decision.
All right. No more speakers. You've got to reply. Councillor.
Thank you. I guess that Councillor Vanders really hit on it when he said that our job is to reflect the wishes of Dunedin people. And the top two priorities for the DCC this year, as per the ROS survey, number 2 was be more environmentally friendly, deal with climate change. And number 4 was also be more environmentally friendly, of improvements we would like to see this year. So our people, the wishes of the local Dunedin people, are very clear, which is they want us to get moving. And today we're not debating the city portrait versus the SDGs. We did that back in September. We're debating the way forward so that we can fill the need to have a simple sustainability framework. The strategic review back 4 years ago this month said that we need that sustainability framework. So we've worked through talking about a number of options. We've had a lot of feedback. Councillor Hoolan, too much chat and not enough doing. This is why we set a smart goal to get something done. and I reflect on what Councillor Vanders said about part of the planet to-do list, and it is a planet to-do list because Dunedin City will be stuffed if we don't help save the planet. So it's up to us to do that, and that's what our people in our city also want us to do. I mean, I talk to many young people because my daughter's 21, and I am really concerned about the way that they feel about their future, and it's up to us to try and get something done and to, as Councillor Wiley said, set those targets and get that action and report to the public as well. I'm just going to summarise because I realise we haven't got terribly much time, but thank you, Councillor O'Malley, for talking about planetary goals, personal goals, and also that the SDGs help us look through a local lens. And that's the whole point, is there's a framework for the SDGs, which is in itself the framework, and then we look to apply the local lens. That's why we talked about having a facilitated workshop to actually see which goals apply to us. Councillor... Sorry, I'm going Steve. Councillor Steve. Say that the SDGs are old and cumbersome, and not to that things have moved on. But I also point out that there's lots of, as others have, that there's lots of cities that are adopting them. And I point out the beautiful framework that the Central Otago District Council have put together, and I hope that our framework will look like that, where they picked out which goals they're able to influence and which matter the most to them. Thank you, Councillor Gilbert, for talking about the saving our part of the planet, which is our duty to do, and that yes, we do need to have a sustainability framework as well. Thank you, Councillor Lefiso. I respect why you voted against the previous motion, but I hope that you think that we do need a way forward, because actually if we don't have a framework, we're a bit stuffed. Councillor Gary, thank you. We do need to save the planet. Both you and I have daughters of a similar age, and this is really important work that we do. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for supporting progressive work, and your great summary, as Councillor Wiley said, of why we're doing this. Councillor Lucas, I also agree with you about the challenge on the timing of this, that we need to get action. Our community have asked us for action, and we need to match it up with our strategic review and fit it into our LTP. Thank you, Mayor Raddick, for Think Globally, Act Locally, which is actually what the SDG framework is about. And I also completely take on board the simple and relatable. Part of my issue with the city portrait was that it wasn't simple and relatable. And I think if we're going to communicate with the people that live in our community, we need simple and relatable. And I think this is a good way of doing it. And I absolutely agree that we need to align the goals as a city, and we absolutely need to prioritise. And, as you said, get busy doing stuff. And thank you, Councillor Wiley, who I see listening there. I do agree with the better ability to create indicators and report to the public on our progress as well in an understandable way. So thank you.
Okay, so we'll take the motion by division.
Councillor Ackland?
Aye.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope?
No.
Councillor Gary?
No.
Councillor Gilbert?
Yes.
Councillor Houlihan?
No.
Councillor Fiso?
No.
Councillor Lucas?
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem?
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Vandevers?
No.
Councillor Walker?
No.
Councillor Weatherall?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Raddick?
Aye.
Where is it? Motion carried 9-6.
Thank you. Moving on to item 21, the Dunedin Theatre Network Update Report. In your supplementary agenda, page 4. Okay. Are there any opening comments to the report?
No, we're happy to take questions, thank you.
Okay, so welcome, and Mr. Chairman. Yes, good afternoon, and Ms. Nielsen and Ms. Wakaira. So, questions. Do we have any questions, Councillor? Councillor Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, with the Athenaeum proposal, with the two venues on, separate floors, will that be an issue if there's, two events on at the same time, for what problems we've had with some of our other venues with the sound transference? Is there any concern about that?
I guess that would be for the venue owners to decide if that's a concern, but we haven't had it raised.
Councillor Vandervis.
On page 7 of 177, there is a price tag line, which is very helpful, nice to have that clear information. But under Mayfair, it talks about, if we had a 2026 start, it'd be 13.32 million. A previous paper I remember from a year or two ago was talking about 30 million. Can you explain how, well, first of all, how they could possibly get to 30 million in several years ago, and why it is now such a much more believable figure?
I'm sorry, I can't really talk to that in much detail, Councillor. I'm not sure the detail behind how they got to 30 million in that original concept.
So just to focus on the 13 million we've got in front of us, that would make the theatre essentially earthquake-proof, meet all fire regulations, and allow for the kind of access that's expected for wheelchairs.
I think we'll answer that in two parts, and I'll get Christian to answer about the accessibility, so we talked about a little bit today. So at the moment, the Mayfair is earthquake prone, and they've aimed in this piece of work to come up with a concept design that will make it not earthquake prone. But they have put some provisos in those reports. They haven't done the geotechnical investigations on the property yet. So they haven't gone into the specific soil conditions under the building to see what they are. They've based it on some assumptions based on the surrounding area's soil conditions, and they've alerted you to, I guess, some risk that there's a high liquefaction possibility in that area, and because of the soil conditions and the current foundations, a strengthening scheme may not be possible because of the condition of the soil, but they have to test that. Sorry, does that make sense on that part? And then the accessibility part, I'll let Christian answer from this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the concept design report's done some really good work with a whole range of consultants that have worked with Dunedin Theatre Network. It is only concept stage, so there's still more work to do and work through and really tease out some of the issues that inevitably will come up in a building of that age. As Anna's alluded to, there are some challenges seismically from the potential geotech in the area, and that's got to be worked through. The concept proposal does look at addressing seismic upgrade to 67% IL3, so importance level 3. It does look to address the accessibility and a whole range, and fire engineering solutions, a whole range of solutions for the building.
Great. And does that accessibility and other issues, does that all assume that the building, the entire property, including the buildings next door, are gifted to the DCC, and those buildings next door can be used to facilitate access currently not available?
No, they haven't addressed ownership. They've flagged it as something that they'd need to address in the next stage.
So they haven't actually looked then at the access potential which the buildings next door would give, despite the fact that those buildings have been offered to us free of charge along with the Mayfair.
The offer of the Mayfair is before my time, so I can't talk to that. And I will say, we didn't get these reports in advance of you seeing them, so Christian and I have had a review of them in the last 2 days, but we haven't been instructed to have a critical review, so I'll apologise if we perhaps don't know a level of detail to answer some of your questions.
they have included the surrounding buildings within their plans, because one of them they use for set storage and costume storage, so they've talked about it as one of the ways of dealing with accessibility to the back of house areas.
So it is assumed that it wouldn't just be the theatre itself, but the entire property that's owned by the trust that we would be talking about, which makes great sense. So thank you for clarifying that. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Barker. Then I've got Councillors Houlihan, Walker and Eklund.
Thank you. I take on board that you've just got the report too. So I guess seeing that a performing arts report with options will be coming to council and as part of the 9-year plan, I kind of just want to flag that on page 58 there's a whole bunch of project risks around funding, which if DCC are being requested to put some money in, I think is probably one of our key areas to focus on. And I just wonder, do you know of any recent projects? I'm feel fairly sure there's a theatre project in Wanaka, and whether they've had success getting funding from other sources.
We have done a little bit of work on that, but I'd have to get back to you on, I don't have it off the top of my head, but we have looked at some of those other, including Wanaka, theatres that have had cornerstone funding and then sourced private funding elsewhere, including Balclutha as well. We've had a good look at that as well.
And my next question is just this morning in the presentation, they had a jigsaw on the front, on the first slide, and it had the Regent Theatre in as part of the jigsaw that made up the 4 things. So I just wonder, because I don't see any mention of the Regent Theatre here, and I just wonder how this, given that Athenaeum is right next to the Regent Theatre, how they relate to each other.
I can answer some of that, maybe Anna might be able to answer some of that as well. So you'll be aware of the DTN work that's been progressing over a number of years. There's also the Stage South new build idea that's also been progressing, and probably more recently a Regent Theatre idea, which is about a stage on a stage. And both Erin and I have been working with all of those groups, and we have been coming together regularly and talking through all of those projects with everybody in the same room to be really clear about it all. And so the Regent Theatre Stage on a Stage is one of the projects which I guess to give the community full, they've been working hard on some of these projects, and to give everyone a fair and full kind of opportunity to put those community-led options in front of council, that is also one of them.
Oh, yeah, I was asking that because on their front page that had the Regent, and I hadn't seen that as part of the DTN, but are they part of the DTN?
No, they're not part of the DTN. What was referred to this morning by Brent was that the DTN are working with the Regent Theatre and Stage South. So we've all been working together and been really collegial, and the performing arts community themselves have they're trying to make sure that whatever goes forward, if something goes forward, can be supported by everybody.
And my last question is just following on from Councillor Vandervis, I just wonder if in the next report it will be addressing those pros and cons of ownership, because part of the challenge I think for council might be investing in things which are owned by others. And this is in relation to is it better to have it owned by a trust or something else to actually be able to apply for funding from different sources?
So there will need to be a discussion. So that will be in the report. How far that goes down a track to have absolute clarity, I don't think would get there. But for some of these projects to go forward, they would require that. I think the projects themselves and the people themselves have got quite a lot of clarity around funding for themselves, but they do realise that funding in council is limited, and what they would really need is cornerstone funding to be able to then go out and fundraise and get either private funding or government funding of some capacity.
I'll just sneak another one in because the quantum here is around 34 million. So would it be correct to say that perhaps the groups are not asking us for the full 34 million, that they would be asking us for an amount?
They are not asking for the 34 million. They are asking for cornerstone funding so that they can go and fundraise the rest for themselves. What that cornerstone funding might mean, you know, it's kind of up to you, but we could put some of that information into the next council report.
Thank you. Given all of these organisations are privately owned at present, are we opening the door to see, you know, to every other private investor, that if we give money to these ones, that everybody else can say, oh, we gave money to them, we'd like some. You know, I've got an old building, I need to do it up, because there's a lot of heritage buildings in our city. Are we opening the door to that?
I think, firstly, apart from the Athenaeum, they're all owned by trusts. And the Athenaeum is in the mix because council made a decision last time to put that out to the community for consultation as to whether or not the community wanted to fund the Athenaeum or the Mayfair. So there's a history of the Athenaeum being in the mix here. It's privately owned, but at the previous council 10-year plan, the fact that it was privately owned wasn't an issue, and there was a resolution of council for staff to work with the owner of the building, Laurie Forbes, to in a partnership with council to find a way forward. I mean, and that was something that was consulted on at the last 10-year plan. So that's why that the Athenaeum is in the mix. Whether or not we're opening ourselves up to, so what was the question? Private?
Are the private developers coming to us and saying, you gave money to this, why not give money to me?
I'm not sure if I can comment on that, actually. That kind of happens.
I've got another question. In the report, they say that they might come back later and ask for operational costs. Do we know any more details about that?
No, for the DTN. No, they do mention that in their report. That would be something that would need to be worked through and understood and addressed. Some of it, I think, at a high level, we will be able to put into the next report, but the details of what that might look like going forward would need to be another little piece of work that carries on.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 questions, I think. Firstly, just reminding ourselves, this is, I know the answer, this is obviously an update report and it'll come back to 9-year plan, correct? Yep. You didn't hear that? Sorry. It's okay. I know the answer. It is an update report and we'll get clearer when it's 9-year plan. The crux of the presentation from this document, which I think is a good document, and the presentation this morning is obviously money. And the crux of their ask is, give us some cornerstone, we'll go out and we'll get the rest of the funding, and that amount is unknown. So my question is, and it might involve the CEO answering this as well, is it possible for us to commit an amount, so let's call it, for argument's sake, 4 million, but based on a quantum? So basically we'll give you 4 million if you go and get 26, and that 4 million won't be released until you hit your target. Doesn't matter what our number is. Can we make a decision based on that?
There'll be a way of structuring a decision like that. It's a little bit like what happened with the Mosgiel pool, I think, was similar to that. But it would have to be carefully crafted, I think.
But you've answered the question. I asked this morning a question of Brent, and I think he quite rightly avoided it, and it was to do with Stage South. And you might want to avoid it as well, but I mean, are you aware of whether or not Stage South have been kept up to date on this journey? And if that's a yes or no, are they relatively comfortable with the ongoing process?
Yes, we've all been working closely together. They've been kept up to date with everything. We're all meeting again on Thursday.
if I could, Mr Mayor, just to expand on what I said to Councillor Walker. In that kind of scenario where we were providing seed funding to a facility that potentially council didn't own, it would be a grant, so it's not CapEx. So anything would then be rates funded as opposed to debt funded.
Okay, you're done. I've got Councillor Ackland, then Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question was along the lines of what's been touched on, and it's really to do with the fact that if we, excuse me, if we're funding buildings that are not owned by council, or if we're contributing to the funding, where does the liability or responsibility for council sit when it comes to, you've got three different entities, they've got funding from us, as the Chief Executive has just highlighted now, any funding from us would be cash, not debt funded. So obviously, big focus on that. But once the work is done, should this all happen and they get the funding from elsewhere to go with it all, and they start their operations, and things don't quite work out the way they want them to in terms of their financials, is there a liability or responsibility or obligation of sorts on council to basically come along and contribute to operational?
I'll grab that. That's why I was cautious in my answer to Councillor Walker, because any agreement would need to be carefully crafted so council were well aware of any liability they were taking on, and so that would be the thing that would have to be managed.
Because isn't it the case that if council owned the buildings, that and potentially the activity that goes on within them, that we then have the operational cost that goes with it?
Unless you've got a lease in place, for example, or something, but some of the costs. Be more specific, potentially?
Well, I'll just use the Mosgiel pool as an example. So we build the Mosgiel pool, we own the Mosgiel pool, now we staff it and resource it in every way that's required, and there's a cost that goes with that.
Correct.
So if I can just give you a good example, we own the Regent Theatre building, and we have a lease with the Regent Theatre Trust who operate it and assume responsibility for the operating theatre.
And I was going to say the ice stadium is quite a similar relationship as well, where the OPEX is paid by.
But we contribute to those facilities on an annual basis.
We do.
Right. Question? Your question, Councillor O'Malley.
It's sort of been answered, but I just want to clarify it. On point 4, you've got Stage South, Regent Theatre, and obviously the DTN all talking to each other. And we've got that, I believe it was 17 million put aside, sitting out there somewhere. I'm still seeing the groups come and speak about themselves and not really speak about what they have conceded in their worldview with the other groups. So while they are talking together, are we getting to a point where are they focusing, is there any discussion on that money that's been put aside, on how it will be used? And is that starting to evolve a little? Because at the moment it's inconsistent with more than one vision, because one vision would take it all. But I kind of heard today the DTN is really looking for a corner investment. And so is there another thing evolving here where that, I don't want to call it specifically 17, but that money could be, are they starting to get a more, you could have this bit and if I can have that bit kind of attitude, or are we still competing interests?
There's definitely not really competing interests. They have got to a place where they are thinking about what does the city need. So, from growing theatre performers through to through to community theatre, through to professional theatre, and we need, and also smaller theatres that do fringe type things. There's a whole raft of things that the city needs. We currently don't have adequate venues for, and so they are starting to see. They've started to see a bigger vision, and they are also starting to see that might not be. It's probably not possible in the short term, but there are some things that we need to think about in the short term and in the medium term and in the long term, and we can't lose sight of any of it. And some of those things are 10, 15 years down the track, maybe, but some things. But in the meantime, if, for example, if the city wants a big, amazing new venue, that's a wee way away. But if we just focus on that, then we're going to have nothing between now and then, and we still have to keep things going in the performing arts. So the work, I guess, that I've been doing with that group is to get them into a place to start to see what's really needed, what could be invested in. There's only a finite amount of money, and what can realistically be invested in as cornerstone.
Okay. We have a comment from Chief Graham.
Just want to build on that, and to your specific point about how they're looking at the money and divvying it up. Remember, the money we have in the budget is CapEx, and so it's yeah. So that's the difference here. So that will be the and I think we'll need to have a bit of a chat about how we present that information to councillors for your decision making, because $17-ish million in CapEx is quite a different thing to a $5 million OPEX grant, just by way of example.
I'm just trying to figure out how it would be OPEX when the Athenaeum project was put in front of us in the first place was going to be CapEx at the time. And so is it the way it's structured that it would have to be OPEX versus CapEx that would change the status?
Yeah, it would have been a joint ownership model or something. Yeah.
Yes, it depends on ownership. If council are going to own it, then it'll be our CapEx.
And you cannot give a CapEx grant?
The grant will be OPEX if we're not going to own it, yes. Yep.
Major consideration in terms of the implication of that fund, right? And I guess, has that been discussed? Because there's one is a CapEx spend and the other one is a rates rise.
The ownership of, like, for going back to DTN, you'll see in the report that they do say the ownership models is another conversation to have. And so at a high level, this is a conversation that's been had, but drilling down into any kind of detail gets a bit tricky at this stage.
Just so it'll be fundamental. If the ownership model cannot deal with it, then it won't be a CapEx spend, and that would be fundamental. So that's just good to know that maybe get raised.
If I could, the point that Ms Nielsen made about the region, the council physically owns the building, but then we've got an arrangement in place whereby we are able to fund it through either a lease and or a grant, I think. So there are ways and ways, but we just have to look at what it is.
But it could be a CapEx if it was a purchase.
And the whole point being, we need to tell the partners that if they want to get to that CapEx budget, they'll have to figure out a structural way to do it, otherwise they can't.
Yeah, CapEx would be a purchase, whereas just a grant would be OPEX.
And remembering that the 9-year plan will be looking at the CapEx work program in its entirety as well. So that money is subject to further discussion by council.
All right, moving on. Councillor Gary.
With respect, Mr Mayor, I thought we had agreed on one question, and when several people are allowed to have more than one, not trying to be pedantic, but it is very frustrating. So I will ask my question. First of all, thank you for your mahi to get us to this point, which is part of a journey we've been on for some time, and this is the report, and it's great to see. My question is something very specific, page 24, and it is around the Athenaeum, and it was around the Centre for Writing, which I know was mentioned in passing in an earlier report with Whakaira, and I see a bit more detail here. What would that mean for us as a city of literature, in your view?
Well, we don't have anything like that in the city at the moment. I understand, I don't know too much. This is the Athenaeum Library, people with an idea to create that library space into a sort of a national writing space, I think they've been calling it. I mean, for a city of literature, of course, that's a pretty amazing proposition to have something like that right in the middle of the city.
So significant, yeah.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Councillor O'Malley asked the key question that I wanted to ask, but going on from that, so I just want to be clear, in the report that's coming in January, with the talk that's been between all the parties, Stay South, the Regent and DTN, they are going to work out a priority, an indicative priority about where they see the whatever buildings for all aspects of theatre or production, all that creative. They are going to give an indicative priority for us, because I think it's very challenging if they're leaving it to council to prioritise something that some people, it's definitely not their area of expertise.
We're working towards that. We have been working towards that for some time.
If I can just ask a follow-up question in terms of the indication of cornerstone funding, that would be cornerstone funding to DTN. It wouldn't be, and then they would, if we did decide to go down that line, and then they would choose how that cornerstone, which building it would be, or were they thinking cornerstone funding for each of the three, which is a different question.
My understanding that is cornerstone funding for each of the three.
Right. Councillor Vandevers.
Question for you, Mr Mayor. Your request this morning at the public forum that we limit ourselves to one question. My understanding was that was just because we had a very full forum and limited time, and that it didn't apply to, for instance, reports that might have 50 pages of information in which we might want to ask more than one question.
Yes, and that is correct, as you've seen, because public forum has only got 5 minutes for questions. So for one person to dominate and ask 6 questions that takes up the whole 5 minutes is rather unfair. So the plan is to have one quick go round and round again, and in some cases people came back 2 or 3 times, and that worked out well, I think, in the 5 minutes. However, the questions in a standard agenda item are not time limited. So there's plenty of time for people to ask 2 or 3 questions and someone else to ask 2 or 3 questions, because in many cases when the questioner will have a train of thought or a sequential array of questions that is better to ask in sequence, and we're not time limited. You know, if you want to be here at 8 o'clock tonight, we can be here at 8 o'clock tonight. So the point is, and so there is a difference, and you are correct. So
thank you. At the risk of being here at 8 o'clock tonight, I have another question.
We have other questions too, but then suddenly there might be questions for me rather than questions for the panel. But you've got a question for the panel, so I think that's
for the panel. Priority. Yes, I'm curious, of the current theatre spaces that we have, which one has the most events in a week or in a month? Is it the Regent, or is it the Fortune, or is it the Freudian slip? Is it the Regent, or is it the Mayfair that actually has the most events in any given month
or year?
I would say it's the Regent, but there's they're different theatres, so you're kind of also comparing different
parts of the industry.
Yeah, different parts of the industry.
Okay. So, thank you. We had a range of questions from Councillor Walker, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I have 19 questions. No, sorry, I just one. I want to go back to Councillor, what's your name? Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor's point, and I think it's an important one, because Ms. Wikaira, I saw you smiling when she asked it, but I think it really is important that when we come round to the 9-year plan, we do, and we let them know that we do need something, because if we don't, I think we really do put ourselves in a tremendously difficult spot. So do you think that may be possible? So I was trying to make that a question.
There's a report coming.
I've been working towards that with the group for a while, and it requires it's required a lot from the community. It requires them to all come together. They've all got differing perspectives. it also requires them to have some hard conversations with each other around projects. So it's not easy, but we have been having those conversations.
Presumably that obviously from them, as is the case with that, requires compromise as well.
Possibly.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Are you able to say, with the Athenaeum, is the pack down and pack out, pack in and pack out, is that to be done in the front? Or is that, because it's in the report, it sounds like there's not, really good access at the back to do that. Or what I'm just wondering what the situation is.
I'll just look to Christian to correct me if I say something that you know differently. But the last time I caught up with Laurie, he wasn't considering pack-in from the front, and he's aware of the concerns in the industry about pack-in from the rear. There is two options from pack-in from the rear. There's the alleyway that comes down and round the bend, and he has relationships with the surrounding businesses and would look for an easement. But there's actually also to the rear to the right. So if you go to the back right-hand corner of the building, that driveway comes in and down from the different corner of Moray Place. I'm not explaining that very well, am I? There's a car park out the back of the building with the round windows on it. That comes right to the corner of the Athenaeum as well. So he's got a couple of different options there for considering and dealing with the pack-in issues.
Steve. Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do stand corrected on the question numbers. And I have another one, which is a follow-up from my first one. I've noted that on this journey we've been on, when the DTM first came to us with the concept of collaboration between those three venues, which was a hugely new kind of idea. I mean, we'd never seen that kind of collaboration before. And where they've got to now, would it be correct to say there's been incredible progress in terms of that collaboration across the creative arts community? I take great heart from the live music conversations, and if anyone can do it, you and your team can do it, Ms. Wikaira. Not to put any pressure on you, but it takes time, doesn't it? And it, as you said, and they're on that journey. I guess the question is, will we get there in time for a long-term plan? And there's a few more bits to go in there. I heard some really positive stuff though when you talked about, short-term, medium, long-term. Maybe that's the key. Any other comments about that?
I think they're doing some amazing thinking, and they're really thinking very strategically about what the city needs from their perspective in terms of performing arts venues. I think they've also seen point this way, but the live music work, and also taken kind of, right, okay, we need to also think about what we're doing in this space. One of the things in terms of engagement, I would say, is that post the last 10-year plan, and there not being a decision and there being quite a lot of engagement with the community, they were very much engaged out and weren't really that keen on continuing the same kind of conversations with us at that time. But they, over time, have come together with their ideas and recognise that working together, being collaborative, being collective is their best way forward.
So do you think the idea, which I'm sensing around the table, that we are really keen to hear from them about a way forward collaboratively across the wider sector, that's what we're looking for? Do you think that will be meaningful to them and help them, just give them that little extra push perhaps?
I think they know themselves that that's what's needed. So, I think some words of encouragement in that direction is always going to be good.
As opposed to us deciding for them, which we will make the decision, but we're looking to them for that leadership. I guess that's what I'm saying. And I hear that you're on board with that.
Right. Are there any further questions? Because I have no one on the list. Very good. Right. Thank you. All questions have been answered. So the recommendation is that we note the Dunedin Theatre Network Update Report and that a Performing Arts Venue Report will be presented to Council in January 2025 for a 9-year plan decision. Okay, so I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Gary. So, we've got this report and we've had some input, but we've had a range of other input and there are a range of other theatres and possibilities. So, for the next step, there will be a staff report coming up with presumably some options and some thoughts. So now is the time to collate the information available and any information that you may have or prefer, and figure out and to get, perhaps discuss that with appropriate people, staff or whoever, so that it can form part of the report. But we are getting to the pointy end, so you just have to get your heads around the idea that we have to make a decision, and it's not far away, just a matter of weeks. So, having said that, who would like to speak to this? Councillor Gary, Councillor Ackland, and Councillor Houlihan so far.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been on this journey for a considerable time, and we've had COVID in the middle of it, and we would all have liked to have delivered a solution, a venue, a compromise by now. But that has not been the case. And what is really important, and I think everyone around this table acknowledges, it's getting it right that's really important. I take great heart from where we've landed with the live music debate, and that took time, and sometimes these things take time, and this is certainly one of those things. We've come so far. When I think back to when the Dunedin Theatre Network first presented their idea and their collaboration, it was very different to anything we'd ever had before, where there were factions and groups and so forth, and it was just so helpful. And they went on a journey in stages, and they've reported back. We've financed that. I actually moved the motion around giving them some funding in order for them to be able to get this last report done and get those concepts done. So they've done what they said they would do, and this is the piece in the puzzle that we needed to consider the wider issues. In the meantime, we've had lots of engagement from the performing arts community, and I've really welcomed it. They've put a lot of thought into it. They've investigated all sorts of possibilities, and rather than seeing that as a problem, I welcome that as a real positive, because we've had real engagement from that sector of the creative community. I remind you of the Massey research, which came out in November, and I sent round to you all, I believe, it's the day after it came out, and that figure that was quoted this morning for live performances of $1 invested returns $3.20. That's pretty remarkable, and there are lots of other statistics in terms of the economic benefits to the New Zealand economy, and we can say really confidently to the economy of this city. So this is not nice to have. This is part of, if we want to look at things purely in terms of economic benefit, it has an economic benefit. However, I see the arts in a much more holistic way. And I believe the wider performing arts sector, in coming up with all of those options and presenting them to us in such a thoughtful, considered way, are close, I hope, and I encourage them to coming up with a plan to present to us. It's a compromise, it's a collaboration that gives us a path forward, because if they don't do that, we will have to do that for them. And not everyone is going to agree with the decision, but I would much prefer community-led on this. I think where they have the expertise in the performing arts, we don't necessarily. We all have different takes on it and different lenses. But I think this is a really important decision we're going to be making. We've got some money set aside. It will never be enough. But I trust the performing arts community. And I really want to thank the staff who've worked so hard on this over a number of years, some of whom are no longer here. But I thank them for their mahi, and I encourage them to help us get to the point and help the creative arts community, the performing arts community, to arrive at a plan for the short term, for the medium term, and the long term, in terms of what we invest, what they need us to invest for the betterment of performing arts. It's a really important part of our city. It brings great joy and economic benefit, and it's going to be hopefully an easy decision because we'll have that community leadership. So thank you.
Councillor Hurlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a lot to say on this. Firstly, out of the buildings that are proposed, I think it's very clear that the group have listened to us and they've done a lot of work. And the proposal at the Athenaeum has now developed into something way more than I ever expected. And they've put a black box in there for music. So they've actually seemed to have changed the design a lot to be something more for music, which I think, I don't know, I haven't talked to the music people. There's a couple of councillors around this table that might know more than me, but around the music scene. But I think, anyone who's a musician will probably be delighted about the fact that there may be a black box in some live music venues popping up in the next few years right in that location in the Octagon. There's no denying it's a great location. What I want to say about the Playhouse Theatre, going back to the Athenaeum, look, Laurie is a very successful developer, and he treats the heritage buildings with the respect, and he's got a long history of and a reputation of doing the work he does very well. I think, this is just my personal opinion, whether he gets the funding from us or not, I think he'll do well with this development. With the Playhouse Theatre is very important to the ecology of theatre in our city. It is a place where there's a lot of amateur theatre done in that area, and I have to say, as a mum, every school holidays when the kids were little, I took them to the play, because there's always a children's play on every school holidays, and so it was a must-see. Like many mothers or dads, they would take their kids to that show. Some of the shows, weren't overly great, but they're run by amateurs, many of them, but they were fun for the kids. And also, as a point of view for professional theatre, a lot of the younger emerging theatre practitioners can put on shows in places like Playhouse Theatre, because it gives them a bit of a cheaper and option to look at hiring that and using it as a venue. So it also offers a way for our younger professional theatre practitioners to get their teeth into some work. So that helps, that's good. There's a big gap with this proposal because for me and for just in the theatre scope for our city is around the professional theatre. Now, I'm looking forward, because this is just a report for this group. I'm really looking forward to see the report for the professional theatre. I think what's been unfortunate, in my opinion, on this whole process is that the motion was put forward that we'd have the 17 million for a professional theatre, and then we've had quite a few different groups come in with different ideas, all of them meaning well, but of course every idea has taken a chip out of that, out of the money that's there. So that pool, and we're in a situation now where if we helped every group that came to us for that, we'd be you know, as the saying goes, you'd be doing a little bit. So you wouldn't be specialising. You'd take a little bit, and it wouldn't be a specialist. Oh, I can't remember how the saying goes, but it's something like you'd be a jack of. Yes, thank you. A jack of something and a master of none. And that's the situation we're in at the moment. If we give a bit of money out of this pool to every group that's come forward and presented to us, I think at the end of the day we're going to just have to be, dare I say, cruel to be kind, but we're going to have to say, okay, is this money here for professional theatre, or is it here for all theatre, or what? My understanding is the purpose of it was originally for professional theatre to fill the gap from where the fortune, is no longer. And if that is the case, we have to prioritise the funding that way. I love some of the ideas in this proposal, and if they can get some money and the others can go ahead, I'd happily support that. Right now, obviously with budgets, we don't know what money we'll actually be working with, but I look forward to seeing the professional theatre proposal. There are a lot of gaps in this one for professional theatre. I don't agree that this is an option for professional theatre. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This takes me back 15 years ago when we were looking into a mid-sized theatre for the city, and there was, in those days we called them working parties, and there was a lot of time spent trying to identify just what the best way to go forward was, and I really do admire Ms. Wakaya and all of her staff and the work that they've done so far, because when you've got different groups with different ideas and everybody needs some sort of assistance to be able to take forward their particular part of the whole scene. And saying that, from a council perspective, we need to understand the full implications, because the thing that has really stood out to me of recent times is that as soon as we invest in assets, and that is a capital expenditure, which is normally funded through debt, that can be, I suppose, in some ways disguised to be not too expensive in terms of rate increase, because all it's really doing is servicing the interest on the debt. But the debt still sits on the books, as Councillor Vandervis keeps telling us. And the big issue is going forward, the operational costs, and they never stop. All they do is just get more and more expensive. And so don't be fooled. The 17 million that is in the last LTP that people have referred to as being ring-fenced for theatres, I don't really see it as being there, because unless that 17 million was to be spent as CapEx, which at the moment it's looking like that's not the case, because we don't own the buildings, or the actual operation of the facilities. It is a grant, and a grant means, roughly speaking, 1% on rates for every $2 million. So if you want to say, right, here's 2 million each, so you got 6 million going into it as a grant, as cornerstone funding, well, that's just under 3% on rates. However, it is only for 1 year, if you did it all in the 1 year. And then the next year, roughly speaking, it comes out of the rates increase. It's not like when we put rates up 10% or 5% or whatever they are, when you do another rates increase, it goes on top of that. And in this situation, if it was just a grant, unless I've got my understanding of the numbers wrong, if it was a grant, a one-off for X amount of dollars, and it puts 2 or 3% on rates for that 1 year, surely the next year it doesn't become compounding, because it was only a one-off. And so I think that we really do need to have a thorough understanding as to just what our role is, what it really is going to cost in terms of rates increases. If there is another way to go about it whereby CapEx can be used, then again, what does that mean for us in terms of future expense? So I suppose I'll finish off by saying that at the moment we have to be very, very careful that nice to haves are not in our forefront vision when we're dealing with a very, very difficult budget, and that's what we're going to be doing in January. But I do see this particular contribution to the community is not a nice to have, it really is necessary. And I take the point that's been made that, in 5, 6, 8, 7 years' time, whatever it might be, if something's not done with these particular facilities, we could lose them. And that would be very sad. But again, we need to balance out how much council can do, how much of it is council's role, how much is it going to cost council. When we say cost council, we mean the community, cost the ratepayer. And so I do look forward to seeing what comes up in January, but I think there's definitely numerous ways to be looking at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to follow on with Councillor Ackland, because the 17 million was definitely put aside for a CapEx expenditure, and it was not put aside for an OpEx expenditure. So I think going forward, out of our questionings, we definitely have to pay attention to the design of whatever goes forward. My experience is that engagement often begins after the important announcement's been put through, and this was definitely a good example of this. We were really close to making a decision, and then people came out to say that they didn't feel they'd been accurately consulted, and that's put us back into where we got back into. And I think there has been significant movement, especially over the last year or so. A few of us have been saying, and I'm definitely saying it in my speeches, I'm more than happy to fund something that the arts community comes back with as an agreed upon plan of funding. If they come back and make us do a King Solomon, I'm just going to cut the baby in half, because I don't want, it's not appropriate to have the decision sent to us. This is, we cannot be the arbiters of groups that can't come to an agreed upon decision on how they want the council to assist. So that's my feedback is, if you want a yes from us, you're going to have to come back more or less with the plan, so that when we say yes to it, we don't end up having public forum filled the next day with a whole heap of people who disagree with the plan. Can't guarantee we're not going to have anybody in that public forum, but it really doesn't, if it comes back to us being the arbiter, I'm going to be inclined to say, well, if you can't get yourselves organised to that level, then I'm inclined to go any further. It seems that this is evolving into quite a decent place now. It seems like people are talking about the reality of what can be done and what everybody's objectives are. Timeframes seem to be shifting into a more doable timeframe. So it looks like, I'm more confident they will, and I think the best way to make sure they will is to simply say, if you haven't, don't bother coming back. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I'm sure I'm not alone when I say that I had some doubts that this group would actually make a great deal of progress when it was originally mooted. So I think, first of all, I eat that hat and also add my congratulations to Ms. Wakaira and others for the cat herding that's obviously happened. I think the danger is that we run. I think the risk is that we run the danger of vacillating about this too long and not realising, of course, that a new theatre that was originally mooted is somewhat further away than some initiative to keep alive and support some of the theatre operations that we have. And also, at the same time, to protect the sunk costs that the city has already parted with in terms of helping the Playhouse with some of its building issues, and similarly money for the Mayfair and various investigations that have been funded by the Heritage Fund. So I think this is a good pathway forward. I think we know exactly what's going to happen. We know there's going to be some suggestion of a request for some cornerstone funding for each of these groups for development of detailed design, and that will be part of the 9-year plan in January. I think that will be welcomed by the wider community. I think Councillor O'Malley's probably right. That may precipitate yet another round of I know best and what you really need is X or Y. If that happens, that happens. But I think this will certainly give us the capacity to ensure or support the survival of those theatres, and they're not the only theatres in town, of course, and also decide what we're going to do about, if anything, about the location and construction of the different larger theatre or whatever it might be. So thanks to those who've got us this far, and especially the people who presented today.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too support the creation of a new building for theatre practitioners. As Councillor Gary said, we have so many social and economic benefits that come to us via the arts. This has been going on since the Fortune Theatre closed, and one of the reasons the Fortune closed was because it was old and cold. I would love to see a brand new building for our theatre practitioners. As Councillor Houlihan said, pointing out the Playhouse Theatre is an incubator for emerging practitioners. It's such a great place, and I've taken my children there every holidays. I'm a fan, and if we don't support places like the Playhouse Theatre, an iconic performance space, we'll lose it. The Mayfair has huge potential to expand into that wardrobe space, as was pointed out, for it to become more accessible and to meet the fly tower requirements of professional theatre to pack in and out. These aren't nice to have things at all. Councillor Ackland said it's totally necessary. The first time we voted on what was to happen for theatres completely predates me by several years. February 2020, I saw some council minutes. That's going back to when the Fortune closed and when Stage South was formed, a group to support the professional theatre network here in Dunedin. There's $17 million sitting there, and we really do need some action on this. As Councillor O'Malley said, the groups, the Dunedin Theatre Network, the Regent and the Stage South need to work together to make sure they're going to be happy and that they're all on the same page. I feel like they are the ones to make this decision. I think they're the arts community and they know best. But as Councillor Benson Pope said, there is a danger in this taking too long, and if we don't do something soon, we will lose some of those incredible theatre spaces, and I certainly don't want to see that happen. So I look forward to the long-term plan process when some of this can be actioned. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I won't go over most of the points already raised. I agree with pretty much all of them, not all, but most of them. I do want to just reiterate, as I did, I guess, during questioning, the points made by Councillor O'Malley, who's not paying any attention at the moment to me speaking, but it doesn't matter. I want to reiterate the points you made, Councillor, because I think it shouldn't be left. I think we've worked hard as a collective over the years, and whether we like it or not, and I've stated this many times, when you want to get agreement amongst an artistic group, they're artists because they have widely varying and differing views on how the world looks and how it should be. But I think we've been around this process long enough now to be able to get to a general point of consensus. But as the councillor said, that shouldn't ultimately land on us. That should be, that compromise, if it is to be a compromise, needs to be sitting, it needs to be part of a robust conversation between those groups who have been hitting us up for a long time, so that we can make a clear decision, knowing that when we do make that decision, that the next day the public forums aren't full of groups saying, what about us? We haven't been heard. You didn't listen to us. What about our view? I think that we've gone way, way, way down that long path now. So I look forward, and this is, I guess, putting those groups on notice that my expectation is come next year's 9-year plan, I'm going to have little doubt that what's presented to me is the general views of those community of creatives.
Okay. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Actually, perfect to follow in behind Councillor Walker because I actually was going to echo the same sentiments. So thank you.
That was quick. Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Vandervis, yes.
I agree that Councillor Walker, I think, has hit upon something quite important, and that is that we can't really expect a diverse group of creatives to all come up with the same idea about how things should be. They are in the business of changing people's perspectives and how things should be, and it's our decision, not theirs, that should be in the interests of Dunedin as a whole. Individual minorities and pressure groups, although we see them here very often, are not or shouldn't be the deciders of what goes forward. We need to make a decision, and we need to, having done the consultation, not expect all these varying groups to make that decision for us and to be shy of actually being held to account for making a decision, which invariably is going to upset some people. The inability to make a decision, or the temptation to kick the can down the road because making a decision will probably cost some of us votes at the next election, is a very bad reason for not making the decision now. We should have made this decision years ago, in my view, and we should have made a decision to look at what was going to give the community the best facilities for the available money. I am very disappointed that at the time when we were in a position to come up with a $17 million budget, that somebody came up with a $30 million estimate for what it would cost to deal with issues at the Mayfair. The Mayfair, which in my long experience as a provider of sound and lighting systems to theatre, was the theatre that produced and held most events of any of the theatres in any given month or year. And it was done by a trust, and it was done with very little support from the DCC. That trust not only owns the theatre, but it owns the properties next door. And that trust offered to give us the whole shebang for nothing, just to ensure that it would be brought up to standard for the new earthquake requirements, and that it would continue to serve the public as it has long served the public, and continue as a historic building as it has long served the public as that. I am concerned that there still seems to be a reticence to seriously consider the enormous potential of having a theatre that is already operational, that is very popular, that is inexpensive to run, and that has enormous development potential because of the land and buildings that are associated with it, that we were able, and hopefully still are able, to acquire for nothing. I believe that the Mayfair Theatre, because of its use and because of its potential, and because of its availability, should be the top priority for us to put theatre funding into, see what we can do about developing the theatre to create a space for as many different kinds of events as possible. And it has in the past done everything from opera to rock shows to serious theatre. So if we are going to make a decision, and hopefully the next paper that we get on this will give us a clear decision to make, I hope that the Mayfair Theatre will be high up there in terms of the way it's presented, and that we will simply make a decision and make it quickly.
because to do anything else is essentially to run the risk of not being able to have that historic theatre and some of the other theatres that we have that are really on their last legs, to have them at all going forward. Thank you.
Alrighty, no further speakers. All right. Look, I think the reason why no decision has been made is because no perfect plan has been presented. And so it's not an easy thing to come up with, because we've got this plan or this idea for 3 theatres, but also there's 2 other propositions out there as well, and there's a range of other things, and there's a desire on top of those other 2, there's a desire to have a fresh proposal, greenfield proposal somewhere, which hasn't materialised into an actual proposal. So there's a range of possibilities, all of which will add up, no matter which way we cut it, to more than the money that we have allocated on our budget for the project. But bearing in mind, it's not 17 million sitting there, it's 17 million allocated but not drawn down, and it's not costing interest. It's just there as a notional figure at this stage. So whilst its value deteriorates year on year, it's not costing us to do anything in the interim. And obviously it would be preferable to have the perfect plan presented, that we could just simply go, there it is, and here's how we can afford it and fund it. And of course the plan that we had from the Kapiti Coast, or the actual completed project that we learned about from the Kapiti Coast, was very appealing. However, there was a lot of community input and funding and volunteer hours and sponsorship that went into that. So it wasn't just as simple as, oh, there it is for this low amount. In fact, there was a heck of a lot went into getting that on the ground. So in the meantime, we'll move forward in a few weeks, have a look at where staff have gotten to with pulling things together, and see how that looks. So to note this report and note the next steps, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And now it's 3 o'clock. I think we'll take a 5-minute break, or 7 or 8 minutes break, and then come back for the Bath Street amenity upgrade.
We do the waste and staff have been waiting for that.
Oh, have they?
Is that all right?
Oh, yes, okay. So, yeah.
If you wanted a seconder for that motion, go ahead.
I thought I got one.
Oh, you might have done it. I didn't hear.
We've got the waste staff.
Carmen. No, she's here. Okay, so moving on to leapfrogging 22, we're going to go to 15. So, because Mr. Henderson's been waiting patiently for some time. So, page 244, the community-led resource recovery and construction industry waste reduction update. Oh, yes, and before we do that, I'll just move that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Jenny. So we have Mr. Henderson, Mr. McLean, and Ms. Godomsky. Good. Very good. Surely we can have a preface and comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that, fortunately, Ms. Trotter, who one of the authors of the report, is unavailable today due to a sick child. She's the community waste advisor, who Ms. Godomsky is here with the C&D waste advisor hat on. I'd also just make a brief comment that I think in a previous meeting I may have mentioned the actual business cases that are talked about in this update report. I jumped the gun there. They're not yet in a state where they're ready to come to council, so this report is an update on the direction or what we're looking at for those business cases.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
So, questions, councillors? Councillor Barker.
Just while you mentioned the business cases, because we're going into the long-term plan, is there going to be money possibly put aside to fund the business cases, or is that putting the cart before the horse?
At this point in time, it's the intention with the business cases, any funding requirement would be using waste levy, so not actually using any other external funding, any types of funding, sorry.
And my next question is just around the, I noticed on page 249 about the terms of reference for the C&D cross-sector working group. So did those terms of reference come to council, or how did that work?
No, they haven't yet. It was basically, it's an informal group at the moment, so very much a sort of nascent working group. That's the terms of reference probably will evolve as that group evolves, but they can be appended to the business case as well. And certainly they're not secret.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you kindly. I've got a few questions, starting with number 25 on page 249, I think, around the solid waste audit, specifically around the C&D waste at Green Island, 72% of which was timber. How deep was the audit? As in, did we simply identify what each product was, or do we have an idea of potential usable percentage? By that I mean, of the timber that turned up, how much of it were nubs that couldn't be used for anything other than pallets at best, and how much of it could be, if nails were extracted or whatever, be of usable size, length, whatever? Do we go that far?
No, sorry, Councillor, we don't actually go quite that far in a solid waste analysis protocol. Basically, it's a analysis technique approved by MFE, which is a two-week analysis of the waste 6 months apart during the same year. So it gives an overview, but it doesn't give that level of detail that you're after there, sorry.
Okay, so I'll add a part B to that. Is there any kind of audit procedure that does go into that level? Because it just seems to me that knowing 72% of the waste is timber is one thing, but if we could divert 65% of that just by taking out a few nails, it goes a long way.
No, there's no more detailed survey at the moment. All we can really do is look at individual cases with companies and see what sorts of, what the examples of timber waste that they have. I should say also that there is waste that comes from industrial, commercial and institutional sources, which can include timber as well. and that the swap report does have an indication of divertible percentages of different materials, but I think that's very generic. It's not based on the actual detail.
Thank you. Also on that same page, number 28, you mention about engagement with national industry organisations and the tertiary sector. That has taken place. Could you expand a little bit on that, please?
Basically talked to the Polytechnic and the university. For instance, the University Trade Services Department are involved in the working group and have been to various events and have ongoing conversations with them. Polytech have been to talk to the civil engineers, civil surveying students, and kept a dialogue there in terms of national industry organisations, talking to certified builders, master builders, local sort of representatives, and brands and the sort of the more national organisations, many of which are Auckland-based, but again, Sustainable Business Network and others as well. There's quite a lot going on, not so much down here, but there's lots of interest in doing more down here with those organisations.
The lots of interest bit was what I wanted to hear, lovely. And my last bit was just, again on 28, it's the 5th bullet point around the C&D breakfast, which was attended by 30 people. Now, people is, yes, absolutely one metric, but I'm just wondering how many companies, like 30 people from one company is different to one person from 30 companies, if you know what I mean.
There were probably a couple of people there from Cook Brothers and a few other companies sent a couple of people, but largely speaking, it was lots of individual representatives there from waste companies as well as from construction companies, tradies and architects. So quite a broad spectrum.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions are on the resource recovery centres first. And in point 21, you make the statement or the point of establishing up to 3 community-based led RCCs. And then in point 17, you mention One Coast. And I guess my question is it One Coast plus 3 or is it One Coast plus 2 that you'd be thinking of?
Probably that's not really established at this point in time within the business case. I mean, the original discussion that was part of the zero carbon action plan was an additional 3. That's depended on actually being able to obviously get groups interested in establishing an additional 3. One Coast are basically obviously the yardstick that we're using at the moment for the one that's actually successfully established and is starting to operate quite well, and obviously we want to try and repeat that.
I guess the question really would be, do you perceive that One Coast is now fully established and doesn't need any assistance for growth? Or, and to my point there being basically, after let's say you do develop another 3 or another 2 and you've got them sitting in there, what's the intended interface between those groups? I see it there in the diagram. But are they going to be to the point where they would be relatively self-sustaining? And are we talking about things like long-term contracts for service deliveries in that environment? Or is it?
Yeah, it's a bit too early at the moment. I mean, that's one of the options is at the table. Some councils have used that expression of interest process quite well to get groups interested in that kind of thing. We haven't decided on a course of action, but that is the kind of mechanism that can be used. Yeah.
The Recourse Recovery Park at Green Island is separate and additional. I'm just making sure everybody's got on top of this. Separate and additional to the community ones, right? Cool. And in that one, I noticed we were just talking about wood before and stuff like that. At the moment, it's just a sorting pad. Will it get more sophisticated than that later, or is it just going to start out like that?
Yeah, the base version, it's a sorting pad with bunkers, obviously, for storage. Definitely can actually have automated sorters and that kind of thing added as well, which is, well, I couldn't give you a quote for the cost, but some of them are actually fairly simple in those materials and have been used successfully in other areas. But yeah, at the moment, it's simply a manual sorting pad with storage bunkers, etc.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Vis.
In on page 250, next step, staff will prepare a business case B for strategic investment into the reduction of construction and demolition waste in Dunedin. Currently, private companies deal with the vast majority of Dunedin construction and demolition waste. To prepare a business case for strategic investment into construction and demolition waste, how will you determine what quantity and costs private enterprise already charge for the majority of our CD waste?
Yes, I'm talking to, I think, all of those providers at the moment to look for their insights into what their activities they're doing now, how that works for them financially and sort of cost effectively. And what their plans are for the future expansion as well, because I don't see it as being us or them. It's a case of the whole. We all need to work together, and also probably encourage them to be able to seek funding to expand their own activities as well. Cost is a bit more difficult because they don't always talk to me about the commercially sensitive information like that. But but basically. Been doing quite a lot over the last few months of trying to talk to them and get them to talk to each other a bit as well, so that we know where the gaps are, what the council's potential role may or may not be in that, whether it's for helping to enable them to seek funding or whether it's providing complementary activities.
Great to hear that you're able to speak with them and look at what we can do over the whole of the city. You mentioned commercial sensitivity, which is always going to be an issue. Is there a sense, though, in which they're concerned that you may be using public funds to compete with their private operation, or is there a real sense that there is a win-win available for both private and the DCC?
I think it's the latter, yes. I mean, there's a lot of enthusiasm to work together, and there's so far haven't picked up on any pushback from people in terms of they seeking information and trying to undercut them, shall we say. so that's none of those, haven't picked up on any of those vibes.
Okay. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Following on the construction and demolition waste, item 25, it says 57 tonnes is arriving at the Green Island landfill every week. 72% is timber waste, 10% rubble. I wondered, are we able to know if they're individuals, not companies, but I wondered what support we're giving to sole trading carpenters and tradesmen, people, women are builders too. I think that probably it's the smaller organisations that might have the largest difficulty in how they're processing their waste. So my question is, how are we supporting individuals, not companies or private enterprises, but the smaller person in the industry?
At the moment, it's limited. I'm looking into whether there's scope to collect or divert more materials at Green Island before reaching the transfer pit. At the moment, you can take offcuts of plasterboard, which is quite heavy, obviously, in terms of landfill costs. So domestic levels or smaller tradies can access that. The intention would be to at least have a stopgap measure with maybe timber or PVC pipes and or collections, so that we could actually try to assist with that, so that those items can be dropped off effectively free, and then you go back over the weighbridge and you're only left with what you can't divert. But it is partial at the moment. I think having somewhere or a range of places where goods can be taken, materials can be taken, would be beneficial for those smaller traders, because the larger companies have got the corporate drive to have high diversion rates, and they've really probably got their mechanisms sorted out.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm just a question in terms of the next steps in developing the business cases and how that dovetails in with the LTP. And I understand you wanting to get the feedback on the WMMP. So is most of these items that you're talking about, the business cases, going to be funded from the waste levy, or what's the impact on our LTP? Because I'm just conscious that we're going to be looking at budgets and things, and these items have been talked about for quite some time. So yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, the intention is definitely to look at the waste levy as a funding. There's no big ticket items as such planned as this. It's something that whatever actually can be achieved within the budget we have available with the waste levy, as opposed to the other way around.
Councillor O'Malley.
Waste levy's undergoing some changes, and there's going to be some bringing of the waste levy back into the general fund, which effectively will take it out of the waste levy. What's the impact of these changes on the ability of the waste levy to support these activities?
Under the proposed changes we're aware of at the moment, Council, the impact would be relatively minimal. Approximately 10% of waste levy bill would be removed from councils. Obviously that's not done and dusted yet, but we haven't had any consultation about these proposals. So yeah, at the moment our understanding is they're looking to basically remove the waste minimisation fund from MFE and return all that money to central government and a small proportion of local government funding as well. But at the moment, it is a relatively small change and wouldn't affect us too greatly.
So that was the bit that I didn't quite understand when I first heard about this sort of in the wind. So MFE is losing all of its waste levy?
That is the proposal that I've seen advice from Treasury.
If the proposal goes at the moment, as it stands, MFE loses all of it and we lose 10%-ish of ours. Okay. And then the other one is, following Councillor Mayhem's question, wouldn't the RPP for C&D be able just to take people, I mean, is it going to be closed to the public, or would it not be able to take a small operator's sorted material? I mean, is it going to be able to?
Excuse me, sorry. I mean, it does depend on scale to a degree. I guess obviously we normally have last chance bins at the at disposal when for argument's sake, when the Green Island Resource Recovery Park is fully developed, you will have to go past the C&D sorting area. It's in front of the bulk waste transfer station, so you'd have to go past it to get rid of your building waste. The idea being that hopefully that will encourage people to.
The facility, like it'll be a relatively large construction that C&D trucks are going in and out of, but also the public can access from one side as well. Is that what? Okay, so you will be able to access it. Cool, thanks.
Good. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. And continuing on from what Councillor O'Malley was saying, you were talking about other locations. So I was thinking, do you mean at the hardware stores, the way people can drop off their polystyrene, could you drop off your plasterboard and your plywood offcuts and your little bits of wood, and then as the tradies are coming in to get more materials, they can look in the recycle bin and take away some of that product if it's useful to them? Is that the sort of thing?
That would have to be subject to conversations with the retailers, of which I've obviously started, but I was more meaning a more centralised collection, storage and sorting area, so rather than in lots of different places, because items like cardboard and plasterboard and wood can take quite a lot of space up, and whilst they can collect pots or polystyrene and other items, it could get a little bit out of hand quite quickly. But I wouldn't be ruling that out as an option, because I think what tradies and builders need is a range of options, and not just sort of all the eggs in one basket. So if retailers have the space to do that, and we can sort of talk to them about, for instance, the plumbing merchants collecting up the PVC pipes offcuts, for instance, and sending them back to Marley, then those are all options that we need to look through which don't necessarily involve council in a big way, but would just case of people talking to one another about what's possible.
Just with permission of Mr. Mayor, so would some of those recycling centres or hubs that we're looking at standing up, could one of them just be around building or demolition materials?
Yes, I think that could be the case. But as I mentioned earlier, a lot of the waste operators have got plans to expand out and diversify as well. And so it's really a case of working out, what the industry, waste management industry, is seeking to provide, and what the council's role might be, whether it's incentivising people to go there and telling the story about the cost savings of not over-ordering, for instance, all of those things that can make a difference. So it's not just a case of the council providing a bit of space for that to happen, although that may be something that's necessary in the long term. But I think looking at what the private sector is planning to do is much more useful in the short term.
Waititi has a plumbing library. We take all our plumbing parts round to one person's house, and when you need new plumbing bits, you go to their house and have a look in the plumbing pile. It's pretty simple.
Very good. Are there any further questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Councillor O'Malley. Sorry, Councillor O'Malley, would you like to move this?
I'll move
it. Seconded, Councillor Mayhew. Very good. So, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, thanks. This is a continuation, obviously, on Waste Futures and developing that whole Waste Futures program, and it leads to the community component of it. I've seen One Coast pretty much from its inception up to where it is now, and those community-led resource recovery spaces offer a fantastic service to their community, and they actually offer very high rates of diversion because they do, taking in material that is let's say a lawnmower that's basically half working but not great, and then someone will fix it and it goes back out again, whereas without them it will just go straight into the landfill. And the C&D one has been waiting around for a long time. There's been a lot of enthusiasm in the industry to get this one off the ground, and I compliment staff, especially the staff members who have been involved in the consultation of this to get this from the concept phase to where it is now, and I look forward to it moving through to the next phase.
Great. Councillor Mayhem.
Echoing Councillor O'Malley's words, One Coast is a fantastic example of the community reusing items, and I mentioned the local plumbing library. For a lot of years I ran a free shop that was just operating out of a bus stop in Waititi that became so ridiculously popular it was hard to manage, and I see this movement now to online, and full credit to Jared Hobson from the West Harbour Community Board, who has set up a specifically industrial material buy, sell, trade, free for the greater good page, which is hugely popular, and I see those construction materials moving off the page. Who needs a piece of plywood, who is wanting plasterboard, do you have a beautiful old door, etc. like that. And I think if Ms. Trotter was here today, she would endorse all of the activities that our communities are already doing, and I hope that the One Coast model could be adopted by some of our communities so that we can reuse, reinvent and resource our community free, if not cheaply, and divert all of those things from the landfill. So I think this is definitely the way of the future, and I'm very excited to see our waste minimisation as a city.
Very good. Councillor Vandevers.
I endorse what Councillor Mayhem have just said, but would like to add that an even more effective way of doing it is to go to marketplace and free stuff. It's extraordinary what people are happy to give away that they can't use or they've got left over, and it's better to reuse than recycle any day. And if you can do it directly with the person that wants to move something off their property that's going to be useful for yours, Trade Me used to be okay for it, but Marketplace is unprecedented. Warmly recommend.
Reuse. Okay. I see no further. Yes, Councillor Gary.
Oh, I felt so moved hearing Councillor Mayhem, and I've said it around this table many times. And I do believe this is around community being much more aware of what they're using and what's wasted and what can be reused. And I've seen this work in Buy Nothing, which is online in the local community, in the Peninsula community, and it's amazing. One person's rubbish is another person's treasure. I see it all the time. So that's one aspect of it, and I think when people are doing that, they're so much more aware of when they're purchasing, when they've got leftover materials. It just changes your behaviour. It's that behavioural psychology. And I was delighted to see in this paper around the work with tradies, because there is a bit of work to do there, particularly with some of our tradies who've been in the business and are great at their jobs, but perhaps are old school from another era, and we're all educating ourselves, aren't we? Because I'm of that era too. And so are giving them options, and I think the comments that you made around options is really important. So take my hat off to staff for the work they're doing in this space. We welcome it, and the community welcomes it hugely.
Very good. We've covered comments. Councillor O'Malley, any replies to make? Very good. In which case I'll put the motion. The council notes this update. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 22. Bath Street amenity upgrade. Mr. McLean. Questions, unless you have a comment? Any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some opening comments. Firstly, the author of the report is on leave, so I will do my level best to answer any detailed questions, but if I can't, I will circulate those answers a little bit later. The second thing is just to clarify where we are at with this. The design, excuse me, that you see in the paper is an indicative design only. It has been worked up with staff in partnership with Mana Whenua, based on feedback that we've had from building owners and tenants in Bath Street. So they were invited to a workshop. There's been a lot of conversations prior to that, and a workshop in May, as you will see in the report. And then we heard from Mr. Day this morning, a building owner, and he acknowledged that he's been spoken with a number of times over the last few years, and specifically and personally asked for his input, which was good of him to let us know that. And one of the things he wanted to see in the street, because he was asked, what do you want for the street, was additional street lighting. So it's been really great to take some of his feedback and incorporate it into the draft design. So, but it is just a draft and indicative design. We need to bring it back to you folk first before we then go and speak to the people of Bath Street and the wider community, see what they think. And the last thing I'll say on that indicative design is it's very, we don't know the costs of any element at the moment, and I know Councillor Vandervis was seeking costs for the Rainbow Crossing. We don't have that because we don't have detailed design. Similarly, we don't know the cost of installation of Councillor Wiley's drinking fountain or pavers or anything. So, so that will come. And we have a very tight budget, so any of those additional elements, other than the construction of the road, we will do our best to fit in, but we may not be able to accommodate any or all of them once we know the final design. Happy to take questions.
Questions. So I have Councillor Weatherall, followed by Councillors Houlihan, O'Malley, Gilbert and Vandervis.
Thank you. In regards to no costs, how is the plan going to go even close to the budget that has been offered for the project?
So once we've taken it out back to the community, we'll be able to firm it up, and we need to move relatively quickly with this because we don't want to. We want to keep the disruption to the businesses to a minimum. So we'll get some final feedback post this meeting, and then we can give it to our engineers and designers for detailed design, which then our contractors can price up for construction installation.
In the recommendations that ask that council approves the use of stock materials from other projects at no cost, what projects did those materials come from?
Thank you. So there's just over $90,000 worth of paving. So if you recall when you set the budget by resolution, the discussion, and it's on YouTube, the discussion was around the potential mix of pavers and asphalt, and councillors encouraged staff to be really creative. So that's the pavers. Councillor Wiley's, I'll call it Councillor Wiley's drinking fountain was a spare drinking fountain purchased for another project. I couldn't tell you what it was, and I can try and find out. It was several years ago. The light poles were purchased as part of a planned but then not implemented upgrade of Bond Street, which was quite a number of years ago. So what I will say is the use of stock material is really common. I know of in parks used and reused lots of stock material, from post and chain to fencing material. So it's just a good way to derive value.
So the $90,000, it's not recycled at these pavers are new you're referring to?
So as the report points out, it will take the contingency stock of pavers from the George Street project, of which there are around about 10 or 12% from memory. It's taking some of those, so it would essentially reduce the available amount of spare pavers for George Street. The detail is in the report as to how many. So they are new, yes.
So in regards to the rainbow crossing, have you considered a rainbow version of a standard zebra crossing, considering the moderate level upgrade council voted for?
Thank you. So with the rainbow crossing, that was an opportunity to give effect to a council resolution. So it's a roading upgrade. It's got some intersections, so you like us to give effect to your resolutions. So that was an opportunity. But the final design, we haven't consulted, and particularly we haven't consulted on that final design because we needed to bring it here first with the disability community. So I acknowledge there may be some concerns with the blind and low vision community, the neurodiverse community. So we need to do that. And it might come back that it's actually not appropriate, and we might look at a different design of rainbow crossing, or it might be that that's an element that we can't afford, like the drinking fountain, for example.
And so would the crossing being recommended, would that be compliant with NZTA?
It's my understanding that few of those crossings, and we've got some down in Clyde Street, so not a rainbow one, we've got 3D ones, they're not legal technical crossings, they're just suggested places to cross. A little bit like outside Centre City New World, where you'd cross to number 1 shoe warehouse, there's a raised platform, it's not a crossing, but it's...
Oh, sorry. If I can just add to that, that's one of the reasons the original council resolution had staff investigating the Lower Stewart Street, Morrow Place intersection, but we ran foul of some of the rules there because it is a dedicated crossing with a Barnes Dance set of lights, so there are rules that are required there. It's different when you move away from an intersection of that nature.
Right, and one last question. The Bath Street redevelopment, is somewhat extended if you're taking those crossings into Stewart Street and George Street. Has that always been the intended idea of this redevelopment, to extend it right into both streets at each end?
Thank you. I understand that the Bath Street Lower Stewart Street bit is actually on Bath Street, but no, as I mentioned before, the opportunity to give effect to a separate council resolution was taken up here. So council have already approved investigation, which is essentially what we've done here, but also already approved installation. So if the budget allowed, that would be a good opportunity to give effect to a council resolution. So that's an opportunity to do that. It's not necessarily an extension of Bath Street per se, but we would work within the Bath Street budget. So all of those elements are, we'd call them nice to have elements, but as the report points out, that over half of the cost is preliminary and general costs. So site establishment, road construction, drainage, and those are the basics. So that doesn't leave a lot for, things like seating, planting, drinking fountains, that sort of thing. So, yeah.
Right. Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had expected to see a rainbow pedestrian crossing, but what I saw, I wondered if children might think it's a game of snakes and ladders in the middle of the road. It's quite different. I've never seen anything like it. So from here, do you have any concerns that if this went forward, children might play on it? Was there safety risks for the road?
I can't speak for what children might do on the road or otherwise. That you'd expect if they were of that age, they'd be supervised by their parents. But look, what I can say is that there was a group from the rainbow community set up to progress a rainbow crossing in Dunedin. What they didn't want is a bog standard rainbow zebra crossing. I've never seen a rainbow zebra, but they didn't want something that was just the pride crossing. They wanted something unique to Otipoti Dunedin, and between the rainbow community and mana whenua, they've come up with that design, which speaks to mana whenua values and the rainbow community values and inclusiveness, community, safety, and that sort of thing. So, yes.
Right. Thank you. So, if we wanted to have so are you saying that if where do we go from here? If councillors preferred a pedestrian crossing with rainbow colours on it, are you saying that the queer community wouldn't accept that? Is that where we're at the moment?
I would have to find out. What I do know, and from Mr. Hazelton has said that was loud and clear from the community. They wanted something special and unique that represented Otipoti Dunedin. In terms of the existing council resolution, I'd look to the chief. It approves the investigation and installation, so I'm unsure whether it would necessarily come back unless that was the direction that council gave now. I'm unsure.
And I'll speak to that just quickly, if I might. The challenge with the existing resolution is there was no budget associated with it. So that's the challenge that we face with that. And so I think staff have attempted, with what they're proposing here, to accommodate within an existing piece of infrastructure near to the location that the councillors had asked for, a rainbow crossing, to represent the elements of the community. To Mr. McLean's point, though, whether or not it can be accommodated within the $1.5 million, only detailed design will show that. To Councillor Weatherall's questions, the crossing at the Bath Street end is fully integrated with is Bath Street. It's not extending into Stewart Street. The proposed crossing at George Street is an extension, just for clarity. So it may be that only one end is possible within the budget.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When Dudley Benson came forward with that proposal for Lower Stewart Street and Moray Place, I said to him, good luck. And it was about the NZTA rules. And that, in fact, was the end of it. And a lot of it is about not having misleading line directions in an intersection. And so have we got confirmation from NZTA that this is far enough away from the intersection to not run into any of those rules?
I would have to come back. It's a good question. I will have to come back to you, and I'll circulate that to all of councillors. Yep.
Very good. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. First up, I'd probably refrain from calling it Councillor Wiley's Fountain, otherwise he will want a plaque on it. I'm trying to understand what this actually is. Because is it a pedestrian crossing for improvement of safety, is it cultural narrative, art installation, community representation and inclusion, all of which, grand, fine with all of them, lovely. But which one is this specifically?
All of the above. Well,
I'm not sure technically that it's a pedestrian crossing. It's a crossing where pedestrians can cross the road, but it's not a technical pedestrian crossing.
Sorry?
That's kind of my point, is that it doesn't qualify as a crossing by my read of the traffic control elements or whatever the hell the legislation is called. Because it clearly defines that it needs to be reflective white paint and etc. and 300 by 300 gap and 600 wide or whatever it is. But it's going to be treated as such. As you pointed out, you've got the Centre City New World crossing just outside there, which isn't technically a crossing, but the amount of times I've nearly seen rear-enders or people getting bowled because they sort of wander out because they're on their phone and just kind of wander off or whatever. So it's going to get treated as a crossing. But at the same time, we're not going to be able to put in traffic control items from what I can tell in terms of slow down pedestrian crossing, etc., because it's not going to be a pedestrian crossing, but it's going to be used as a pedestrian crossing. Have we learnt from the Centre City or the, I think it was Clouds or something behind the university, which was intended to be a crossing at one point, but wasn't? Have we learnt from those as to how we can deal with this differently?
I don't know what study we've done into those previous things. But I understand, well, from memory, and I cross this road about 1 million times a day at the moment, there's already a separate set of paving across that road. So it's essentially, which would indicate a place to cross because it's different from the asphalt surface. So it's replacing that. It's a place where people cross that road commonly, so yeah.
I guess my only point is at the moment it's shades of grey, and whilst we haven't had somebody tell us that shades of grey are wonderful and pretty, it is just a shade of grey, so it's relatively different as opposed to multitudes of colour.
Yes, and I will ensure our safety team fully review this, and I will circulate their opinion and the NZTA approval or otherwise too.
Thank you kindly.
I think we'd have to call it components of white rather than shades of grey.
If I could just add, if council move in this direction, the detailed design, one of the things in the detailed design will to be ensured that anything is designed in a way that is safe. And so we wouldn't look to put anything in that it wasn't a safe crossing point. So
that's right. Moving on. Councillor Vanders.
The budget of 1.5 million, was that a budget for Bath Street to be spent up to, or was it a budget that it appears now that is going to be spent?
That was the maximum budget for the surface treatment, so post the Three Waters work.
Yeah, that was my understanding, that it was a maximum budget. What we've learned today, however, is that that budget is already effectively 1.6 million because of $90,000 of paving that we've paid for, and light poles from a project which I wasn't sure about. When I had a look at the $265 million worth of bespoke concrete tiles that are in storage, I noticed there were a number of light poles there which looked to be like the ones that are in George Street, that is to say very plain pipes with a cantilever out the side. Is it proposed that you're going to use these same style for Bath Street for extra lighting?
You're thinking about that, Scott, just correct, Councillor. You said 265 million. I think you meant 265,000.
I certainly did, thank you. Yeah, very important, and thank you for reminding me. Yeah, $265,000 worth of contingency still seems to me to be an extraordinarily large amount of contingency, and very rapidly used for extending what was supposed to be an up to $1.5 million budget. Excuse my cynicism, but I've been here a long time, and extreme cynicism I've found gets me nearest the truth. This 265,000, and thank you very much for correcting me on that, Chief Executive. I'm still concerned that if we're to have such high levels of contingency and then have to store the stuff afterwards, I'm glad to see that some of it's going to get used for this, but I do wonder whether we are looking at a 1.5 million budget that we're supposed to set as a maximum already creeping, and then wanting to creep further if there's room to put a coloured new design of whatever crossing is now being proposed. The feedback that I've had universally from people that I communicate with has been that the new kind of crossing is something which they simply can't get their heads around, that they don't believe that we should be spending money on, that doesn't make any sense as a crossing anyway. And given that you're trying to squeeze whatever you can into a budget which is already looking like it's going to have to be subsidised by existing paving, I wonder why it's even on the agenda at all.
I was wondering why is it on the agenda?
So the Rainbow Crossing council asked for. They've actually already approved the installation of it. So we're bringing this back. And in terms of the, was your question was partly about light poles, was it?
Yes, sorry, there was a few questions in there. The light poles that are being stored beside the $265,000 worth of bespoke concrete piles, looks like half a dozen of them, very similar to the ones used in George Street. Are they ones that are going to be used? There's also a big concrete sump there, and I understand there are 4 of those also. Are they going to be used in Bath Street as well?
I'm unsure. My understanding for the light poles, they were light poles purchased for an upgrade of Bond Street. It's quite a few years ago.
So they won't be the same style then as the ones currently used in George Street, and the ones that you do have spare lying beside your concrete tile stacks?
I think Mr McLean has answered as best he can. As Dr Hazelton isn't able to be here, we can confirm, but my understanding is they were from the Bond Street project that didn't go ahead. There will be poles purchased for George Street in case, as happened in the Octagon, someone crashes a car into one of the poles and we need to replace them.
Okay, thank you for the complete answer.
Right. Councillor Walker, and then I've got Councillors Gary, Barker, Lucas, Benzapope, O'Malley and Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm sure I'm not alone. In fact, Mandy and myself probably were getting hit up late into night by the disabled and neurodiverse community. So just can I be assured that any final detailed design, as the CEO said, will be safe, will also take into account consultation, the views of those very important communities?
Yes, you can, and I'll just reaffirm we need to bring these sorts of things back to you before we go and do the final. So we engage, we get ideas, which we've done. We've worked it up, but it's important it comes back to you to see before we then go and consult, rather than it being the other way around. So that's the process. So yes.
I guess in your defence, isn't it the case we often complain that stuff doesn't come back to us, and this is probably a result of you being diligent and bringing stuff back to us?
Yes.
And just confirming, because I think it's been stated a few times, I think it's really clear we've got this in the room. It's my understanding. So is it your understanding this is a concept that will be further developed, taking in the views of the disabled, neurodivergent, and other groups with vested interests? And this is not a crossing?
Yes. And of the building owners and the tenants and the other people around, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Is it correct, is my memory correct that when we, and I don't know if you're around then, Scott, but when we did the 3D crossing in Clyde Street, we had similar discussions around, is it a crossing, isn't it a crossing? And it took a while for council to get its head around. Maybe the chief might be able to respond to that.
And the question was, it took you a while to get our heads around it? Yeah, it did. And that was a kind of a low-cost, no-regrets trial to try something that was innovative. And I think Councillor Gilbert mentioned there were 2 crossings put in. One of them was more or less successful than the other one less so. But they were trials, really.
But one of them was successful.
For a period of time, I think we learned a bit, and unfortunately we didn't follow up and try again based on what we learnt from that.
Moving right along, it is true that when we go out to consult with people, we have to have something to consult on. And I do think, I was saying this to the chief earlier, I do think that the community doesn't quite understand that always. I had that in my community board days where they think because you present something, it's a fait accompli, and it's always hard. Is that your experience, Mr. McLean?
Yes, I think in this case that is, yeah.
Moving on to the next thing, by the way, love the design and acknowledging the artists and the emerging Ngaitahu artist. Such an innovative, unique design concept design for Utaputi. But I just wonder if any thoughts gone, and I think there was somewhere in the report, and I'm sorry I can't remember where, about managing, it might have been at the end of the report, around managing the potential abuse. Oh, here we are, the health and safety risks. The main risk identified relates to the public reaction to the rainbow crossing, the potential for more abuse being directed to members of the LGBTQIA plus community as a result of debate and disagreement around the project, and that the design team will work with comms on a plan. We saw some of that this morning and it concerns me. How can we help as we go forward? How can we help as elected members to support the rainbow community as we work through this?
I think any acknowledgement that Dunedin is an inclusive, welcoming city that's diverse, and that's what makes us a special little city. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I think the microphone must have had a bit too much work today. And now for a change of topic, parking, another favoured topic. On page 73, it talks about the reduction of 2 on-street car parks. My concern is that from what I saw from the design, that it looked like one was outside age concern, and I'm just wondering, because I know that people pick up the meals from age concern and I walked past the park. Oh no, sorry, I looked at it from above. Has that been discussed with them, given I think there's a few members around here who go and do the Meals on Wheels. So was that discussed with them around that removal of the park, or am I reading the map, reading the design incorrectly?
I will check on you. I wasn't part of the discussions. I know that they have been discussing the plan with age concern, and that's accommodated in the indicative design additional lighting around there for age concern. So, but I'll find out about the parking because it's a good point.
And that's the point though of the detailed design, to nut out some of those things and tweak some of that, because it's a very sensible point. And Mr. Day also made a couple of points around potentially changing a park for a place for waste. Has that been considered, Scott, and can we make sure that it is?
Yeah, I'm unsure if he'd passed that back. So we will definitely make sure, because I've got that written down from this morning.
And I was just going to make a point that if you look at the two different diagrams of the road, there's quite different numbers of parks. In other words, comparing the two diagrams, there's no direct comparison of the parks, even though it's the same bit of road. One is showing several parks just along from age concern, and the other is showing like one. So they're just, rough drawings, shall we say.
Oh,
certainly
yeah, what
not
I was looking at.
design.
Yeah, I was looking at, page 78, and it just had right outside age concern, and I know that people pick up because you've got to carry the things. So my other question was just around offsetting the losses, and you might not be able to answer this, but I just want to raise it about the changing the existing coach park outside the DCC building into a variable parking zone, and this is with a tourism hat on, I guess. Has the eyesight and the visitor industry been talked to about how much utilisation of that parking zone, because it says the coach park is underutilised for much of the year outside the main tourism period, but I would like to challenge that just a little bit, because there are daily tours that go every day. There's more in the cruise season, but I think that it's important to have a good look at that. So is that possible? I see that there's going to be a hearings committee and there's going to be consulting with businesses and stakeholders, but I just want to make sure that that's actually about that coach park and that the tourism operators get consulted with.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Yes, they will, and data is a big part of what informs parking changes. So the transport team will be involved, and they will be talking to the operators, and then it will go to a public process.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got several questions and a few things. I'll just pick up on what you said earlier, Scott. You commented that the building owners have been consulted with. Had they been consulted with on this design we've got here? Because I'm not sure that they have.
Thanks, Councillor. No, nobody has. We've used their feedback and their tenants' feedback to come up with this, but we need to bring it back to you before we then go and consult. We need to socialise it with you. So the next step is, and that will kick off next week, to then go out and say, this is our indicative design, what do you think?
So they can have input into the design, because I'll give you an example. By coincidence, I happened to have a meeting with the building owner. It was in my diary for the last 2 weeks, and they commented on this, and they would like to have input into the Rainbow Crossing, which they think is fantastic. But they were like, if we could just have it just across the bit of on George Street, just that bit there. They were saying, can we have input into the actual design? They're not anti the Rainbow Crossing.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
And then you commented on about on George Street. You said replacing the asphalt surface. So what is the actual? Is it paint on the road? That was your wording earlier when we were talking. Somebody asked you a question about that. And so is the proposal to actually paint the design, or is it more than that?
The proposed Rainbow Crossing is a painted surface. So I think I was referring to, at the moment, there's was in response to Councillor Gilbert, there's a paved area that goes across the road, which would automatically tell people that that's where you'd cross, and it is quite a common crossing point because it separates the asphalt surface. So that surface would have to be prepared, I guess, with asphalt to then be painted on, for the design to be painted.
So what you're saying then is, if we went here with that design on George Street, there will be an actual cost more than the paint, because you're going to have to, because I was thinking it was just painting it on the asphalt, but it's actually not, because it's the paver, so there actually will be quite a considerable cost to George Street.
I don't know what the cost will be, and that'll be teased out through detailed design, and I'm absolutely guessing whether I'm picking it'll require you. I don't think you'd paint on those pavers, the 50 shades of grey.
No, God, no. I don't know what I can say next. I'm going to talk about I'm going to move away from that. I'm going to talk about pavers, other pavers. Oh no, because when we had the George Street report and we talked, and it was particularly Councillor Wiley was talking about the surplus pavers, and we were told quite categorically the real need for that quantity of surplus pavers to be able to, if there's any repairs needed or if there's work done on George Street, so that we've got plenty here because there was a long lead time, the cost, da-da-da-da-da. So I'm quite concerned. I mean, I love the idea of using spare, if it's light poles from Bond Street and everything else, but I am really concerned about using those George Street pavers when we were told very strongly by staff the real need to have that quantity as backup as spares.
Yes, sorry, I was just trying to find, I've got the approximation of the quantity that's left and how long that would last if they were to be used. So yes, so there's sort of two parts to this answer is, yes, most of them are bespoke pavers for George Street, and there was a quantity of spares. And then on the other side of things, staff were challenged by councillors to be really creative, and the conversation, and I've watched the video feed on that. The conversation was around the mix of pavers. So when they started thinking about this, it was going out and essentially buying or getting priced pavers that we hold in stock as part of that. So then, and hence us coming back to say, we've got an amount of spare pavers. We could use them to come up with a more innovative design and finish to maximise that budget. So they're held in stock. We've paid for them, admittedly, for George Street, but we could end up with a better design aesthetically if we use some stock material, and that does include light poles, drinking fountains, and that sort of thing. If that's not the desire of council, then we will still price out some pavers, because that's, we're really keen for it to tie in nicely with what's happened on George Street, but it's likely to make that cost prohibitive, and including some of the light poles and the drinking fountain. If we don't want to use stock material, it'll probably fundamentally change how we do a lot of small, even to large projects, because we do store stuff.
Can I just add to this, because I tested staff on this because I shared the same concern, because I'd been advised that we had ordered, that we had spares, and so as I understand it, and Scott, jump in if I've got this wrong, that generally on a project the size of George Street, 5 to 10% is where you would end up with having contingencies. We're at 12% was where they ended up, and so the $90,000 worth that we are looking at still takes us back to that 5 to 10% contingency window, because there's $265,000 worth less 90. I did the maths back at the office, but you're still within that window where a normal contingency would be. And so I've trusted the advice of staff that they think that the risk around running out of bespoke pavers for George Street is adequately managed if the amount that is being proposed here is used. But I had the exact same concern as you based on that discussion that happened previously.
I mean, I absolutely would want us to use stuff that we have in stock. Absolutely, it's just the George Street comment. And I mean, we're not looking at the October financials yet, but I mean, in the October financials, I mean, George Street, which is not budgeted anything this year, we've already spent $360,000 on something we haven't budgeted for. And you've just said if we have to buy the tiles, the pavers, it's going to be prohibitive. So going forward, that factor is going to come in. So, I know that's not really a question, but in point 22 on page 73, when they talk about coming back with updated budget costs, you haven't got that for this meeting. There is nothing further for this meeting.
No, because we need to do this, and then we need the final input from the building owners, tenants, and other folk, disability community. And once we've landed on that final design, we can give it to the people that construct it to get a final price. And we're getting it itemised, so we can say, because we have a budget that's set by resolution, and I will stick to that budget. And so some of those things we just may not be able to achieve. And the report nods to that. It'll be a real challenge, but we'll do the very best we can.
Just add this, with the time frame for construction and what we're required to do. Scott, can you this decision, once taken here, won't come back to council. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I just think we need to be clear on that, because we're aiming to have minimal disruption to the businesses because there's been a lot, and so where we are in the project in terms of being ready to put the surface treatments back down, this next stage will happen reasonably quickly in order to get the detailed design done so that we're ready to crack on with relaying the surface of the road as soon into the new year as possible.
Yeah, that's correct. And just by way of update, then I mentioned it at an informal meeting. The genesis of this entire project was the need to replace the very old stormwater pipe collapse. That pipe work will have been fully replaced potentially by the end of this week or next week, and will be, once testing and commissioning is finished, really early in January, that'll be commissioned, and that'll have stormwater flowing down it, which is fantastic. But then we move from that point. We will be moving or wanting to move on to the surface treatment pretty quickly. So there is a lot of road work to do, which they can crack on with. But that final surface dressing, we'll want that fully designed and costed out as soon as possible in the new year.
Right. Look, we've got quite a few questions yet. I've got Councillor Benson Pope next, and then Councillor O'Malley, Houlihan, Mayhem, Gilbert and Barker. So, sorry? Look, Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. My first question has been satisfactory. My concerns have been allayed by paragraph 29 and what the Chief Executive just said around not unnecessarily depleting the repair stock. But I wanted to ask about the ongoing discussion about the so-called courtesy crossing, which has always been problematic and has been discussed in this forum on many occasions, and there are several of them, of course. There's the one that we're talking about across to the opening of Bath Street from the escalator, and there's the two in relation to Albion Lane from Meridian and then across Great King Street as well, and there are probably others, and they are not pedestrian crossings, they are called courtesy crossings, and the more people understand that that's what they are, the more they get used, and the more drivers like you and me that stop there. But do you anticipate appropriate, whatever ends up here, do you anticipate appropriate educative, informative advice to the community about respecting people who are walking across such crossings, which are less of a problem in George Street now because of the slower speed and the redesign, but nonetheless are confusing for drivers?
Yeah, we will. Yes. Yep.
Good day. Councillor O'Malley.
I'm just going to wait to speeches now because I think we're asking the same question.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan. Righto. Councillor Mayhem.
Great. The council listened to the disability community on the George Street revamp, but I just need it to be clear that they'll be consulted on these crossings, and the particular reason why is people who suffer cognitive impairment or decline will find those busy patterns very disorientating. Many conditions that will be affected by the ground painted patterns, the visually impaired or the blind, autistic, ADHD, anybody with a learning disability, anyone with a neurological or sensory disability, particularly people suffering from dementia, vertigo, balance or brain injuries will literally perceive those images, even hallucinate that they are snakes, and also hypermobility, dysautonomia, any kind of balance or sensory issue. So I've had numerous contacts from the disabilities community over the last few days with concerns literally about the busyness of the patterns. So that's important.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I had several, but in keeping with the theme of the grey thing, I won't make you suffer too much longer, so I'll limit myself to just the one. It sounded like there was talk of early in the new year doing the service, but then we're going to be finished with the pipe, and then as soon as the pipe is done at the end of this week, I think you said potentially this week or next week, one of the two, you'd be wanting to get onto the surfacing. So is that going to be taking place before the Christmas New Year rush for the businesses down there who are obviously going to be wanting to make the most of it, or is it going to be taking place after that?
So there's once we've got the final pipes connected, there's a period of time required for testing and commissioning, just to make sure they're all good. Our contractors are also taking a well-earned break for a couple of weeks over the Christmas period. And yeah, then when they come back, the mines will turn to starting to prepare for the road surface work. Disruption to businesses is something that's front of mind, so we'll be keeping, even while the contractors are having a break, we'll be keeping some access to those businesses, vehicle delivery access, open from both ends, and of course maintaining pedestrian access, so there's foot traffic and that. So, but the disruption will continue for some time until we're finished, but we're really trying to minimise that. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Question to ask re timing, and I see that the above ground works program to be completed in October 2025, and that's the election period. And I guess I have a concern around a political concern, because I know that Dot's kind of killed the last council. So I do wonder if that has been taken into consideration, because this is the Rainbow Crossing. There was a 14-1 vote for. However, this new design is obviously controversial. So I just wonder whether around the timeline has that been considered. And I don't know that infrastructure projects take this into account. However, I'm quite concerned that it might overshadow everything else. Is there something to address that? It is a risk.
No, like the other risk, I guess, is that we have to go back through the street twice with a temporary treatment to remediate the street. Oh, you mean just the Rainbow Crossing?
Just the Rainbow Crossing, because the dots were so controversial, and it's my belief that it had an effect on.
The dots were a political decision to put out there, and I guess the political decision for council is you have asked staff to implement a rainbow crossing. They're bringing back a concept design for you to consider whether or not you want a rainbow crossing, and the timeframes laid out for you. And so politically you will have to make that call, but staff are simply presenting the proposal for you to consider.
So just one moment. It just said that you said that the decision is not the decision is not coming back. So I was just trying to clarify whether this is the final report on the design of the rainbow crossing.
Yes, it is to my mind, especially if it's integrated into the detailed design that will be happening, because as I understand it from the infrastructure teams, the work on the above ground stuff, the reinstatement of the surface has to begin, well, we ideally will begin as soon as possible to minimise disruption to those businesses. But Mr McLean may be able to say, is there an opportunity to bring the detailed design back? Or would that delay reinstatement of the corridor? And I'm just... because
I'll go out on a limb here and my staff will kill me probably. Given that the rainbow crossing is paint, we might be able to get that. We need to crack on and get the engineered stuff costed. That's something and we've heard loud and clear from the business owners that they are not too bothered that there's an election in October. That's as soon as we can get the work done. But we could potentially get that separately priced. Yeah, I'm just going to have to check. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, so what's the plan for Bath Street? You're going to just reinstate it as is in the interim?
No.
Can I have a 5-minute adjournment,
Yeah.
Mr Mayor, just to clarify this, because I sense it's important.
Can I throw in just one question before you?
Yes.
It's not a question. It's an important point. And Mandy, you'll back me up here. The calls, and I think we got the same calls last night from the disabled neurodiverse community, are fully supportive of the rainbow crossing concept. They're just not supportive of this concept. So where in this, and it goes to Sophie's point, is there an opportunity? Because my feeling is they'll come back and say, want it, can it be simpler? I think you're asking, can we see that potential simpler? Because I think the solution is here. It's not this, but it's a rainbow crossing that's much simpler and far more traditional. So that's so I want that to be in your heads before you have a discussion. And am I getting that correct, Sophie and Mandy? Pretty much. Yep. Okay.
Yep. So we're going to have 5 minutes to.
If we could finish the other questions and then have
We're done with questions. Sorry?
Happy to second.
You've got a question as well?
I was about to second the adjournment.
So let's ask a simple question.
Simple.
Will the parking changes come to the parking hearing at the beginning of February before any work is done? Because we got badly caught out on the Knox block because the curb protrusions had already been poured the day before the parking hearings, and we were then constrained by what we could decide because all the work had already been done, and I was told it was going to cost $100,000 to pull them up.
That'll be a question that because I have noted that down as well. I've just written Knox Row, and so we'll have that in our 5-minute adjournment as well. Yep.
Okay, so any other things need to be considered in the 5-minute adjournment? Councillor Atlin.
Only that when we come to make it our last chance at a decision here, that the rainbow crossing part of it be taken as a separate part of the resolution, please.
Yep, so Councillor Herland.
On that, could we, particularly the design part, can we have something separate about the design?
Yes.
Well, but to us, I have a solution that I think might work in my brain, but it's going to take a couple of phone calls to infrastructure people to make sure that we line up process correctly.
So when do you hope to have Bath Street open for traffic again?
It's October 2025, it'll be finished.
Really? So there'll be no through traffic on that street till then?
So I don't know, but there's access for service vehicles and access to the car parks that are there at the moment. But you've got a very narrow road, and we're building a road, so no.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Very good. Now, Councillor Gary.
As I have to go to a Study Dunedin event and I won't be here for the debate or the vote, I take Councillor Walker's point that it's not about arguing the toss as to whether there should be a rainbow crossing or not. We've already said there's going to be, but I take I love the design, but I absolutely take the point about the neurodiverse folk and others, and I hear you say they will be consulted, so I'm good with that. I'm not sure, my view is, I'm not sure that I want a zebra crossing in colours. I want something much more imaginative than that, but I'm comfortable where it lands, given that consultation, given the artists, and I want to give a big shout out to Madison Kelly and Daniel around this, because they've done a beautiful job. It's just there's a few other bits and bobs. But I don't want this to end up as a we don't want a rainbow crossing idea and the rainbow community being abused. I think that would be a very sad day. And so it behooves all of us to ensure that doesn't happen. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take 5 minutes. Seconded Councillor Walker, all in favour say aye. Carried. And then we'll come back for our final session of the day.
Mr. Wood's notes. Staff will now unsee.
Staff will.
Actually, staff will
C, notes, staff will now.
Oh, yeah.
Insert staff. There you go. There we go. It's nice and straightforward. And any questions about the wording? Because I have a mover, Councillor Mayhem, and a seconder, Councillor O'Malley. Yeah. Yep, seconder. So, any questions about the wording? Councillor Houlihan.
Could I explain why we've done it this way first? Could that might go?
Well,
But I'll get the questions. Fine.
In case you've got a question, Councillor, you might just come with a question.
I'm just wondering, will that, because where it says they'll look at the design, will that come back to us at some point so we know what it is?
The design, okay, so the design for the, if I call it the road, and the footpaths won't, the design for where parking goes will go to the hearings panel before any of the curb and channel or anything is laid, and the rainbow crossing design will come back to you.
That's fine.
Yeah. Councillor O'Malley, question?
Yeah, when will, do you know when the parking hearings panel's timetable is going to be relative to that? Will it be?
Well, it's not going to be finished till October, so there's plenty of time.
Yeah, well, but they'll need to know. I don't, and so that's why I'm suitably vague. But we'll have to retrofit something.
Probably one in the first quarter, I imagine. So this is not till the second or third quarter. Yeah, February. So this isn't. When's the anticipated work going to be roughly? February time. Won't it be plenty of time?
For October opening. So
If we have to, we'll hold an extraordinary meeting of the panel to ensure it gets through.
Right, all questions covered. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. We've dispensed with questions. Councillor Mayhem, would you like to speak to it, please?
Yes, I would. We voted that although the budget wouldn't allow for an elaborate makeover, that Bath Street was a very special street in our city that had enormous potential to be made attractive. And since we've dug up the road, why would we even consider putting like for like back down again? It makes perfect sense that we do something in keeping with the revamp of George Street, and I know that this will be fantastic. I can't wait to see a new and improved version of Bath Street, as will all of the occupants of Bath Street too. I'd like to applaud the staff for their work so far, and I really feel for the businesses that have been affected by this disruption. I want to be really positive about the long-awaited rainbow crossing. This is just a concept for development and a proposal to consider. The goal here to have a rainbow crossing might require some compromise so that everybody's happy with the design, but let's be clear about what this is. It's a signal to a huge part of our community, those who are underrepresented, who want to be seen and supported in our city, and that is so important. We're all fighting for representation in this modern world, and a community signal like this, the rainbow flag that celebrates diversity, like public art, it creates a welcoming, inclusive and accessible signal for all of our community. And that's what we want Ōtepoti Dunedin to be, a place where everyone has their sense of belonging. In 2008, rainbow crossings first sprung up in the rest of the world. Why is it taking us another 20 years to embrace the concept here? The rainbow is a symbol of pride and diversity and unity for our LGBTQIA+ communities, reflecting diversity, like I said, and the narrative speaks to the mana whenua values and embraces creativity and that community diversity that we want to represent. I'm sure that with a little bit of consultation with the disabilities community, we can come up with a design that everybody's happy with, or that people are prepared to make some compromises around. And I cannot wait to see some rainbow colour in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan, then Councillor Weatherall. Yes.
Sorry, just on the report that we've got, it highlights that there are 2 council resolutions that have happened so far, one of them being that the council confirms a moderate level upgrade, for the, it says,
Street, yep.
yeah, on the 5th of December 2024, it was 2023. Yeah, just clarifying that.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to support a rainbow pedestrian crossing. I can't support this visual image we've got here that, is snakes all over the road. That's not something I can support, but I'm more than happy to support a rainbow crossing. And there's several reasons why I support that. Is one, when it was first put forward, it was mentioned that a lot of people in the queer community feel that the mental illness statistics for people who are in that community are very high. And one of the other things was that seeing something like a rainbow crossing, I don't want to look at that, it's a wee bit bright, is extremely making them feel like extremely supported when they see it, and it makes them also feel safe. And I thought, well, if that made one person feel safe, I think we've done our job. So I was happy with that. The other example I want to give is when I lived in Queenstown, I remember Destination Queenstown did I think it was called Pride Week, and it was so successful. And not saying we're doing this for this reason, but I tell you what, the queer dollar is worth a lot. We had pink planes arriving in, and we had masses of people from the LGBT community coming to ski for the week, and they're fabulous, so much character and colour, and they loved it. And I tell you what, the economic boost that gave the resort was amazing. And if we can do a bit to help the people feel good and feel safe, and also make an economic dollar out of it as well by being a city that says we welcome our gay community to come and enjoy our city. What is wrong with that? It sounds fantastic for me, and I know a lot of gay people love to shop, so I say now come and shop in our city and walk on our rainbow crossing.
Councillor Wetherall. Councillor.
I'm all for creating an inclusive vibe in our city, and I do not object to a rainbow crossing in Bath Street. But my concerns are around what I consider overkill with the amount and scale of these rainbow crossings, considering the moderate budget of $1.5 million. And also considering that less than half of the available budget is available for landscaping and amenity improvements. Personally, I think the design is a monstrosity. I always like the simple approach, and the rainbow colours and design are universal all over the world. And considering the possible pushback from the community, I feel more public consultation would be required before any final decision can be made on one or two of these rainbow crossings. We all know historically the pushback from the community in regards to dots on George Street and playgrounds in the CBD. I sincerely hope staff can keep to the brief for this upgrade, which is moderate, with a limited $1.5 million budget. I expect something will have to give if we are going to complete this upgrade on budget. I'm happy to note this report, and I definitely look forward to more individual costings and a more detailed design, which I think will be fantastic in the new year. It's got my support. Thank you.
Well done. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're fortunate to be so rich in urban design professionals and experts around the table. More importantly, we're extremely fortunate that we've got staff who've worked so hard to deliver the improvements in George Street and this design in quite good time. I must say it is sad, and we did see it as Councillor Gary commented earlier, that often discussions like this are a proxy for something else, and I think that was apparent in one of the presentations this morning. But the council decision about a support for the LGBT plus community is clear, and the original proposal for the Stewart Street corner didn't work because of the bus issue, and I'm pleased that it's come back in a different form, in a different place. But clearly, there is an issue with the design, and that needs to be consulted on with some other parties. I don't think there's any concern about council's resolution to carry on with this, but I'm delighted to see this work proceeding in Bath Street. And following on from what Councillor Mayhem said, Bath Street is a very special little street, not the only one in Dunedin, and I think it is long overdue, as I think I said when we had the original debate about this project, that we undervalue the little nooks and crannies of the city that make it so special. We all know how Melbourne has dined out on its laneways. We've got some extraordinary little streets here and there that don't need a huge makeover, just need a bit of attention, and the sort of development we're seeing in behind Bond Street, actually, which is marvellous. But that's for another day. Bath Street has always had incredible potential because of the linkage through to Maury Place and through to Stewart Street. Some owners are taking advantage of that, and the refurbishment of the old warehouse lower down with the restaurant and flat apartments upstairs is a good example of that. That's the sort of thing we need to encourage, and I'm sure this work will do that.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Bensabert, for reminding me of the laneways in Melbourne, because I was walking through them just last month, actually, and when I was, my wife and I did discuss Bath Street and how it could also be one of those funky places. Listen, I think we're largely in agreement around the table, and I think we all know that rainbow crossings are a normal feature of most progressive towns and cities now across the globe. They are not only symbols of inclusivity and diversity, they also raise awareness and strike up conversations amongst people about the LGBTQI+ community and what that means for them and for us. They create, obviously, civic pride and representation. They definitely enhance the urban aesthetic. They encourage conversations. And I think importantly, I think you might have mentioned, Councillor Houlihan, they actually bring economic benefits to cities. And I think the inverse weight works as well. I do want to thank staff for the work on this. And I do want to also congratulate the Rainbow community and Mana Whenua for coming up with this. I personally love reading this paper. I love the cultural narrative that underpins this. It's just that I'm weirdly not keen on the actual on George Street bit itself. It didn't resonate with me, and I was struggling with it, and I think it was hit home yesterday, largely when the papers came out, particularly yesterday, and along with Mandy, my phone was ringing and my emails were full of people from the disabled neurodiverse community who opened my eyes to parts of this I didn't see because I wouldn't. And I thank that community for reaching out and having open and frank discussions around that. And they were all, to a person, clear that they really are 100% behind having a representation for the rainbow community here. It's just they don't particularly want this one. So I'm really happy with what we've come up with here, and I think we've potentially created a win-win situation in which we get what we want, and we get what we want for everyone, and we continue to make sure, and I hope we all support it, pushing this city forward for everyone who lives in the city, because this is about all of us, because I'm sure, like you, I want to be part of a city that welcomes everybody, because by welcoming and accepting everybody, we're all richer for it.
Thank you. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly support the rainbow community and pretty much every other community that we have within our city. We've got lots of smaller groups that have their own way of viewing things and doing things. And I even don't mind the design so far of this rainbow crossing, but what I do object to very, very strongly is having it put on a road. When it comes to art in public places, there's lots of places you can put these things, but to have it on a road, I think, is inappropriate. Imagine if all the different community groups that there are with their own images and whether they be logos or whatever, wanted to have one of theirs put on on a road somewhere in the city. The dangers I think that will create is just overwhelming. I'm interested in that Councillor Mayhem made it very clear the dangers for some disabled people with this, and that's without the concerns of slipping in bad weather and so on, and then support the whole thing. That just seems crazy to me, but nonetheless everybody's entitled to their own views, and my view is I will support A, B, C, D, but I will not be supporting E and F.
So you wanted to have it taken in parts?
Yeah, so you can do the top four together if you want, and then E and F separately, please.
Righto. Councillor Belly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given that we, in part 18, we have A through H, which are 8 different things that are going to happen on Bath Street, it's surprising that the gay crossing dominated the debate all day this morning. I mean, the start of this morning has dominated the debate so much now. Although parking got in there as well, so good to see that we're still being consistent. Bond Street, I just want to bring up Bond Street. Bond Street was the reason that I asked for the major projects updates to be part of infrastructure meetings, because Bond Street came and then disappeared. And at least we found some lampposts. And I also want to talk about the pedestrian crossings on Clyde Street, because that came up a bit today. The one at Clyde and Union is a pedestrian crossing that's been painted ambiguously and is quite dangerous because of that. And then the one further up is super dangerous because it looks like a pedestrian crossing and is just a courtesy crossing, and that's been recognised, so we will never ever do that again. Courtesy crossings are deliberately ambiguous. The idea is that neither person entering the courtesy crossing, neither the driver nor the pedestrian, should feel they have right of way, so they're both supposed to pause and then work out how to get across. And they allow for greater movements than a pedestrian crossing, because a pedestrian arriving would always cause the traffic to stop. That's why they're there, and that's why they're different. These will be effectively courtesy crossings. They won't be able to operate as a pedestrian crossing. The other thing that I predict is that when you hit the NZTA rules on lines on a road, you're going to take out all the artistry out of this. It will not be able to have those flows, because it will not meet the safety rules. I almost guarantee it won't be able to, because you can't put a line on a road that gives a person the impression that they can head in that direction. So at the moment, the one on George Street looks like a Barnes dance. And I don't think it would be intended to be one. So I bet you straight away the design is going to come under an immense number of arcane, quite rigid, very much love straight lines set of rules, which will actually make it a little difficult if we do it near the intersection. So that's going to be something that will come up. But again, that's just a minor point. But I would say that the consultation will have to include whether you can actually legally do it under the rules.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Wiley,
yes,
and then Councillor Fiso.
Thank you. I have been awake the whole time, so and thanks to Councillor Gilbert for mentioning about the water fountain and the reference to it from staff. So appreciate that. The key thing I want to basically support is actually what Councillor O'Malley just said. Actually, there's a lot of things happening in Bath Street that make up the whole total sum. And I think that's the key thing. Probably the part that frustrates me the most about how this is played out is actually, again, it goes down to consultation. When a key person or business owner, building owner in Bath Street says he hasn't been consulted on aspects, I get really frustrated with that. And then we get something presented to us 3 days out from the meeting. I get I would have loved a lot more heads up and seen more engagement on it, and from a wider aspect of who is basically being engaged with, what the feedback has been, rather than surprises. And it just feels like there's been some surprises here, not just from us as councillors, but also people affected in Bath Street and the wider community. I'm fully supportive of a rainbow crossing, whatever that may look like. I think, or two of them. I think that's great. It's we're way over time, as Councillor Mayhem has said, to basically adapt and have identity of a rainbow crossing in our city. But all in all, I can support all these resolutions. But let's not have these surprises pop up from time to time. Let's do full consultation and have the whole community involved. Thank you.
Councillor Fisam.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd just firstly like to acknowledge the staff for doing as we asked them to do, which is in terms of the resolution that we did come up with, and consistently they've done that for everything that we asked them to do. And I just want to reference some of the language that was used by the public forum speaker. Personally, I found it very offensive. Firstly, the use of woke. What people don't seem to understand is woke is actually African American. It's a term being used by African American people since the 1930s to talk about the issues of their very survival. Don't forget, in the 20th century, they were still being lynched. So, the right, including the public forum speaker, prominent businessman or not, has used his power, its social power, to put down a minority. Not just maybe the rainbow communities, but also any other minorities that have to struggle. Don't forget, homosexual law reform is only since 1986. We're talking about our whānau here. So please don't, prominent business people, don't dismiss our rights that have been hard fought for. And it meant survival. It meant survival. So, I personally didn't ask any questions during the session. I had faith that we'd work it out. I don't think there'll be much pushback. I don't think it's controversial. I think it's the right thing to do. We tend to forget that these so-called minority rights, again, have cost lives and continue to do so. Thank you.
Right, I'll just make a very brief comment. And that I think having a straightforward crossing at either end of Bath Street is probably a nice, simple way to have have the two rainbow crossings at either end, because they'll be both courtesy crossings. They currently, that bit of road actually operates as courtesy crossings at both ends of Bath Street currently. So, right of way is determined by people looking at each other, the car driver looking at the pedestrian and figuring out who's best to go, and works perfectly well. And so having some coloured stripes on the road will only make it better. So I don't see any problem with that. And the other thing is the big concern that I have for Bath Street is the amount of parking, because I know that those P5s, and I think it's all P5s, apart from a few at the George Street end, a few parking meters, those are extremely well used. There's a heck of a lot of goods being delivered and taken away from there, including Meals on Wheels. But it's a very important goods delivery street for people, and so there's usually you can get a park down there, but you've only got 5 minutes to use it. But a heck of a lot of people do make use of those P5s. So, on that note, I think we've covered. Deputy Mayor Lucas, you have something to say?
I just want to just quickly say, well, Councillor O'Malley talked about the fact that we haven't commented on the A to H, and I think it's because we're really supportive of all the work in Bath Street. And the issue, I mean, and I think Councillor Walker summed it up, is the areas that we have concern is the work in George Street. And if really what we've asked for is the work in Bath Street, and if we focus on Bath Street, and I can support this because we're coming back with F, is coming back to council. I'm very supportive of a rainbow crossing, but it's the work in George Street that I have the issue with.
Right. Councillor Barker.
Promise to be quick. I just want to thank the CEO for working through a complicated set of feedback from councillors and making a really good resolution for us to or motion, sorry, for us to have a look at. I just wanted to say I absolutely totally support the Rainbow Crossing. I voted for it originally. I like the design not on the road, and it would be good to see if it could be used elsewhere in Bath Street. And if we run out of money, I'm happy to start paying for some paint to put the Rainbow Crossing across as well.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I, as most of you know, have spent my entire life in hospitality, and I've spoken in universities, polytechs, and most recently at the CATE, the Career Advisory Transition Education Conference. One of the questions that often comes up is how welcoming different places are to the queer and rainbow communities. And I have to say that Hospo is one of the places that nobody cares. And it's an industry where it lives up to what I believe Councillor Walker has on his badge, words to the effect of, you can be yourself around me. And to me, a rainbow crossing is a city wearing that badge. And so I have absolutely no problems with that. Just like other speakers, I have an issue with the potential confusion of the design. However, I did want to just touch on the parking aspect. That there was mention that about to offset some of the losses in Bath Street, the transport team proposes changing the existing coach park outside the DCC building to a variable parking zone. No matter what happens, that would be a really good idea, and if perhaps a loading zone could be part of that, given that most of the loading zones around the area are taken up 9 times out of 10 by people who don't actually have justification to be in there, that would be fantastic if anybody could. I'm just staring at the one eye of Mr. McLean that I can see. That would be wonderful, thank you.
All right. You really want more?
Just very quickly, my right of reply. Councillor Houlihan, they are eels, not snakes. She spoke to the suicide rates of the queer community and what it would mean if this made them feel safe and supported. How simple, what a great signal we could send. It takes nothing to be kind. Councillor Weatherall says he likes an inclusive vibe. We all love a good vibe. It only takes a moderate budget for paint, and it is just paint. This is very different from the dots on the street, so let's not compare. This will be fantastic. Councillor Benson Pope said, it's rich in urban design experts in our city. Thank you, Dr. Hazelton and the team. Our council clearly supports this and the rainbow community, and we want to make sure everyone is safe and accommodated, supported and included in this city. Councillor Walker spoke about civic pride, urban aesthetic and economic benefits that this will bring to our city. Councillor Acklin pointed out we have different ways of doing things, and art in public spaces is fantastic, just not on the road. Maybe we could paint over Ed Sheeran. I would support that. Councillor O'Malley said we did A to H on Bath Street. Heaps of things are going to be happening, but we're just hung up on the crossing. He did point out that it is a courtesy crossing. That is what it will be, and the artistry aspect will be the challenge. Councillor Wiley's happy with his water fountain, but we need to focus on all the things happening on Bath Street. This is a design for consideration, and it's where we go to from here. I'd emphasise that it's just a design for consideration. Councillor Lofiso referenced the language used at the public forum this morning and the use of social power to put down minority groups. I, like her, am here at this table to uplift whānau and those people who are hidden, undervalued, downtrodden, underprivileged. This is the right thing to do, and the cost is lives if we don't. Mr Mayor thinks keep it simple with crossings at each end and it will be fine. The stripes will make it better. Deputy Mayor Lucas said we're all in support of this work. Councillor Barker thanked the CEO for making a great resolution, and maybe the designs could go somewhere else. We're on Bath Street. She'll pay for the paint even. And Councillor Gilbert said, in Hospo, it's often raised how welcoming are we to our LGBTQ community. Well, you can be yourself around me. What a great motto to adopt for a city. Congratulations again to Mana Whenua and staff for this report and the narrative. I love it. I think it's for all of us, and accepting everybody makes us richer. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put the motion A to D, parts A to D. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. Carried. Presume that was an aye, Councillor Wiley. And parts E to F. Parts E to F. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. And noted? Noted. There we go. Job done. Now, I was really hoping that we'd do the item 23, and I think we've got time because we can do that having discussed it in a very, very short order. So I don't know that anyone needs to speak to the report. Everyone's read the submission, and basically there's no contrary voices to my knowledge. And so therefore I'd move that the council approves the submission, authorise the chief to make any minor amendments in case we come up with some, and notes that the mayor or delegate will speak to any hearings. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Fiso. Okay, so are there any questions?
I'll answer any questions if councillors have.
Yep, I hear no questions. That's good. And so, in speaking to this, I think it's important that we make a submission. It's important that we support. We have a very strong relationship with Mana Whenua, and confer and work in partnership on many areas within the city, not only in council but a whole lot of other things. So I think it's important that we be counted on this issue, and I'm happy with the submission. Has anyone else got anything to say? No, in which case, sorry, you want to speak? Okay. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I support this motion, obviously, and I think it's really good we're doing a submission. I think I'm quite disgusted with the bill that the ACT Party has put forward, and I just think it's very divisive, and I don't think there's any need for it. We've had years with the Treaty of Waitangi that is a founding document of our country, and trust agreements were made, and people trusted each other to a degree. The trust was probably a bit wary at the time, but they made an agreement, and to now turn around now and question it, I think is unacceptable, and I understand why people are upset about it. It is a founding document, and other countries around the world look at Aotearoa, New Zealand, and say, we wish we had something like that as a guiding document to help us work with our Indigenous people. I mean, it is actually quite... Yeah. I think I've tied out my battery on there. The Treaty of Waitangi is very special for for our country, and we've been quite leading in it, I believe. There's some things that obviously aren't perfect that many Māori will say, and other people will say might not be right. But what we've got has worked well for us up till now, and on most situations. We also have the Māori Land Court, we have the tribunal, Waitangi Tribunal, and all those things. If we, I could go on and on, but anyway, I agree with the submission. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. See you. I now move we adjourn the meeting till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. See you in the morning. Thank you and good night. Guacamole.